Yeah, this is not what rebuilding your demos on, because your demo is not working quite the way you need it to 5 minutes before your presentation is not the way to inspire confidence in yourself. Okay.
That's just Murphy's Law.
Yeah, something like that, huh? That is it. That is definitely it. Okay, so let's do this. Let's get this going. Where are you from?
I'm actually from Phoenix,
Phoenix?
Arizona.
What company do you work with?
I work for Symmetry Software. It's a small payroll.
Okay, cool. And building custom IDEs is something that payroll companies...
No, but I kind of thought that I could get out of this class. Well, since there's a greater direction towards the cloud, one, two, a lot of we sell a tax engine,
Okay,
and so a lot of developers have to plug into that.
nice, nice. I can show you a way to give them a click and go sort of way on
Yeah,
that.
so I was kind of hoping that what I could get out of this was sort of some inspiration for definitely making that easier, and maybe somewhere down the road even.
You came to the right place.
Okay,
I have
good.
plenty of inspiration on that front.
Okay, good. Sorry.
That is absolutely the place to be.
Okay, good.
Morning.
Hey, morning.
I'm go baby go. I'm rebuilding my demos. Maven needs to download faster.
How's it going?
How are you?
Good. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you as well.
Brad.
Okay.
Hi. I'm Henry.
Henry. Oh, nice to meet you as well. Excellent. Just like 15 minutes ago, I sent you and your friends some factories
Okay.
that take your archetypes
Okay.
and generate liquidity workspaces that you can build and run.
That's cool.
On that.
And,
Chris, where are you coming from? Thank you. All right, let's bring to this session.
Yeah, well, I'm in department called commercial tech.
Okay.
We build all the software and stuff. And my department specifically is looking at fixing
Stop.
stuff.
You produce software as consumer build.
Yeah, yeah. We were into that years ago.
These are like APIs for suppliers and partners and stuff like that, or
Yeah, so if you think about 90 plus the program, your sports bar, whatever, that's what we did. And we partnered with walls.
makes sense. All right. Well, I'll give you a little inspiration.
Great.
You guys are going to limited Wi-Fi network. There's some cloning and some building needs to be done or installed. Okay. And I'll put up a repo.
yeah, I'm running Peter's, thanks, Mike. Imperial B. Imperial B. Thanks, Mike.
Morning.
Good morning. I'm Tyler. I'm Brian.
Brian, where you from?
Atlanta.
Atlanta?
Yeah. All right, Carl.
Hey, no, boss.
Okay.
Is
This
in there from?
This one
Yep.
Satellite monitoring communications.
Excellent.
Yeah.
All
And the guy who came to set it up, I haven't seen him.
Excellent. Cool.
So he came in, right?
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, Carl.
He came in the first day. I haven't seen him since.
Okay.
If you're going to be kind of playing along today, you can get a head start on some stuff by cloning this repository. Have Maven install, clone this repository. I'm a little worried about the Wi-Fi, and so if we can, if you can clone that and then build it, Maven clean install it, you'll save yourself some time later on because there's some stuff you got to download and install. And if for some reason that doesn't work for you, I've got USB sticks as well on it. Yeah, yeah. It's you'll see Oracle Open World, and I think the password's Oracle 15. This is 16 by 9, yeah. So it was that's the slide. I can present. Can we put it in presenter mode? Or
Yeah, that might be good because I just want to make sure I got the bottom.
you do have the bottom.
Oh, I mean, when you go into presenter mode,
Oh.
it might switch into.
I see. You do have the bottom. It's got all of it.
Yeah, it's just on some of the
It's
other.
got a black bar.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone's
You okay
gonna.
with that?
Yeah,
All right.
I don't think anyone's gonna mind. Did you bring it a little bit compiled yesterday?
Yes, I did.
And you joined on Mac, so you didn't have like Docker toolbox?
Yeah, I can use that.
Did it work? Did it work for you?
Yeah,
We've had some problems with like when you're on Mac with the Docker toolbox, and so cool. Well, we're doing something like six minutes a day. So stability is if you think it's stability.
yeah, yeah, that might be cool. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
Something wrong?
Oh no, not really wrong.
I'm sorry, I'm not using that one. I'm going to present on this one here.
Good morning.
Hi. That's great. All right, we ready to get rolling here?
You can go right ahead. I'm just gonna.
Got like 2 more minutes. I can wait.
Yeah.
Check. Okay, good morning. Thank you for attending this very specialized session here. It's a little obnoxious. All right, so everyone here is hopefully interested in learning a little bit more about cloud IDEs and how to build one. What we're going to do today is introduce a project called Eclipse Che. We're going to do a little bit with CodeNV, which is a company that I run, involved with making kind of an elastic cloud IDE environment as well. But we're going to spend most of our time with Eclipse Che today. A little bit about myself before we get into this. It's going to be a very hands-on session, so a little bit about my background would be helpful. I have been coming to JavaOne for about 18 years now, so this is a pretty exciting place for me to be. I used to work at BEA long time ago in the 90s, but long before it was bought by Oracle. And I actually wrote 3 books on Java. There's like a Java Web Services book for O'Reilly that nobody read, except me and my mother. I think we're the only two ones that read it. That was a lot of fun, and I did a lot of marketing and developer evangelism work for BEA. But since then, I had moved on to product management. Worked for a very long time for a really cool company called Quest Software that did systems management, monitoring, sort of products, and they had a kind of a Java portfolio that I got to look after. But while doing that, for a number of years, I lost my technical skills. I used to be really good in Java. I could sling it, like the best of them. And then you go away for 6 years, and a bunch of things happen. Maven comes online. Maven didn't exist when I was coding Java. Generics show up, which kind of blew my mind. Java 8 with Lambda expressions, application servers kind of completely reinvigorated. Dependency injection and aspect-oriented programming showed up. And then pretty much the world went to dynamic languages as well, JavaScript, Python, Ruby. And so in 2010, I'd gotten sick. I mean, really sick. Like, I was offline for 6 months. My cognitive abilities had gone out the door. And when I had finally recovered, I was, for a while, I was pretty sure I was not going to recover my cognitive abilities. And when I finally healed myself, I realized, what am I doing? I'm climbing this management ladder. I kind of miss writing code. I had pursued management for all the wrong reasons. And so I pull up my computer one day, and I'm like, I'm going to get Eclipse and Tomcat and the Pet Store Java EE app to run on my computer. I used to be able to sling this out like it was nothing before, so why not sling it again? And 3 days go by, and I can't get the damn thing to compile. I can't get it to work. And here I am, and I'm just sitting here going, I'm feeling like such a loser. An absolute loser at the time, because I've got the world's most popular IDE, the world's most popular application server, a sample application which is universally loved, and I, for the life of me, cannot, figure this stuff out and to get it to work. And I'm just sitting here, I'm like, banging the thing, and I'm like, I should just be able to click a link, and then, the browser should open up, and it should just all be there. And it should just work. I shouldn't have to think about it, and then I can go into the code, I can start mucking with the code, and this should work for enterprise developers. And that was in 2010, and that's when the idea for CodeEnvy was born, believe it or not. And it was at that point in time, I'm like, I don't know how I'm going to do this, but I started tinkering around. I started hanging out with other people who were thinking about the same sorts of things. And all this while I was still working at Quest. And there's actually a guy I worked with, Guy Harrison. There's actually a guy named Guy Harrison right there in the audience who worked with me for a long time at Quest. And so, still working on things at Quest. And along the way, I don't have a clicker, by the way. Do I have to just click on my screen here? Is that the? Oh, I thought that was for this other machine. My bad. So, no problem. Yeah. Okay. It's no problem. Sorry about that. Okay. That whole experience, right, of kind of getting engaged with Eclipse again and starting to program again was part of the part that I call the fear part. And it was just so fearful to approach not just the code, but all the infrastructure around the code. And it turned out that when I started asking some friends and colleagues, because I had some deep roots in this industry, that I was not alone on this, and that there's actually a lot of people who, if you are not staying current on your coding every minute of the day, some technology slips you by, and it becomes a little bit fearful to want to work on a project if you have to bootstrap yourself every time. And the longer you're away from the technology, the more the bootstrap process is. And so this was a big deal. The other side of this is the loathing side. So eventually we got CodeEnvy started in 2012. I met a really nice guy, Benjamin Mistralet. He's the founder and CEO of a French company called Exo Platform. I don't know if anybody's heard of Exo Platform, but they make a content management product. They're based out of Paris. They have like 200 employees. And he had been in the garage tinkering around with the same sort of thing. They had built a cloud IDE for their platform to create open social widgets. And so we had taken some of this IP, we had kind of had a meeting of the minds, and we said, yes, this problem is significant. Now let's go and build a solution for this. So in 2012, we started that journey. And about 9 months later, we realized that while we were starting to build out this vision of this product, that in addition to having the fear, both Benjamin and I, getting back into the technology and having to get hands-on to that level, it turns out that we had unilaterally created a horrible culture with the 25 engineers that we had at the time, and that they were starting to loathe management. And the reason that they were starting to loathe management was that we were cranking out all these ideas. And we were pumping these ideas into the backlog, following good agile development methodologies. But the engineers were not being responsive to those ideas. And so the backlog was growing really, really big. And part of the problem is that the engineers were taking 2 to 4 weeks to implement certain features, and then we'd have this very long continuous integration release cycle, and then ultimately, a month later, that code would make its way out to a form that a user or a quality control engineer or some sort of other product manager could start banging on it. That feedback would come in, and that feedback would come in so late that the engineers were now working on something else, and the perception there was that management couldn't get their priorities straight because we wanted the features fixed that they had worked on 2 months ago, while at the same time they were trying to work on other priorities. And basically the needs of management and the goals of the engineers were starting to diverge, and they diverged so much to the point where we had created a cultural divide, and people were not getting along with this. So we realized when we analyzed this that we can build a better company and build a better product and at the same time get rid of the fear and loathing. And we just basically sat back and said, look, there's a very simple goal here. And our engineers agreed with this, which is, you want to let anyone contribute to any project anywhere at any time. And there are 3 preconditions to that. The first is that the person who is going to contribute to this project should not have to install any software, right, other than having a browser pre-installed on their environment, right? All other intelligence that goes along with being able to contribute to that project should be embedded within the system and handled by the system at the right point in time there. The second part of it is that, okay, once you've got this project open, you need to be able to make some sort of contribution. And so in order to make a contribution, that means you're going to need to be able to do some unit of work, package up that unit of work, and then either save it or commit it back to the repository that you're working on, or if you're working with like a GitHub or a Bitbucket, package it up as a pull request and then issue that pull request through the pull request lifecycle that's there naturally for that. And again, the user should not have to install or configure anything in order to participate in that workflow. They might have to provide some credentials, which is not an unreasonable expectation, but other than that, that should be the only thing that they do. And then on top of that, if you're doing this the right way, it should compile and run in an identical format to the way that the developer had last left it. There should not be any sort of variations due to one computer being configured differently from another computer, right? So if we take this basic goal, right, and we break it down into what needs to happen here, in that, okay, well, let's start with the URL, because the URL is kind of a universal component for users to engage with you. And let's just say there's a format here called some URL, and we'll append some action to it. In this case, we're going to call it a factory as the action. And then we'll give some ID beyond it, which is the name of a project here. And so if you put that out there, when an anonymous user were to click on such URL, there would need to be a series of things that need to happen if we wanted to achieve those goals. The first thing is that the user is going to need a workspace, right? So we're going to have to create a workspace somewhere out there, and that workspace could either be an existing one or we could create a new one on that. That workspace, once it's created, is going to have a set of properties, right? We'll talk about what kind of properties those might be. But then you need to populate that workspace with projects, right? Now, a project is something that is bound to a source repository, one-to-one, right? So if you have 3 source repositories that make up your project, you're going to need 3 projects there. Now, the projects will have type. It could be a Maven project type, an ANT project type, a PHP project type, and that typing imbues certain behaviors and characteristics for the tooling that's going to work with this workspace or the workspace itself. So as the projects get populated, the workspace starts inheriting additional behaviors. Those projects are bound to a repository. So if that repository, again, is out there and external, you're going to need to either clone the source code, fetch it, pull it, do something with it to bring it into the current state of that. And then after you have that workspace, you then need to inject inside that workspace the tools that are necessary so that the anonymous user can perform the same sort of development workflow that the developer was performing. So if there is a compiler that is needed, if there's a particular CLI, maybe there's some sort of command line utility for Amazon Web Services, if there's a debugger, all those things need to be injected in, right? And then on top of that, now that you have all those sorts of things in there, the developer is going to eventually work its way into the workspace, and then he's going to do some editing, he's going to do some compiling, and he's going to do some running or debugging there as well. So if you're going to run or debug, or even do a compilation, the workspace is going to need a runtime environment as well, an environment that can execute these processes. That runtime environment may need to be different than the environment used to hold the tools and the projects, right? While you may need Maven to build it, in order to run it, you may need Tomcat. So now you're talking about a second environment, right? And we'll call that a machine here. And that machine also needs to be created and injected, right? So it needs to be created as well. And then, right, after the workspace is set up, you might need to execute some setup commands so that you can bring the workspace to the same state as the developer. And then finally you can put that anonymous user, whoever that was who clicked on that URL, into the workspace and say, have at it. Here. All right? We cool on, is that cool? So let's give you I'm going to give you 3 kind of somewhat serious demos, and then we're going to get hands-on and build this stuff ourselves here. So the first one is going to be a CodeEnvy demo. The other ones are going to be Che on that. So what we'll do is we're going to start with the big picture, and I'm going to show kind of an integrated workflow on this and what the kind of ultimate user experience is going to be. And then we're going to dive into this workspace architecture a little bit more. I'm going to show you kind of Che 4, which is our next generation system that'll come online shortly. And then we're going to do our hands-on work with Che 3, where we're actually going to build a workspace, add some plugins to it, create a custom assembly that you could distribute out as your own custom cloud IDE on that. Okay? So, okay. Can you hear me? Yeah, all right, cool. So, demo gods. All right. This is actually we're a Jira shop, and you can probably not read any of that. So anybody else use Jira? Jira for okay, pretty big Jira shop. Okay, we love it. It's like probably the most popular tool that we've got in CodeEnvy. We do a very simple agile approach. We have 2-week sprints. Product managers define epics. Team leads define the issues. The issues get slotted into the sprints, and we go to town on that. One of the big things, we have 3 product managers inside of one of the big things that our product managers are responsible for doing is every day in the morning they are supposed to work with their engineering teams and see the work that those teams have done and provide feedback to those teams before they have merged their code into the branch stream. In order to do that, in our epics, we define what we call a code env factory, and there's this link here. And that link is very similar to the sort of link that we had just walked through here. This link is used by both developers and product managers. Depending upon who you are and the configuration of it, it'll either take you into your existing workspace or it'll take you into a brand new one. In this case, it's taking me into a brand new workspace. I'm going to zoom in. Is that readable? For those in the back, is that readable there? Okay, I'm getting some head nods. What it's done is, you can't really read that, but it's created a temporary workspace. This is a brand new one here. It went and cloned the source code. And the code that it's cloned actually came from our master repositories. And it cloned it from the right branch and the right commit ID based upon the JIRA issue that's there. So as our team creates JIRA issues and the developer starts their work, we automatically update these definitions to point to the right branch and the right commit ID. So the product owner doesn't have to go and figure this sort of stuff out. That stuff is pre-configured for them. I can open the files if I want. In this case, this particular project is a AngularJS dashboard. This is a user dashboard that is accessed by all of our users before they go into the IDE. So you can manage your workspaces, you can change your password, you can update your account settings. You can do it. There's about 60 or 70 use cases that are involved with this dashboard that's here. When this opened up, it automatically compiled this project using Bower, and it also populated into this workspace a custom machine environment. We call it custom Docker here. And if I go ahead and hit run on that, what CodeEnv is doing is it is basically grabbing that Docker file, creating a container instance off of that. It actually creates the image first, and then it creates a container instance. It then injects all the source code into that Docker container, and then it runs it there. And when it's done running, it's going to give us a URL on the bottom. And I click on that URL. Sorry, is it? It's not booted yet. It's giving me the URL. Let it boot for a second. When I click on the URL, there we go. This is actually our dashboard application running here. And this is actually running against our production environment. I can log in with this and use it as a user would use that dashboard. So what's happened here is that inside that original factory URL, the team leader for our company, when you have a project, you are responsible for defining that basic configuration. That basic configuration then gets converted into this URL format. That URL format is saved, and then when users click on that, they get the source code, they get the editors, they get the runtime environment as a Docker container, and it's all pre-populated. I can, if I want to, edit these files. Right? I could break this quite easily here. And if I wanted to, I could initialize the local repository, save this as a branch, and then just commit it right back to the origin as long as I have the right credentials to do so. I'm obviously not going to do that, but I could do that and be fine. On another variation of this, if you have the Bitbucket or the GitHub plugins installed, we don't have it on this particular factory, I could take this change, package it up as a pull request. That pull request will get sent to Bitbucket or GitHub, whoever you send it to, and inside that pull request will be another factory, so the pull request reviewer can click on it and then they will get their own private workspace with those changes that they can edit, build, and run on their own here. So this is kind of the ultimate goal, right? And so we want to enable this encoded workflow for any possible project on the planet. And the reason we're showing this is that the workspace part of it is behind the scenes, plus the browser-based IDE, which is all Eclipse Che, and that's open source and stuff that you can completely customize for your own well-being here. All right. Any questions on this initial workflow and what we just saw and what's happening? Yeah, yes, ma'am.
So I did complete, I apologize. So you are tightly integrated with Docker containers?
Yeah, on this particular situation, when the developer says, in this workspace that's open up, when the developer says build or run, that action, we spin up a Docker container that is special purpose just for that action here. So when we said run down here, in this output all the way up top, at the very beginning of the output, it first generated a Docker container. And so it did it from this base image, and then it went and pulled it from, actually it downloaded it from Docker Hub here. I already had it cached, so it ran through all the layers. These are all the layers of that Docker image, cache, 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 cache. And then you can see that the image was built, the container was there, and then all the source code is injected. It's mounted and injected into that container, and then it executes the source code according to a set of commands on that. It's not running right, or we don't have it installed, but if I had the right type of container that has a shell, you can SSH into it as well and just manipulate the container directly on that. If I stop it, I can stop that run instance, and that is basically tearing down the container and destroying it there on that.
And how would you do the debugging?
Again, the debugging in that runtime environment, we do have a debugger for Java, by the way, built in. But if inside that runtime environment you have a debugger that's active, and that debugger advertises its remote address and port, then our debugger will hook itself up to that. So that runner, there's a lot of stuff you can have installed inside of that runtime environment. And we support, with Che, you'll see it when we get into Che, you can provide any Docker file you want. So since you get to provide the Docker file, you get to choose what components are installed into that runtime environment. There.
But the Docker file is being built.
The Docker file is built into an image if it's not already there by us. So there's really two ways. You can really just have us reference an image. So if you already have the Docker file built into an image, we'll just download that and invoke that. If you don't, and you just give us a Docker file, we first perform a build to create the image, and then we'll create an instance of that. There. Okay? Yeah, Dan?
Could you just show the JIRA issue again?
Yeah.
What kicked off this process?
The JIRA issue. Where did we? I must have. We'll go. Yeah, so inside of JIRA, we have a custom field that we've added, that our admins have added. And then this link is the entry point for that process. Now, what we've also done on this is that we have a convention that if you are a developer in here, you have to, when you start working on here, you have to say start work on this issue. When you say start work, we will automatically create a new branch for that developer, and then once that branch is created, we automatically add this URL. So the URL gets populated in when the developer says start work. When the developer says finish work, and I'm going to merge my branch back into master, we can detect that as well, and we also update JIRA so that the definition stays up to date. Because what's happening is when you click this URL, we are generating a workspace off of a particular point in time of your source repository. As the developer works, that repository is changing its state, right? Either with new branches or commits. And so we're doing the hard work to update the workspace definition as the developer does his job. We monitor those events and then keep updating the definition on them. Okay, any other questions? All right. Okay, we're going somewhere. So that's the big picture. There you go. Present. Okay, so what's the difference between CodeEnvy and Eclipse-Che? So Eclipse-Che is open source workspaces, and it's really two parts together. One part is it is a browser-based IDE, pure JavaScript, that is loaded into your browser, and you can run that on your desktop. You can use it as a desktop IDE, or you can run it as a server system there. And the other part of it is that it is a runtime. And inside that runtime are all sorts of workspace and project services that the browser itself may need to gain access to. So essentially, it is just like a traditional desktop IDE, but there is a really hard separation between the UI and everything that's not the UI, and the interface is then REST services, and we'll talk about the workflow of that. And then this entire system is very similar to the Eclipse RCP, in that there is a plugin framework where you can either use existing ones or write your own, and you can drop them into Che, and when you drop those plugins to Che, it will either customize the IDE, the JavaScript UI, or it will customize the server-side behavior. But it's one plugin for both client-side and server-side work. So it's completely open source. The project itself is about a year old. And we did this so that we could really start working with the community to create all kinds of different IDE experiences. So let me walk you through. This is what the basic Che architecture. There are, when this is all up and running, there are essentially 3 processes that are running at the same time. The first thing is, this is imagine this is the Che server. We run this on Tomcat. You could run it on Jetty. It is ultimately just kind of WAR file. It's a web app here. Inside of this web application, the first thing that we do is the IDE itself is hosted as JavaScript. So on the server is the IDE, and it's just this big old honkin' JavaScript file. It's minified, it's there. When a user comes to this server and they'll say, I'd like to use localhost/Che, it will download all that JavaScript into the browser, and then it's cached in the browser. That JavaScript has the intelligence for all the stuff that you saw. It's the menus, it's the panels, it's the wizard. There's all sorts of stuff in there, all the widgets that are in here. It is possible when you deploy new plugins and extensions, when these things are deployed, what we're doing is we're taking them, generating a new version of the IDE, and putting the new version of the IDE here. So that when a user connects the next time, if the IDE is changed, they will refresh their cache, and the browser will update itself with a new version of the IDE. So you can control ultimately what the user actors are using by managing the server. Once the IDE is loaded, right, the user is going to interact with it, create a new project. I'm going to edit a file. I'm going to perform a build and a run, whatever that is. It does that over RESTful APIs that are built in. There's a whole structured set of RESTful APIs. Any sort of streaming output, such as like when you saw the build and all that output was streaming out, that's done with WebSockets pushed back out. All right, so invocations or REST WebSockets are streaming output back. And then inside of Che is the workspace manager, right? Because now you can have many workspaces all within a single server. And these workspaces are depending upon environments. So Che itself is figuring out, okay, what's the workspace? Do I need to create a new one? Do I want to use an existing one? That workspace is created, and then that workspace, depending upon what it needs to do, it will mount, I'm using this word loosely here, but it will bind itself to one or more machines. Now, a machine is a construct that we're introducing. This is our phrasing. You have to completely disconnect any other definition of machine that you may have in your head. Let it go. This is our unique definition. But in our world, there's a bunch of things that a workspace may need to be due to a machine. But for this purpose, it's completely outside of Che. It's a completely separate process. And if you think about it, when you use IntelliJ, by the way, how many people are IntelliJ people? Eclipse people? Half and half. NetBeans people? One person. This is an Oracle conference and only one person raises the NetBeans. I love it. When you are using that IDE on your computer, you have the same exact architecture, right? The UI is built into your IDE, and the IDE itself is also a workspace manager. It's just that your IDE gives you one machine. Your one machine is localhost, right? It is your computer, and the IDE is basically managing the file system there. But it makes no distinction. It just assumes you have localhost and that that's the only machine you have. But when you're in the cloud, there's no need for that limitation. You can have as many machines as you want and as many workspaces as you need. You can scale this out indefinitely. So we've made a hard separation of that. And then there can be different implementations of machines. Now, our default implementation is Docker, where we create a container for these workspaces. But this can be different types of machine implementations. It could be just localhost, or it could be a Mac Mini for iOS applications. It could be a COBOL system. So there's lots of different things you can do. If we were to double click onto this, it's actually a little bit more sophisticated. From the IDE, there's essentially three types of things that a user can do. The most common one is edit a file, right? The second one, let's call it that the user would like to just perform a command like echo hi. He wants to go into the terminal, type echo hi, and he wants it to run. The third, and the really more fascinating one, is a command like refactoring. I have a Java project. There's a bunch of Java code inside of that, and I would like to refactor that code. And so let's break down each of those commands. So we have those commands that come in. We've got our workspace and environments. The Chase server has created a workspace for this user. It's got some logical understanding of the environments and projects that it depends upon. And then it's also got a list of environments. And inside those environments, there's a list of machines. Now, Che can support a very simple one-machine environment, which is what your local host is like. But we can support multi-machine environments, such as having a database in one machine or your app server in a second machine to start to simulate what a production environment would look like. There's no limitation to that. So, but let's just say we have a one-machine environment. And this machine is then bound to one machine over here. There can be other machines. And when that user, or when that workspace is bound, when he performs the edit command, what we're actually doing is we have injected the projects and then the subfiles and the artifacts and modules, everything associated with that workspace, it's actually injected in the machine, and then we mount the machine. It's a direct mount, so that when the user edits in the browser, we capture those changes, it flows through, and it's written into the mount on this container there, right? And it's automatically saved, auto-saved on that. Because this is just a file system and it's a machine, you can SSH into that machine. If you SSH into this machine this way, edit the file, right? That file change is detected, it flows through, and it propagates out, and voila! IDE is updated with a changed file on that. So when you start doing this, now you can start to get to multi-user mode. One guy can access the browser, editing away, update, update, second user SSH in, update, update, system reconciles itself. So, file system. The second thing is the echo hi. I'm on my terminal. I open up the terminal here. I type echo hi. It flows through. And in this case, now we're talking about a process. It's no longer editing a file. And so there's a whole range of things. We call them commands. Again, this is a Che construct that we have defined. But a command is some number of configuration things over here that when it's all said and done, we translate it into a OS level process. Java C dash 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 whatever it is, echo hi. And then that process, we take that and we actually use the word inject, and we inject it into this machine, and then this machine needs to have some sort of way to accept that process and execute it for you. And in this case, it does that, and you'll get the response hi out of that when you inject that there. Right? This provides all sorts of flexibility because now in the IDE, we can give users the ability to define a whole range of commands, and then they can execute those commands and they flow through into the machine, and the machine will honor them for the user. Here. The last one is refactoring. Right? So refactoring is language specific. It's project type specific. It means different things to different people. There's all sorts of different functionality you can put around that. So now, when you have refactoring, if you have a plugin installed, that plugin has its logic injected into the machine as well. And so we actually run another Tomcat server inside the machine. It's the second one. This Tomcat server takes that plugin and advertises its capabilities as a set of REST commands. And those REST commands are transparently hooked up to the logic inside the workspace manager here. So when a developer uses the menu and it says refactor, that's a proprietary plugin command. It flows into the Che server. The Che server says, yep, I'm aware of the refactoring command. And it sends it to this Tomcat here, executes that logic, and these methods have access to both the processes and the files that are here, and it's able to perform it at local host speeds. Right? Performs its command, performs its output, response flows back, streaming response here. On that. Okay, questions on this? Because then I'm going to give another demo. Here. Is this, am I losing it, or is this, okay?
No, this is awesome.
This is awesome. So are you saying there is end-to-end availability here? That is, you have your IDE, you can develop and deploy. Is that?
Sure. Yeah. The Che provides all this in a single server packaging, right? So the only what CodeNV, the company, does is we provide a huge infrastructure to do this at scale, right? Where the machines actually run on separate hardware nodes and stuff like that. But Che has everything as an open source project needed to do this architecture. Yeah.
So if you have to bind to various services, let's say Twitter, Twilio, databases.
Sure.
So they have to be provisioned in Docker containers?
Well, what's a binding to a certain, can you take the Twilio example? Yeah.
Yeah, for example, I'm coming from Bluebeam's point of view, so let's just talk about Cloud Foundry.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you can bind to services that are available.
Yeah. So binding to the service that's available, that would be the project code, right? The project inside of its code, it will have code, and when the developer says run that project will execute the code in a process, and that process could bind to Twilio there. Now, a developer could give a plugin, right, that simplifies that binding process so that when the developer runs it, it automates that. But within this space, inside of Che, we already have plugins that manage like GitHub and Git. So there's all sorts of things that you can do for this machine to interact with the rest of the world. But you can essentially encode this machine with as much preformed logic as you want so that the developer doesn't have to do those bindings, that the machine does it for you.
And how do you specify that to the machine?
Lots of ways. So one, the machine definition itself is abstracted into a text file. We call it a recipe. So this, when the workspace is created, the workspace is bound to a recipe, and then behind the scenes we take care of invoking and instantiating the machine. It's a little bit the way like Vagrant would do Vagrant up, or a Docker machine would do a Docker machine, but it's more our transparency of saying when a workspace up, we need an instance of this machine here. The other way is you can write a plugin, deploy it in, so that when the machine is created by the user, your plugin has new API logic injected in, and this API logic can run either when the machine boots and whatnot like that. Yes, sir.
Editing a program and running it feel like kind of separate things, and it feels like the machine is really should be at least about running the program. I'm confused why there's a coupling to the machine if we're doing something like an edit and refactor.
So while so this is mounted. So this workspace, in a distributed system, we actually have access to the full project file hierarchy here, and it's here. It needs to be in here as well for a couple of reasons. One, if these services need to perform work on the file system, it's got to be co-located within the machine. So in the demo I'm about to give you, I'm going to walk through a bunch of Java features, like that are very IntelliJ-like. But one of them is like moving a class to a new package. In order to do that, we need to rewrite files. So this service has to have local access to it. But what we did is, in order to implement this, we took all the JDT services from the Eclipse IDE. There's tons of code there, and we just import them in, make them multi-tenanted, and then slap a very smart API on the front of that, and so that we can basically reuse that capability to add that feature. Now, the reason that they're also over here as well is that when we get into an enterprise situation, we start worrying about caching and backup. So there are different patterns for when do I need to take the workspace and all of its project files and move it to secondary storage for long-term archiving purposes on it.
What did I do?
My screen's on. Oh, there we go. Is that right? Yes.
So you said you could create as many machines as you want, so it would be easy to create a cluster environment locally, I guess.
Yeah. So we have the concept of environments. An environment can have one or more machines in it. So if you really wanted just a cluster, you create like a dev environment with 2 machines on it, right? Which is different than having 2 separate environments, right? But in each environment, there is a mapping of your projects to the machines. So for example, if you had a dual machine environment where one machine was going to be your database code and your second machine was your app server, you might have one project for that, one repository, but you want to take the app server code, map it to the app server machine, and then you want your SQL code and some of your SQL management scripts managed to the database machine. So you can, in this way, you can take a single project tree, which is very familiar to a developer, because that's how we work. We work in file trees and modules and folders, but then map that to completely different machines, which is how the operations guy thinks. So maybe a demo would help with some of this stuff at this point. Okay, demo guys. This stuff that I'm about to show is been in development for about 2 years. This is not yet shipped here, but good. We've got a good server up and running. Let's kill that. All right. So I am running this on a Vagrant box. So I've got Che installed on an Ubuntu machine, and this is my Windows box here. And let's get zoomed in here. All right. So I've got a project already preloaded, but that's kind of no fun because you saw it already there. First thing is a pretty dramatic, different design. I don't know, from the previous version we just saw. We are heavily inspired by Sublime. We use a ton of Sublime in our account. We use a lot of IntelliJ as well. We're big fans of that. We've also used a lot of Eclipse over the years. So new design, striving very hard to, if you put this into full screen mode, making it very difficult to tell the difference between browser and desktop user experience anymore. But in this case, let's go ahead and import a new project. Let's import from GitHub. All right, so we've got let's shrink my window here. So we'll call this Good Morning project, and we will go ahead and import this. So my workspace has already been created. In this case, my workspace has been bound to a machine. So when I created this workspace, I didn't demo it here, but it asked me what machine I would like to bind it to, and I bound it to a machine that has JDK 8 and some other stuff installed. So this workspace is already booted, and there's a machine behind the scenes that is a Docker container that has the things that I needed, and now I'm importing a new project. After it imported the project, it couldn't detect the type, so it's saying, which type of project is this? I happen to know that it's a Maven project. We're going to name it here. And because I selected it's a Maven project, we have a Maven plugin installed, and it gives us a custom wizard. It's not very pretty looking, but it says, hey, here's the artifact ID we found. We found this group ID. What's the packaging? I couldn't figure it out. So I happen to know that this is a jar, and I'm going to save that. And here we go. We've got the Good Morning project here. We're going to get an ugly little error there. That's OK for now. I'm going to do, we're going to fix that in a minute. But I can come down into here. Let me close this. That. We've got a nice Maven hierarchy here. Here's the package that we've detected. There's the Hello World class. And we open it up, and just a Hello World with a main on that. The first sort of thing I might need to do is I may need to edit it, and I just type, and it's being automatically saved here. And so in this case, this is the edit that went through to the Chase server and then onto the mount and saved it in that regard. The next thing is that I go, hey, I would like to compile it. So I talked a lot about this idea that there's a command construct. And in here, right at the top, we're going to let you edit commands. When you create a plugin type, you can have your own command types. You can have all sorts of different command types. We have a Maven command. I'm going to add that. And so it has created a Maven command. I'm just going to label this build. And it gives me a working directory, and there is a command line here. And if I apply this, hit OK, now I've got a build. And essentially what this language up here says is that I have a machine or an environment preloaded. If I had more than one, I could select the exact environment that I want to use. And I'm going to inject this command into that machine. So I hit play, and you can see that it has taken my Maven command and it translated it to an actual Maven process. So we'll let it finish here. It's going to town. Wi-Fi is working OK here. Yay. Come on. All right, finished. All the way up top, you can see at the top that Maven command got translated to this Maven project, and it was just maven-f. There's the /project/project name, and then clean install. Just a very simple clean install on this, and it was successful here on that. So now that I have that, I'd like to run it. So in order to do that, I need to edit another command. And this time we're just going to do an arbitrary command. We'll call this run here. And this is an executable jar. So we go, java-jar. And so this is where, so it's under the projects directory. We call this, Good Morning. And there's a target, and there's a good morning dash 1.0 dash snapshot and a jar file. And assuming I type that all right, hit OK. Now if we hit run, projects underscore good morning, target. What's that? No, the relative one should work. But you know what? That's why we have a terminal as well. Put in here. So we got a terminal. You know, if we wanted to, we could run Midnight Commander in this terminal into our machine. But you know, that's kind of just gratuitous fun. So good underscore morning target hello world dash. Oh, it's hello world. Aha. Now the question is, did I do that on purpose, or did I just fake it really well so I could show off the terminal? There. So it was run hello world. Apply it. Okay, no problem. And when we go run, hello world. So we have imported a project. We have built it through a Maven command. We have run it with an arbitrary command that we created there. And we terminaled in to the machine. And that machine, we can do a lot of interesting things in this terminal. We'll get back in here. So let's go to the kind of source, main, Java, org, Eclipse. Autocomplete doesn't work yet in the terminal, otherwise this would be a lot easier. Samples. All right, so let's touch hi.java. In here, refresh, and scroll this down. Hello, hi.java here. We can do a lot of interesting things. You notice I had to hit refresh in order for this hi to show up. I think pretty shortly within the next sprint or two, we'll auto-detect that and it'll just appear there. But you can go into that terminal. I could run, if this was a Ruby project, I could do Rails, right? Scaffold out all sorts of stuff, and it'll just populate the tree that's there. You can SSH into that machine if you're an outside user, right? It's got an address, it's got a port, it's got an IP address, so you can SSH in and use it on a remote basis as well there. Okay, so interesting things. So what else can we do? So you might be wondering, okay, we've got multiple layers here. What's the performance of this like? So let's just do control space. And turns out that there's lots of stuff that we can do here. So we've got a lot of services, right? So here is an IntelliSense, and it's recommended, hey, would you like to create a new name? So we'll create this of a type int, and this could be, for example, new integer of 1, and boom, it's there. And it gives you the syntax error, right? This is obviously not allowed at this point in time. But the typing is pretty darn fast. So let's do a couple of things here. So first, let's see, F4. You can hit F4 and you can jump to definition, and it loaded that definition automatically there. Let's see, we can put the cursor in the class. So we've got the cursor in the class. So just hit Control New there, and it's smart. So it'll let me add a finalize method with the @override tag. I could do some other things like here's just a private method that I want to add. My method here called function, right? And so now we've got that private. Sorry. So it gives you some annotation here. It's never used. The function has been created, but it's never used, so it's giving you that warning on that. Let's see, what else can we create here? So you create fields as well. You've also got types down below. So lots of autocomplete capabilities. Let's minimize this. shall we? All right. What's next? IntelliSense, so unused imports. So I could come in here, I could import org control space. Let's go to itf.star, and then it gives me a warning here, right? The import is never used. If I do Alt-Enter on that, we could just remove that unused import as well. All right. And you could do this on an unused field, an unused private method. We could get things really funky out of whack on this. Oops, override. Get things out of whack, and we can come up here and do Alt-Shift-L, and it will reformat it for us on that. But then we start getting into things that actually do really hard file manipulation, such as refactoring. So we'll come here, we'll close this out. Let's create a new class. My class. All right, let's create a public int my field, public void my method, create those. And okay, I haven't saved anything, I haven't compiled anything, and so if I need to, I could come into here and let's just do, my hit Alt Control Space, and there it is. My class is already showing up on this. I haven't had to compile anything. New my class. That's kind of funky. All right. Okay, I hit one of our known bugs, so I'm just going to do a refresh on me for a second. There is a bug in there that if you get a little too ahead of itself, then autocompletes itself, and it won't turn itself off. So that's always kind of fun when autocomplete never lets go. Hello world. All right. Okay. So in this case, I can do mc.my no, I hosed it. Oh, it's MC. That's better. There we go, my method here. All right, so now that we've got that, but now we could do like an Alt-Enter on this, and it'll allow us to extract it to a local variable here. New variable, right? So it did that as well. And you can do that sort of extraction on statements and fields as well. So lots of interesting things on that. You can even start getting into interesting renaming scenarios. So I can put this in my class, and I can hit Shift F6. The first time it lets you rename that class, right? So I could do this, that experience. But if you hit it twice, Shift F6, the refactoring dialog box shows up. So we could give it a new name, which is a tutorial here. We're going to update all references, and then when we come into the preview, it gives us your preview pane, and you can even go so far as to see what the side-by-side comparisons are of that as well in here on that. I got to zoom out a little bit, zoom out, hit OK, and my class has been renamed to tutorial. You can see that the original class has been renamed to tutorial as well, and that it's been renamed to tutorial here in the browser, right? So that was kind of a long, elaborate sort of Che demo, but as you can see, the muscle memory and the typing speed is pretty close to localhost on this. And all those refactoring commands were added as capabilities, as plugins that were injected into the system on that. Okay, any questions on that architecture? And yes, sir?
I have a question. What are you using for the AST compilation? Are you using JDT or
JDT.
So every tool that you may have or every plugin that fits on top of JDT could be potentially potential.
That's right. It's 100% compatible in that regard. We're just putting some wrapper stuff around it so that there's a clear way to communicate between the browser and that, and then dealing with the UI management of it all. Yep. Okay. So your turn, guys. So let's get back to the presentation. Okay, so the extensibility. So what we're going to play with here is there are extensions. Your extension is written in Java and JavaScript and CSS. The extension itself alters the behavior of the system. It's actually modifying the look or the behavior. The extension is packaged into a plugin. And there are other things that can go into a plugin that you can drag into the IDE as well. And then your plugins, some combination of your plugins are combined with the Che core. And then you run an assembly program, and out on the other side of it comes a desktop application that you can use, or a server that has your capabilities built into that. So there are different types of extensions that you can build. You can build an IDE extension, which uses Google Web Toolkit. When you write that IDE extension with Google Web Toolkit and you drop it in, when that extension is packaged into the assembly, that portion of the code is generated to create the new IDE. All right, so we generate the new IDE. We translate your Java code into JavaScript. It's cross-browser JavaScript. And then it's made available here. You can do a workspace extension where you add new functionality to the workspace manager or the APIs, which then it is deployed here. Or you can do project type extensions, like the refactoring that we did there. And that project type extension actually gets installed automatically into the Che server that's running in the machine as well. And all the extension formats are pretty much the same. So you write extensions the same sort of way, just the different sort of annotations and code that you use ends up causing it to be placed in different locations on that. So let's build our own plugins. I think this should be kind of a follow along. We have a lot more people in here than I thought I was going to have. I thought it was going to be like closer to 10. So, and either I'm notoriously known as a fantastic speaker, or maybe this topic's a little bit more interesting than I thought. We need to get a couple of things. We're going to do get Che 313 installed. If you don't have it, we need to verify that you can then open up Che, run it, edit, build, run project there. Once we do that, we have a drag and drop ability to add plugins into Che. So we'll get you to do the drag and drop extension in there. Then we'll generate a new assembly on that, then I'll show you how to actually create a net new plugin from scratch. We have an archetype generator, so you can generate a whole plugin format with the code, and I'll kind of walk you through all that sort of work there and how to get you acclimated. And then if you want to, you can create your own drag and drop descriptors that you drop out there, and you can go to town on that. Okay, so while I start on my kind of high-level demo, if those of you want to follow along, you need to clone this repository at the top. You need to check out 3.13.1. Check out, don't do master, do 3. Check out the 3.13.1 and just build it, Maven clean install. I have USB sticks with Che 3.13.1 as well, if you want to use that instead here. I'll just put them right on the projector if you want to use that. And then I'm going to move along into the follow-along demo here while you guys get caught up on this. Everybody got the source link here? All you need is like Maven and JDK8. You should be able to go into that directory, do Maven clean install, and it should build an assembly for you on that. Okay. Demo gods. All right.
So there should be a
3.13.1. So let me actually just add it here.
most times you
Yeah, git checkout 3.13.1. There should be a tag. There should be a, like, if you do a git tag. Yeah. Yeah, don't look at a branch, look at the tags. Okay. So I need to make a bigger DOS window. What do you think? 20 points? Is that kind of readable or bigger? In the back? Nope, bigger? I'm seeing bigger. All right. Font. How's that? Now we're getting, yeah, all right. That is a big ol', all right, but nope. Darn it. All right, we'll make that full screen. Okay, sorry, this is DOS. Okay, so assuming that you've got it built, you know, I'm going to do a Che run here. If you do Che run, it will do it inline. If you do Che start, it'll launch it in another command window there. So I'm just going to use it to begin with here and get us a little bit acclimated. Waiting for it to deploy here. I'm running the server version here. Okay, good. It's saying happiness. Lots of happiness. Startup in 27 seconds. Great. So when you get it opened up, you got to do localhost 8080. Localhost 8080 is the, zoom in a little bit here, is what the Che server is going to run at. When it boots the first time, it's going to ask you where you want to store your workspaces. This is kind of a user function. I'm just going to take the default place for this here. And when it opens up, it's pretty blank. Here, you can then go and create a new project. I'm going to create just a sample. I'm going to take the Spring sample, which is you know, nothing to configure. I'm going to just call it hello. When we create that, when we create this particular project, it is associating a code template with it, the project type, everything's set up, and it automatically triggers a build and an update dependencies when it's loaded. And assuming everything's running on this install, it should be able to do all the downloading. There it goes. A little slow. Now, in 3.13, the workspace is not bound to a machine. That's a 4.0 concept. And in 3.13, your workspace is just in the server itself, and only your runners are bound to the machine. So when I get this done and I actually come over here and do a run on it, I've got this a runner that's been installed, Tomcat 7, way up here in the upper right corner. When I do run, now this runner is bound to the machine. And so in this case, it is going to instantiate the runner necessary to do this. That particular runner is getting loaded here. There we go. It's because we're on the Wi-Fi and it's going to be a little slow, the messages are going to be a little weird here, but what it's doing is it's actually downloading the Docker file, building the Docker image that's necessary for this, and getting it going. So it could take a little bit for this. But I'm just going to kind of let that go here for now. But that's the basic experience as well. You know, we need to be able to verify that the editor also works. here. The editor is in fact working, so it's great. You can see the syntax highlighting changing on us as well there. So that is definitely going to town. I'm going to clear this one out. Okay, all right. So that should work for everybody just off of a clean Che install. In addition to this particular URL, if you do localhost:8080/dashboard, so instead of just going to Che, if you do /dashboard, you're going to get a different experience to load. This is an AngularJS dashboard that will help you manage Che. And inside of here, there should be a plugins window. And this plugins window is this place where you can build new assemblies off of other plugins that are there. So I'm going to just take my window over here for now. Gonna, what did I get? Frickin' Wi-Fi. Okay. Okay, that's fine. The demo will just be just fine. So I want to do a new window here. I'm going to bring that over here. Oh, I know what I forgot to do. All right, I'll fix that in a second. But I'm going to come up to eclipse.org/che. I'm going to go into the docs, and inside the docs under the plugins, there's going to be a plugins menu. Zoom in here. Down this page at the bottom, you will see a list of plugins. There's a whole series of plugins. Some of these plugins will have links on them, and these links have been encoded so that we can just drag and drop them into Che. Now, before I do that, I need to come back. So where's my Che? I'm going to Che on 3. Going to stop Che. I forgot a pretty darn critical step here, so I'm going to stop Che and then perform that step here. Because I'm on a Windows box, and I got a little twisted because I was on the Ubuntu box. When you're on a Windows box or a Mac OS box, you have to first start Docker before using this on 3. And we haven't automated that, and I did not do that. So that's why everything was going to hell there. So if you're on a Linux machine, it doesn't matter. But if you're on a Windows or a Mac machine, if you go to the eclipse.org Che docs, in the prerequisites, it will give you very clear instructions on how to start Docker there. And basically, you just need to launch a Docker machine on that. The steps are very simple. You need to have Docker Toolbox installed if you don't already have it. So let me just do docker-machine ls. Okay, I've got it. So I just need Docker machine start default. Kind of a useful thing to have. I mean, this is important. My screen here says your PC ran into a problem and needs to restart. If you'd like to know more, you can search online later at this error, IRQL not less or equal. That's going to tell me a lot. I have a feeling it has to do with running Vagrant and too many VirtualBox instances at the same time. That's a bummer. Okay, while that's booting up, who's anybody having troubles getting cloned or built at this point? If you have any questions on that. It's my first Windows 10 blue screen of death. It was at least nice enough to reboot itself instead of making you do the hard. That's kind of friendly. All right. Okay, so Docker, let me go clean up my other stuff here before I. Let's make sure this is dead and dead. Great. Okay, good. All right, through day 3, we will, so Docker machine. Start this. Okay. Okay. So if you're on Windows, it also, after you start your Docker machine, which is, it's all fine now, it makes you do this really odd thing of going and resetting all your environment variables as well. So that's kind of silly. But we'll paste them. Boom, set Docker. All right, everything's all good. Now that everything's all good, now I can Che start, and now my Che instance will work because now, you know, Che can get to Docker there. So sorry about that little detour here. Store all my pages. Oh, darn it. Localhost dashboard. All right, let's get this guy over here. We'll get, put him over here too. Here we go. All right, so here's the dashboard. Go to plugins. Life is all good. Just drag and drop that plugin here. Okay. Once you get a plugin, it'll say these are the plugins that have been staged or made available. You then need to stage the ones that you want here, and then down here in the stage section, it'll tell you all the plugins that have been ready to go, and then you just hit build assembly. And what it does is it's going to go and create a whole new Che assembly, recompiled, ready to go with that. It'll take a few minutes the first time you need to do it. You can display the log on that. And so after that assembly has been created, we can then, it'll tell you to refresh your browser, and you'll have it loaded there. So that is the basic overall experience of what's going on. So you can add as many plugins as you want. When you're in Che, you can come to the Windows Preferences, and when you click on List, it'll show you the list of all the plugins that have been installed. Right now it has these in here, but when the the process is done on the dashboard and it's done building this, I'll have that new plugin added and all the features and functionality therein on that. Okay, any questions on that part? Here. Yeah. Oh, all I did on the on here, there was this kind of this sample one here. I just grabbed it and dropped it. You can grab pretty much any of these that are down here. All the ones that are listed down below, I believe none of these are pre-installed on Che, so you could just grab like the PHP one and drag it in and add it there. Okay, so I need to go dig up my, I have to go dig up, you know, when Chrome crashes, it throws away all your pinned items. So now I need to go and get my Google Drive. Get my presentation. Okay. So we've cloned Che. Excellent. After you've gotten through that cycle, we can wait a couple minutes. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to create our own plugin from that. No rush into this, but what we're going to do to simplify this a little bit, I'm going to have you clone another repository, and this repository has some archetypes in it that will create default plugins for us. That's in orange. You build that repository. That'll put it into your local Maven repository. And then down here, once you're done with that, you can go into another directory, and this will do a archetype generator. And there are different types that we can generate. We're going to put this text in, and the one we're going to generate is a client-side extension archetype, right? And so this will create a sample plugin with basically all the necessary files needed, and then we can walk through that. And then as soon as you've done that, you can do Maven clean install, it'll build, and it'll be a full plugin that you can drag and drop into Che as well on that. So this will do it. You can replace the artifact ID here with one of these other values, and there are different types of plugins you can create. You could create a multi-extension plugin. You could do one that's just on project type, so you got a new project type to Che, like C++, for example. Client extension is a GWT IDE extension. This is a server-side extension, so it gives you the various flavors of that. I'd like to see if my time, okay, 30 minutes. All right, leave that there. How are we doing on the, still building, okay. I'm sorry? Oh no, the building is not affected by that. That's thank you though. The building is affected by the lack of CPU horsepower I've got on this laptop here. So I may have I may already have this directory. Yep, okay. All right. So this directory I have is already the Maven archetype directory. So I'll go ahead and build that as well to get that up to date. great, almost done. All right, so back to my here. Okay, cool. So that'll take a couple more seconds. Any other questions? Are we going? All right. Okay, I'm going to set up, I'm going to remove this, my project type, out of that. And once this is done, I'm going to pre-populate, so we're going to do Maven archetype generate -d archetype catalog equals local. Archetype -d interactive mode is false -d archetype artifact ID equals JClient extension archetype. All right, so once that's done building, then I'll have my generation command ready to go. Good. Okay, that's done. All right, so let's see how still going. Okay. All right, so in here, I'm just going to run that. It's going to go and generate a new project of a plugin type for us. There we go. And now I've got my client extension in here, and that's brand new. And I'm going to start walking us through what's in this source tree to get you acclimated with it. But once I'm in here, I can do a Maven clean install, and that's going to now build my plugin. And while we're checking that, still going. Compilation done. Great. Cool. Excellent. And now that that's done, I could go into the target directory, and in here, of course, is a zip file and a jar file, and I can just drag and drop those directly into Che as well, and that dashboard, and then it'll be ready for that assembly. So that's the process of generating. It's that simple. Now I'm obviously going to walk you through what the tree structure is. Is this one still going? This one is still going. Building the more file now. All right. Cool. So back to the presentation. I'm going to skip that for a second and bring this up. So what's going on inside the plugin? So inside the plugin itself, your plugin is going to have one or more extensions. Those extensions are going to have a gwt.xml file if it is GWT, if it's IDE based, and that is a GWT module, and it says you're going to load, what your extension is going to depend upon. The Che project itself has, in its assembly, there is a file there, ide.gwt.xml, that gets updated to reference your extension, so that when the IDE is built, it's built with all the extensions that are there. And so that ide.gwt.xml is the listing of all those extensions. Inside the Che assembly, there is a Maven POM. It also builds your extension. The Maven POM will list your extension as a module. It also builds the Che IDE. And when the Che IDE is instantiated, it will inject using Gin, which is a form of Google Juice. It's a dependency injection. It will do dependency injection on your Gin modules. So you can specify this, and I'll explain how this is. And then also when the Che runtime boots on the server side, there's another juice injection, some juice module. And so you can perform dependency injection of your classes and other classes here. And so this is for the purposes of configuration. But your actual entry point for the plugin is your extension .java or whatever you've named it here. All this stuff is in our docs, by the way. The docs lay this out pretty clearly. So the Che extension itself, when you get into the Che extension, it's going to have an @extension annotation there. That is our annotation that says, hey, this needs to be compiled in here. And that annotation is also an annotation to Juice. And it tells Juice that the constructor with the @inject property needs to be invoked automatically. So this constructor will be automatically invoked. And then you can put any objects you want into the parameter list. And Juice will also find instances of those objects and instantiate them as well. Right? So you can put your classes in here, or these can be Che classes. And we have a whole library of Che classes. In this case, the icon registry object is a Che class. It's a place to put icons for loading within the IDE. So that will get instantiated for you. And then the AngularJS resources, in this particular case, this is another class that was authored by this developer, and this object will also get instantiated. And then you can start doing your logic here within that method body here. Good. So given that basic knowledge, let me come back to our real example here. So we're in the client extension, going to the source, go to main, and what you're going to see is, sorry, I'm just going to come back here for a second. Yep, okay. Okay, so we've got a Java directory here, and example, so that's the package name. And we've got a very simple my extension, my resources, and my resources.java. So I'm going to sublime my extension here, and let's see, zoom in. Okay. And it has added the add extension here. This title will be the value that shows up in the IDE itself. When you go to Preferences, Windows Preferences, it'll say this is the name of the extension. And it's got a constructor with the @inject. So this will cause the instructor or the constructor to be instantiated when the IDE is booted. It adds in 3 objects: my resources, which is a class that's created here. It adds in an action manager, which is a Che class, and my action, which is a part of this extension. So two that we've written, one from Che's core. And then what it does is the action group is for adding menu items. So this goes through, default creates an action group, registers an action, adds that action to the main menu, registers a second action here to that menu item, and calls it a day on that. We can go to Sublime by resources, which is an object that is instantiated. This is something that extends a client bundle, another GWT concept here, and it registers essentially this file for use to be loaded, the SVG file to be used as a icon. And the last one is my action, which was the custom action that was added into the menu. If you notice here, it's got a just a basic class. Action is a generic class. It's a Che construct. And then we have this constructor here, which itself is given a injection. So this means that we will automatically instantiate this class because it was called by the other constructor. And so we will go in and create a my resources object if it doesn't already exist, and a notification manager object, which is a Che object for managing notifications. Calls the parent, registers the notification method, and then this object is available. So this myAction object is available, and it provides an action performed method. So if I come back to my extension, it created the myAction here. Where did it do that? Here's the myAction object it created here. And then it calls action manager to get action. Yep, in here, and then it registers the myAction class. I'm sorry, my myAction object here on that. So, and when it adds that object, when that menu is called, that menu will invoke the action performed method on that. So dependency injection takes care of instantiating a bunch of objects, which is awesome on that. So that is one base example. The last example I'm going to go into is going to come in here into the docs on the developing plugins. I'm going to give a little bit more of an elaborate breakdown. Oh, that's awful. Let's see. Is that even halfway readable? Okay, great. So when you really get into the zip file itself, the zip file has jars, each under an extensions directory. And so all those extension jars are there. And then in addition to it, it has a machines and a templates. The machines are the Docker files that your plugin are going to need to either do the runners or bind itself in. The templates directory are code templates. Like if you go into the project wizard and say, I'd like to create a new project of this type, that project needs to clone a code template. And so you can provide default code templates for it to use. And there are other resources that are there. But then the plugin has a descriptor file that we automatically generate. So that's the compiled plugin. But when you actually get into the source code representation of this plugin, what we do is we have source test main Java. So all your extensions are under source test main, as you would. But then the machines and templates that go into the root directory are under a Che. Right? So you've got source main Che instead of source main Java. So those are the machines and templates. And then you can also add the README, which is documentation for the plugin, and a builds instructions for that. If you want multiple extensions, each extension gets its own subdirectory in there. So you can have a plugin which is a Maven multi-module project. And it starts to look like this here. That goes to that detail. Now, there are all sorts of things that we can start to get into, but we're running out of time. All the plugins, and I highly encourage you to start poking around if you want to build your own plugins. We have a very active Che developer community on email. But also, if you go to GitHub, under CodeEnvy, there is a Che plugins repository. I'll zoom in. So Che-plugins. And when you go to this repository, all the plugins that we've built for 3.13 are here. So you can, for example, come into Plugin Go, and it's got the extension here. Just going to come into the extension, and this is an extension that's both client side and server side. I'll come into the client side, and here's the actual extension itself, goextension.java. And if I get into this, you can see that it's exactly in the format that we wanted. It has the add extension tag. It's got a title of Go. Here's the public class Go extension, and then the constructor is automatically invoked, right? But in addition to this class, in the injection folder, there is a gin module. So the gin module, if you remember, this is dependency injection that the IDE will automatically invoke. So this will also be automatically invoked when the IDE is loaded. And this gin module has a binder, and it basically registers a custom implementation. My Go, it registers my custom Go project wizard registrar and adds it as a type to project wizard registrar, which is basically our way of saying, if you'd like to have a custom Go wizard added to the project wizard, here's your implementation class, and this implementation class will be added automatically. So now the project wizard will have it there. This is a great way to start getting acclimated with learning how we've built extensions. I would start with really simple ones like Go or C++ and whatnot, but when you're ready to graduate to more of the advanced ones, if our documentation fails because we're still adding to that and improving it, but if you're ready to graduate to something really advanced, go to Plugin Java, and then start taking a look at all the submodules of the Java plugin, particularly Maven and Java itself. Right, and you'll see, kind of the extreme examples of what we're doing on the server side, what we're doing on the client side, and how we add this basic language support to the system there. All right, so with that, that is actually the last kind of detail point I wanted to walk through. I am happy to open it up for any sort of questions here. We are definitely trying to build a larger community with this. We definitely want to get more people involved. There's about 40 to 50 people involved now. There's a lot of work that's going on. You'll probably see anywhere from like 30 to 50 commits each week on it. So it's pretty substantial in that regard. We are happy to take all your ideas of what's going on. I think the last thing I'll say, the roadmap here for Che over the next 3 months, in about a month, we have an Electron packaging come out. I don't know if you know what Electron is, but Electron allows you to take a server and the browser, and it wraps it all into one install, and then it puts an icon on the desktop. So it'll feel like a desktop application, but it actually manages the server behind the scenes, and the user just opens the app or closes the app, and the server lifecycle is tied to that. And so it also comes with an installer for Mac and Windows as well on that. So that's going to be there. And one of the things we're working hard on is, you saw that because of the Docker dependency underneath, we're working to be able to install Docker or Docker machine and manage the boot of those machines. So if you're on Windows or Mac and you've never even heard of Docker and you just want to use it, we're working to put all that automation into the system. A huge amount of work going into Che 4. We hope to be complete beta with Che 4 before the end of this calendar year. There's a lot of stuff that needs to happen. The big things that are happening in Che 4 now is that you saw that the terminal and the output windows were on like separate tabs. That's kind of silly. All that stuff's going to get consolidated into one view, so you can edit code, terminal, and outputs all without having to move itself around. We've got some really elegant designs on that. Another thing that we really would like to get to, we need some community help, is that the Orion project at Eclipse has phenomenal JavaScript and HTML tooling support, and we'd like to take all their tooling and put it into the server side and make that tooling available within this experience for JavaScript and HTML files. We need some community help with that. Let's see, other things. We have an OpenShift plugin coming. We're working with Red Hat on that. So if you're going to use OpenShift, which is their new PaaS, when that installs, there will be a Che bundle pre-assembled with OpenShift. You just download that Che bundle, and it'll be pre-wired against that OpenShift. So you can create OpenShift projects. You can take your projects from Che and move them into OpenShift and import OpenShift projects back in, and just manage the image lifecycle on that. All the plugins that you build here, if you ever were interested in, these plugins 100% deploy into CodeIndy. So CodeIndy has a cloud system at codeindy.com and also CodeIndy on-prem. So we have big accounts. You can deploy it on your own hardware in your own private cloud. You can create custom CodeIndy assemblies that are elastic with your own plugins as well. And we've done that with some really interesting vendors. One is a company called Youth Digital. They teach kids aged 8 to 14 how to program in Java by having them mod Minecraft servers. And they do it all in the cloud. And they basically created all these kind of custom plugins. And then they use the factory ability to let the students just go in and then they basically do their work, run the Minecraft thing, and move out of that. And that's on their own installation as well. That's how we make money, is ultimately on the kind of the enterprise infrastructure side. And I think that's about it. So thank you all for hanging out for 2 hours. That's like crazy cool. So thank you for that. And if you got any questions, I'm going to hang out. I'm here at the conference all week long as well. But thank you guys.
Question.
Yes.
You spoke about OpenShift PaaS.
Yes.
So are you bringing in PaaS like Cloud Foundry or Bluemix as PaaS environment?
Yeah, so like if you actually use CodeIndy online, we have Google App Engine support, and the way we looked at it is how do we sync your workspace environment with the remote PaaS environment? And so the basic capabilities are, one, you need an authentication mechanism to that PaaS. Then you need to be able to discover the applications that are already on that PaaS, import them into your workspace so that you now have a local environment, or if you have push your applications into that, and then ongoing kind of administrative connections. We do that for Google App Engine today really well, but the reason we're working with Red Hat on OpenShift is that with OpenShift it's a pure container environment. Every OpenShift application is a set of containers. And so we are big supporters of the belief that your development environment should be a perfect replica of the production environment. And so if you saw with what we're doing with machines and environments, we are slowly building up the idea that behind the scenes, your development environment is just this abstraction on a bunch of containers or machines that you're running. And so ultimately, if you've got a really complex OpenShift HA system, you should be able to just grab that, remove the HA and the security and the other stuff out of it, and run it identically in the development environment, but to the developer it still feels like editor debugger on that. And so we're working hard, and if we can get to that point, then what happens is developers just work and work and work and work, they push a button and it is production ready at that point in time. And so that's kind of, we're big believers in that philosophy. Yeah.
I looked at CloudIndy previously. One of the concerns was the GWT tech that drives the UI.
Yeah.
Maybe you covered this earlier in the presentation.
Yeah.
But is that a support concern going on? I thought that maybe Google wasn't.
Yeah. So his question was because we did all the UI in GWT, there's a couple of concerns that come up frequently. One is Google supporting GWT? The second is, some people say I don't want to write my UI in Java. I'd rather do it in JavaScript. So I have a couple answers to that. So one, Google, phenomenal support for GWT. They've done releases every year. They've got a big roadmap for 3.0. It's a very impressive roadmap. Google themselves have substantial products that are entirely based upon GWT. So that's one non-issue there. I think the bigger concern with GWT is that you saw that the compilation, how long it took to take the plugin and compile it to assembly. So if you get into rapid iterative development, you have to use a super dev mode. So GWT has super dev mode, and you kind of have to set up your IDE. Che4 will support super dev mode of GWT. We'll automatically set that up. So you create the plugin, and then when you have that, you can get incremental compilation and testing of that. That's kind of a pain in the ass. So there's two solutions that we're exploring for that. One, we are hopefully trying to do a partnership with Vaadin. We think that we can convert this to a Vaadin framework, and then if you do that, then all the coding is on the server side, and there's no need to recreate new assemblies. So you create one assembly once, that's the end of it, and then all your edits are automatically dynamically deployed on it. That would be cool. The other thing is that SAP has written a pure JavaScript IDE for Che as well. So they actually took Che, so SAP, inside of the SAP HANA Cloud, they have taken Che. They started working with it about 1.5 years ago. It powers all their on-demand developer environments for their customers, like BMW and Siemens and whatnot. And they didn't want to use this particular IDE, so they wrote a JavaScript IDE, and they're in the process of working with us to open source that. And so ultimately, I think maybe by the end of 2016, we'll actually have two IDEs, a pure JavaScript one and the core one here as well. So that's another way to deal with that. Yeah, cool. Yeah.
I have a question. It's related to performance or to resources, no?
Yeah.
So we have three areas. So the browser out of the context, the machines out. Okay, I mean, we will need to support as many machines as needed, and it will depend on the environment. But what about the Chef server itself?
The Che server.
Yeah. So the Chef server, how many resources or typically how many users can we support concurrently on a typical medium instance in AWS or something similar? Just average servers.
So it gets a lot higher with Che4 versus Che3 because Che3 was doing a lot of work in the Che server. But to give you a sense, when we run CodeNV at scale, we support about 400 to 800 concurrent users on a single Che server there. The big bottleneck on a system like this will never be the Che server, it's always going to be the machines. The machines, because they're going to be CPU and memory constrained, that's where the bottleneck's going to run into.
Okay, so we can say simply that if you have dimensioned your environment to support all the machines as you need, you're okay.
You're going to be fine. It's not going to be Che that gets in your way.
Okay, good thinking.
Yeah.
Is there any chance for a developer to work on a project in an alternative IDE and to synchronize somehow with cloud?
Yes. His question was, is it possible to use another IDE and then to synchronize the project? Yeah. In fact, we did last year we did a prototype Eclipse plugin. So it was a plugin for the Eclipse IDE that would do the same sorts of things that our dashboard would do. It would connect to the remote workspace, synchronize your projects, and then once it was in the Eclipse IDE, you could do local build, local run, or remote build, remote run, where it triggers that in the workspace managed by Che. And then the outputs would all be synchronized in. That works for 3. We haven't ported it to 4 yet, but that sort of plugin experience, you can put it in Sublime, you can put it in IntelliJ, and whatnot like that as well.
Sorry, about IntelliJ, do you have any plans for IntelliJ plugin?
If we can get the JetBrains guys to help us, that would be nice. Yeah, we're as you can imagine, of our 40 engineers, like 80% of them tend to be on trying to stabilize and improve the quality and performance of the system. So we get resource constrained when it starts getting into things like plugins to other stuff, because those projects, they're all doable. We know it. We have prototypes, but prototyping is where we get a little constrained. All right, thank you guys.
All right, cool.
Okay. Let's see. When's the next session in here start? How much time do we know? 11? Okay, so like at 30 minutes. Okay. Hey.
We're using Spring Source Tool Suite. I
Ye-
guess you do the same sort of thing as you're talking about with Eclipse, right?
Yeah. In what regard?
To make it work with Shake.
Oh yeah, it'd be fine. Yeah, because Spring Source Tool Suite is it Maven? It's all Maven based.
It's basically Eclipse with a few plugins and extensions to accommodate Spring.
To accommodate Spring. So we wouldn't have like all those same sort of plugins and extensions, but the Spring projects themselves are going to import just fine. They're going to build. We built this using obviously Maven, so
Yeah, it uses Maven.
Yeah.
It's just like WebLogic has something very similar to this. It's basically Eclipse with some plugins
Yeah.
and extensions to accommodate WebLogic.
Well, we're essentially where Eclipse was at in 2001. So they had built the IDE, and then they had built the RCP, and then they had to work in the ecosystem, and then eventually the vendors would pick it up and start adding their own plugin sets. And so we're doing a good job with that. Like we've got vendors like SAP and Huawei and Red Hat, but we're still early stages, right? But that's where we're at, and obviously we have the same sorts of visions that most IDE vendors have, which is how to engage as many of the the platform vendors as possible to deliver their tool chain on this. The big advantage we have is that once they've ported their tool chain into a system like this, they can do the original thing we had, which is with the URL, and just click the URL and go on that.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah. SVN? Yeah, built in. Yeah, there's built in.
Yeah, we've just started rolling out Bitbucket, so.
Yeah, there's an SVN plugin. We did a good job with it.
Okay.
So, because some of our customers have SVN, and so, yeah.
Yeah, being a big corporation, you're behind on implementing some of the newer stuff.
That's right. Oh, totally get it.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, man.
Hi.
Hey.
Quick question. So, I'm being a bit optimistic, and I'm actually thinking of moving on my whole developer base onto like a cloud development platform. No, my reasoning is, if you have a look at a typical developer workstation,
Yeah.
probably going to cost you a couple of $1,000s.
Yeah, that's right.
And I'm thinking about moving the developer specs to like low-end machines and investing rather in the cloud platform.
Sure.
Do you have customers that have done that or thinking about it?
Do you mind if I set up?
Yeah, go ahead. It's all yours. That's the machine. This is mine here.
This is my machine.
Yeah. Oh, that's
I'm not using that.
right. We have. Fidelity is a customer of ours. You're going to need this as well.
Thanks.
Fidelity is a customer of ours. CCCIS, which is a government institution, they do like big WebLogic and Oracle installs. They've moved over. So we have. That's why we have the on-prem install, right? So you install it, you maintain it.
Yes.
Yeah, you provide all your own resources with it, and you onboard your developers and run it. And then every time we do a release to our public cloud, that release is also made available to the on-prem installs. And so you do the same, just upgrade your install, and as we keep advancing it, then your on-prem install can be advanced with it as well. We even do, our company will even do the administration, like remote administration, if he wants to, and the upgrades and the configuration and all that sort of stuff.
So this would be possible.
Yeah, it's absolutely possible. Yeah, there's real people out there doing it. It's not perfect, but once you're converted over and you're doing it, people understand the vision and they see the future of it. It eliminates that development bootstrap.
Yeah, no.
Thanks for the invite. This is great.
Yeah.
I really appreciate it. So I got a build going and everything. I've done some trouble system on that, getting the runner going. But
Hey, no, brother Nate.
how are you doing?
You performed. You presented yesterday, yeah?
Yeah. Where can I plug this?
Anywhere's fine. Yeah.
go.
Oh, is this your converter right here?
Actually, no. I want to be up on the lectern.
HDMI?
Yep.
You have a clicker?
I don't need a clicker. Thanks.
Can you just show my slides for a second? Hey. Yes. Yes.
How
you doing? Good to see you. How's your project going?
It's excellent. We're
Really?
moving up to NetBeans 801 now.
What are you doing here? We're talking about JavaScript.
Well,
You
we
shouldn't
get to
care.
do web services stuff, dude. It's good to see you, man.
Me too. Hey, I'm good. Hope you're okay. Lots of demos. There's a million ways this can all go wrong. So. It's a full room though.
283 last time I looked. Pretty rich.
One thing I've been experiencing which is very unfortunate. And, my slides have been crashing sometimes. Yeah, the slideshow. Anyway, so these are the slides. Should you be included in this? No. Are you sure? Sure. Yeah. You you can entertain them with juggling balls.
I like that one.
Yeah, you see. Yeah. You can entertain them with juggling balls when the slides crash. This is an image from the slides you sent.
Yeah, I stole those from the DVT set.
Okay, so
Katia will be happy. I stole them from her.
So sometimes suddenly the slides crash, and it's going to be really awkward when it happens.
Put my stuff on the chair.
Yeah, I want to show you the jet part. There's some slides on that. So tip 3 is to compare CSS versus JavaScript. I'll do a demo here to show you.
Hi, Mike. This is Carl.
And then there's a long list of stuff about all the different icons and logos and so on.
Yeah, I need the password. Yeah. Capital T. It's not let.
The slides switch
It's not
very
letting
slowly.
me put any letters.
I'm very tired of open office. You know, I've had so many problems with this.
It hasn't been behaving itself. Huh?
No.
Yeah.
And that's all I got on my laptop as well. Okay, so
Okay, sounds good.
tip 5. Okay, so then incorporate modularity.
At 11, yeah, and oh, do I just do the Control Delete? No, that's not working. It's not working.
It's very true.
And then incorporate frameworks. And then I'll talk about Jet. And here's a slide on Jet. I have the page ready to show as well. And then also the talks on it. Cool. And the tweets. Okay, that's what I wanted to show. And then it goes on. I'll talk a little bit about JukeScript.
Oh, good.
For anyone who wants to.
Is Jardy here this year? Did he come?
No.
No.
Okay, that's it.
Okay.
So it works.
Yeah, it works. It made it through.
Most of it. But anyway, so that's what I'm doing about Jet. So it's,
Yeah, if anybody has questions at the end and you want me to answer, I'll be glad to answer.
Yeah, sure.
Other than just here for moral support.
That's good.
Yeah, we're going to get our first really public talk about it, other than what you talked about on Sunday. Because I noticed that you had mentioned it in your like NetBeans Day or something. Somebody said something about Jet in NetBeans Day because all of a sudden the Twitter feed just started lighting up. We're up to 77 followers now, or something like that.
Okay.
But it'll get announced at Open World today, which Chris Tonis is.
So it's okay for me to talk about it now?
Oh no. Yeah, it's all out there and ready to go. Hell, I spent 5.5, 6 hours at booth duty yesterday talking about it. So. It's definitely out there.
no, we're not. No, no, no.
Okay.
Of course, I saw that message.
Oh, you did?
I
Okay.
did. No, we're not using anything from there.
It's the first time I'm seeing it.
Yeah, I saw it.
Made me think for a minute. Am I using it?
Oh, this is up and running. One of you do this?
Sorry?
So do one of you do this? Somebody got this broken? No?
Didn't touch it.
Hey Mike, so yeah, they must have done something on the network because I'm up and running now. Yeah. Sounds good. Okay, cool. Okay, sounds good. Alright.
Hey, Gertrude, is that your coffee by any chance?
What?
Right here, is this your coffee?
No.
Yeah. This is under the chair, and you're there.
It starts at 11, isn't it?
Oh yeah, no, I'm saying so when you're ready to
Oh,
go,
yeah.
there's a button right here, number 3.
Okay.
You just have to hit the 3, and it switches over to your signal.
Okay.
Right now we're on 1.
Okay.
too, so we're trying to tell everybody to stay on the mic as much as possible.
smoothly for you? I guess we'll find out, right? You can switch it for me.
So 3 is correct, yeah. You did something earlier when you were
Just do it whatever.
going through your settings where you got rid of the image. So it might be in your settings. Are you mirroring?
Not change anything. No. I haven't changed anything. Nothing. No. Okay, I've got it.
Oh, you went down a little bit? There you are.
Am I? 1 second. Thank you. Okay, good morning. We're going to get started. Thank you very much for coming. Clearly this topic is of great interest to many people. HTML5 and JavaScript clients in an enterprise application world. My name is Geert-Jan Wielenga. I'm a product manager in Oracle, and I want to share some thoughts on the new world of JavaScript and how new it is and how useful it is and what we can do with it and what the problems might be. Hopefully there'll be some time at the end for discussion, but we'll see how we go. Somebody told me recently that when you're born, the world that you find around you is what you consider to be the default state of things. And that the world that you see around you between the age of 15 and 35 is new and exciting and something to be embraced. And the world that you find when you are around the age of 45 is a world that you should resist at all costs and fight. So I'm looking around and I'm seeing a significant number of people falling into the last category. And I want to, honestly approach this topic and see what we can learn from it and what we can do with it, and if it is really a world only relevant for small apps and toys and the like. Because the world is quite scary, of course, for many people. There is this massive chasm of scary stuff that is kind of undefined and volatile and in constant flux that we find ourselves confronting as soon as we take a step out of our comfortable Java world with its very clearly specified everything and its libraries and its ecosystem and its discussions and its 20 years of existence. Suddenly all of those things that we might have thought as being signs of things grinding along suddenly appear to be something that is really excellent and something that we're now missing in this world that we find ourselves in the JavaScript ecosystem. So what is this world, and what does it consist of, and why is it even there, and what can we do with it as serious developers? So first of all, I would suggest that where we are right now is based on 3 developments that are very closely related to each other. And the first of these, and none of these are surprising, but just to mention them, the first of these, the fact that there are now multiple different devices and multiple different screen sizes. The whole topic of responsive design would be completely irrelevant and has been completely irrelevant up to this point because we've always had the same resolution to deal with. But now we have all these different kinds of devices, mobile devices, iPads, tablets, and whatnot. And so now we need to deal with the reality that our app could be deployed to and used in a whole range of different, with a whole range of different screen sizes, and we need to program our applications appropriately and find ready-made solutions, if possible, for dealing with this reality. With the same image, but a different header here, kind of closely related to this, the browser is everywhere. It's maybe an obvious thing to say, but worth stating, the browser is everywhere. As a Java developer, I'd always thought that the JVM would be everywhere, and that's true to a large degree, but on the front end, if you're doing front-end development, this is why JavaScript is so interesting to so many people, because the browser is everywhere on all of those different multiple devices that are out there. So is there an easier way to approach all of those devices than to use JavaScript? Probably not. And this explains where we found ourselves. Related to that also is a third point I'd like to put into this category of factors is the single-page application. And this is very closely tied to the other 2 factors because if you're aware that the user of your application is going to have problems with bandwidth and battery life and the like, then the less navigation you have in your application and the simpler it is and the more focused it is on doing one particular thing, the better for your end user. So all the frameworks that we had in the past in the Java world, a lot of them were really focused on navigation between pages and about different components and how to get from one to the other and those kinds of things. And these, the whole question of navigation, eats up your battery life, and the best navigation is maybe no navigation and keeping everything simple. And so the whole topic of spas is, very current. And so this also means that the applications that are being created tend to be a lot simpler than before and much more focused on one particular function. Selling a product, reserving a room, and those kinds of things. So I would say that these 3 factors underpin the increasing popularity over the past years of JavaScript, and also the innovation that you have seen happening in that space. In the past, you would wake up every other week and find that there's a new server-side Java framework, and that isn't happening anymore. Instead, every other day there's a new JavaScript framework that solves some problem and offers to be the completely best and new and greatest solution until the next day when there's another JavaScript framework promising the same thing. So that innovation that we used to see on the Java server side is now happening a lot on the JavaScript side. So I'd like to approach a response to this reality from the point of view of 10 tips. So I'd like to leave you with 10 tips, and that's really the main part of this story, focused around 4 different themes. So I'd first like to suggest that you should see HTML very differently and CSS very differently to what you might think before we even look at JavaScript. And then once we've done that, we could actually look at JavaScript in a different way and to what you might traditionally think JavaScript to be. So to start off with, the very first tip, tip number 1, do you resist the hype? I really think you really need to consider the use cases, where the application that you're creating is being used. Think about things like the fact that if you're creating an air traffic control system behind the firewall, there's no one out there waiting to do their air traffic control management on a mobile device. There are so many use cases where you simply do need a large screen size and where you discover that all the users of the application are sitting in exactly the same room with each other. And they're doing some very heavy data processing and visualization. Do ask yourself whether simply keeping with the old tools and techniques that you've had in the past is not the way to go. And what you'll find actually, and I've seen this quite a lot, is that it's normally the management of your user group, your target user, that is pushing for a web-based solution, but not the users themselves. And this is, of course, a very sad situation that we're in. So it's on your side as a developer that your managers are pushing you to write web-based and mobile-oriented applications. And on the side of the users, it's their management saying, we really need to have a web-based solution here, because that's the cool thing, and we really need to move off the desktop. But in reality, neither you nor the actual user of the application has that interest at heart. So I would suggest a tip 1A. Consider as a compromise supplementing the existing system with one of these modern technologies. So the air traffic control system continues to be exactly where it is. However, you add a mobile app to it so that urgent notifications can be sent to the air traffic control users of that system, a web app so that the management can see high-level statistics. So there are ways of integrating existing systems into this new technology world without necessarily rewriting everything and throwing everything away. You can add and integrate using mobile apps and web apps while remaining squarely in the place where the application should really be. So that would be my very first tip. Do resist where it doesn't make sense. And of course, where it does make sense, it's a good thing to go down this route. And the second point I'd like to make is HTML5 is completely different to what you might think it is. So originally, HTML was obviously all about documents. And you might think, okay, so what I'm saying is completely well known. It is completely well known that HTML5 offers video and audio and multimedia type functionality, but did you know that it also offers application type functionality? So including validation and error handling and full-blown components that I want to show you something of in a very short demo in a moment. So there's a host of new elements that are really not focused only at video and multimedia and those kinds of things, but that are also focused on true application development. And this comes from the basic principles of what HTML5 is all about. So these are the principles of the latest HTML specification, that the new features in HTML should be based on HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, that as far as possible there should be no Flash or other plugins involved, that error handling should be simpler than it was before, that there should be more focus on markup, and understandably that HTML5 should be device independent. And related to that is the concept of shadow DOM. So a shadow DOM provides a separation between the content and the presentation of an HTML element. Whereas in the past, this might have been expressed via a plugin or via some scripting or something like that. This is now a new way of composing HTML elements, including the HTML elements that are in the HTML5 specification. So I want to show you something very quickly, and if you're not aware of this, this will be pretty interesting to see. So I'll create an awesome app, and here it is. And in this awesome app, I'm going to add a new HTML5 component. So here is something called a data list. Now, data list provides a full-blown code completion drop-down type functionality and auto-completion. So first of all, we have here a native HTML element called label, which is also new in HTML5. We have the standard input element that was always there in HTML, but what's included is a new attribute called list. So this is new in HTML5. So list attribute is used to identify an element that lists predefined options suggested to the user. And because in this data list element here, which is also new in HTML5, the ID is country, this data list is connected to this input element. And therefore, in my, I'm going to have, when I see this in the browser, a drop-down, and when I type in it, there will automatically be completion provided for me by the data list element. So let's do that. So I run this, and here it is. And here's my country field, and here's the input. And when I start typing, so you can see these are the items that are in that list. So when I start typing, immediately you can see that the filtering is built into this. So if you have in your websites, web apps, whatever, created this kind of functionality via various kinds of libraries that are available, jQuery or whatever, this is now natively part of HTML. There's nothing you need to do for that except use the native HTML elements. So in this step, really look at HTML5 as providing an application framework with pre-built components that provide this really cool functionality. So another example is the required. So this is for some validation. So let's look in the browser. What is your favorite movie? We click submit. And then you can see here, please fill out this field. And that please fill out this field is there simply because we have this attribute required added. Now this is, you could say, okay, this is small stuff, but this is completely new in HTML and gives you the foundation for creating much more powerful applications without including a whole bunch of libraries. And there are more like that. But so this tip would be, take a look at what HTML is now offering you and make use of what it natively provides. The third tip, what everyone knows about CSS in the CSS3 specification, so in the latest specification, is that it is all about multimedia and about providing media queries. So you can say, if the screen width is like this, then show this, and if not, then show that. But what is interesting is that what the media queries in CSS do is they hide DOM elements from the view. They hide them. They don't load and unload them dynamically on the fly, which is what various JavaScript libraries do. So I want to show you in a very quick demo that instead of benefiting from the responsive design that CSS offers and the cool thing that people find about CSS being the media queries, you can just as well use JavaScript for it, and JavaScript does it actually better. So I'm going to make use of a small app that is online. It's a template that is on GitHub. It's called Solid Knockout, and it's basically a template that provides a basic structure for working with enterprise JavaScript. Probably have it here. And here it is. So here is this template, and I'm going to open this in the browser, and you will not like what it looks like because it's really ugly, but the point is to show you something here. And once it starts up, okay. So this is supposedly a Coca-Cola site, but the point of this is, okay, so we have now this application at full screen size, full screen resolution, but if you make it smartphone portrait, you'll see that the Coca-Cola bottle and the logo go away, and that this text you are using a large resolution would change. So, as you can see, now using a small resolution. However, let's inspect what is actually going on live in the DOM. So I'm going to make it large again. So I click on this in the browser, and I can see in this live DOM inspector what is available in the DOM at this point in time. So here is the bottle, here is the logo in the bottom left, and here is the B tag. So now we switch this to the smaller resolution, and you can see that the bottle is still there, and the logo is gone. So look at the bottle, what's going on here, and what we can see here is that media queries are used. So this is CSS. It just hides the element from the view. It's still in the DOM. You can see it's still in the DOM. The other one, when I make it larger again, we can see it again because it's back now, is this logo. And we go to the source, and what you can see here is a little bit of knockout. So here's a knockout data binding, and here we have an if not, which comes from knockout, and here is a condition. If not, we are small. We look in here, and there is some logic here. So expressed in JavaScript via a framework called response.js, there are breakpoints. So here are the breakpoints defined. And here we're saying, if this particular breakpoint is hit, then set that condition to true, and otherwise set it to false. And based on that, we either show or hide our logo. So here's a tip. Take a look at response.js, responsejs.com, JavaScript responsive design. But there's a second example, and that is that text that changes. And it changes, again, not because of CSS, but because of this bit of HTML, which comes from a framework called Foundation Interchange. So via Foundation Interchange, what you can see here on line 32 to 34, we can specify which fragment, so these are pointers to an HTML file in our project, should be shown under the conditions of the breakpoint. So here's this small, medium, and large. And this is made possible by this data interchange, which comes from Foundation. And so the tip there would be to take a look at foundation.zurb.com. And part of their great solutions is this interchange functionality. So that's tip number 3. Don't buy the whole CSS media query story immediately without looking at what JavaScript can do, especially since JavaScript can, on the fly, add and remove DOM elements, which CSS doesn't do. Okay, so then once you get to the point where you're looking at actual frameworks, there's, of course, a plethora of possibilities. And the one that one normally gets to very quickly within the first 3 minutes is Angular. And Angular has a very large ecosystem, and it's very well established. And there's a whole community around it. There are many libraries around it. It's been there for a while. It's well supported, and so on. And this is really the framework approach. So if you like taking a framework and working with that framework, then Angular is definitely a good choice. The other approach always, as in any ecosystem or library or language, is to assemble your own infrastructure. Instead of taking the Angular, the entire Angular stack, assembling your own. And there are many options in this space if you're going to do that. You might consider Angular being too heavy, and you would rather pick and choose the libraries that are relevant for your specific needs. So you would start by looking at these libraries first of all, because these are the most basic JavaScript libraries on top of the JavaScript language. So prototype, Dojo, jQuery, and MooTools, actively being developed to various extents. So that's always the question to ask, of course. But these would be the initial ones that you would need to look at in assembling your own framework, basically. And also, at some point, you need to evaluate which of the build systems you're going to use. So if you're new to the JavaScript ecosystem, instead of Ant or Maven, you would investigate Grunt. And just when you're happily using Grunt, everyone will tell you, no, that's old. Last week you need to use Gulp, because Gulp is the new Grunt. And it turns out that Brunch is the new Gulp. So in case you didn't know that, and in case you're very excited about Gulp, take a look at Brunch, because it does everything so much better than Gulp. Then you need to look at the front end, and Angular provides a complete front end solution. But on the alternative route, you would take a look at
most typically Backbone and Ember and Knockout initially and Meteor. These also are front-end frameworks that provide solutions as well. We'll look a bit more at that in a second, because then you're going to go to Indeed.com or someplace like that, and you type in all of these names to see which is the most popular. But be careful, because the fact that something is most popular on Indeed.com or something like that only tells you how interested people are in a particular framework, which doesn't necessarily mean that they're using it. There's no way that any site can tell you what people are actually using in real life, unless someone has actually gone and interviewed thousands of people or something like that. But these sites are very misleading, I would say. They indicate what kinds of searches have been done online, what people are looking for, and certainly Angular is up there in terms of popularity, and people are researching it. So it's definitely an attractive option. Backbone would be a strong focus on MVC. It would be its main advantage. Knockout focuses very specifically on two-way data binding, whereas the Angular approach is the all-in-one angle. Now, if we were to look at what Knockout specifically focuses on, there's a bunch of handy tutorials on the Knockout site. So it's very narrowly focused on data binding. So what that means is two-way data binding. We have here 3 input elements, and we have this attribute data bind that you saw a little bit already. And we are binding a property in our view model. So here's a property called first name and last name and full name, which is computed from the first name and last name, and they are bound to input elements and the span element in our view. And that's it. And that's really what Knockout focuses on binding a view to a model and using the standard elements in HTML to express the view, and using JavaScript to express the business logic. And nowadays as well, the new thing to look at in this context is React. React is very popular. Facebook is behind it and has come out with React some time ago already. And I've been at a number of conferences where people were saying, no, we're not doing Angular at all anymore. We really like React now. And so there seems to be some kind of switch to React, which means that you need to go down a whole different rabbit hole, because there's a whole range of frameworks and libraries and solutions that fit into the React ecosystem. It has its own community with its own solutions yet to go. So that's something that you'll hear about a lot when you're investigating these things, that in addition to Angular as a solution, there's also React to look at. Then, on top of all of that, on top of these base libraries, you will have component libraries. And what's interesting is a component library provided by PrimeFace and also by Kendo, which are traditionally known as providing JSF components. So definitely an indication of a change in technology space, that the providers of component libraries in Java or for JSF are now providing those same kind of components for JavaScript. So there's jQuery UI, very popular, and there's Ignite and UE and Kendo UI and PrimeFaces to explore. Then, as in Java, there's a whole range of unit testing and integration testing frameworks to examine. If you're in the Angular space, then Protractor would be an obvious one, which is really nice about Angular, that it's got an ecosystem with libraries and solutions that fit into that ecosystem. And Protractor comes out of the same organization. Since you're in the JavaScript space, you're probably there because you want to do something with mobile devices. So there are also mobile solutions. There's the option to use Cordova, or as it was known, PhoneGap, to convert your JavaScript application to a native application. So then a native wrapper is created by Cordova around your JavaScript to make it a native Android app or a native iOS app. And there is jQuery Mobile and a bunch of other mobile solutions. So jQuery Mobile on top of jQuery. And what's also really nice to examine if you're doing anything with JavaScript and mobile is the Ionic framework. Ionic framework provides a whole bunch of components and easy ways of working with mobile applications written in JavaScript. And kind of miscellaneous topic, but very important, you'll hear about this all the time, Yeoman, Bower, and Node. So Node giving you the possibility to go full JavaScript Bower, something like Maven in the sense of getting your dependencies, and Yeoman for scaffolding and generating your basic infrastructure at the start of your application. Very useful is, as a tip, is to definitely incorporate modularity. So this is something that we've been wanting forever as an official part of Java. And once you enter the JavaScript space, you will see that there are modularity solutions for you to try out there. Require.js being the more popular one at the moment. Also, take a look at abstractions, and by that I mean you don't need to type bare HTML, CSS, JavaScript. There are things around it, so you can use something called Emmet. Instead of typing HTML, there's a sort of sub-language in Emmet that generates HTML snippets for you, and Sass and Less you would use with CSS, and there's CoffeeScript and TypeScript as alternatives for JavaScript. Now, you can see there are many different options, many different libraries, possibility of going down the wrong track and finding yourself stuck with a library that's no longer being supported. So tip number 7 is really don't worry about this ecosystem's volatility, except if you do. If you do worry about it, this is maybe not the place for your system. This is a system this ecosystem is constantly changing. Constantly new features are being added, new libraries are being written, but I think the point is that a large majority of the applications written in the JavaScript ecosystem are kind of small to medium size. I'm not yet seeing or hoping to discover an air traffic control system written in JavaScript, for example. So these really large scientific monitoring type systems, typically one would not find in this space. It's more the kind of application that's written quickly and brought to market and used, and it's in production, and then when there are new features a year or so later, rather than adding those features to the existing application, what often happens is that a completely new application is written from scratch. And knowing that in the back of your mind, that when there is a new feature request in the future, a new application will be written, would kind of lead you to write code that doesn't necessarily need to be maintained, because maintainability isn't a major concern in this space. So sometimes this results in JavaScript code not being so well written and well structured, but on the other hand, sometimes that doesn't really matter because things are changing and new frameworks and libraries are coming in all the time. So I'm curious, does anyone here know what WANTA stands for? Okay, you're about to find out. From write once, run anywhere to write once and never touch again. And again, this is not necessarily a critique or a negative thing. It's not sarcastic or whatever. It's just really a lot of these applications need to be written once, used for real purposes or demo purposes, and then you move on to the next app. What's also really a useful thing to want to do is to evaluate what large corporations are doing in this JavaScript space with these different libraries that are available. So Google has a solution, ING has a solution. It was very interesting. I saw a couple of sessions at conferences in Europe where ING presented component libraries that they had created on top of Angular. And this framework, it's open source, it's on GitHub, called Spectingular, is used internally at ING to create their banking software. And if you want to have the same kind of look and feel and the same kind of components as you'll find in ING sites, you would use this. And Salesforce has a solution, and IBM has a solution. And there is now also, and here it is, a solution by Oracle. And it's actually announced this week, and it's almost not been mentioned anywhere yet. But there is a JavaScript framework that's been worked on for the last 2 years internally within Oracle and has been used for a number of the Oracle sites. So the mobile cloud service site and the IoT cloud service site and the various sites that have been built up, various applications to present services to users have been built in a framework called Jet. So this is how it is referred to, Oracle Jet. The JavaScript extension toolkit, and it takes the approach of using open source libraries as a basis and then adding Oracle-specific components to it. So this is basically the story. Jet empowers developers by providing a modular toolkit. So it's modular out of the box. It has accessibility built in, which large organizations need. It has internationalization built in. It's built on top of Knockout, on top of Require, on top of jQuery, jQuery UI. And then there are a bunch of data-like components or graphs and maps and charts, which are really hard to do, and you normally need to get some off-the-shelf product and pay for it. But this is all part of the same infrastructure. And it's really focused on developers who are creating intermediate to larger applications. And there's a URL, there's a site where you can go and you can see this, oraclejet.org. And there's a YouTube channel, there's a Twitter handle, there are demos, there's a cookbook with examples to get started with. And it's proven in the sense that it's been used internally for a whole bunch of sites that have been developed at Oracle. So there are samples. There's a cookbook with starting points for working with this. So how this looks, so there's a getting started template, and what this gives you out of the box without doing anything else is, let's see, here it is. So out of the box, you get, once I run it, no, this is not the one. Yes, I wanted to show another one first. Okay, so let's run this one first. This is a slightly more advanced, so it's got the starting point. So the simplest template gives you a starting point with these links and tabs and so on. And it also, this chart is just part of Jet, so charts and maps and graphs, and this is really simple to create. And the more advanced application that's also available as a sample is called the Work Better app, and looks like this. Once it's loaded. So there's a complete example, and built into it is modularity, so it uses Require, and it uses responsive design, so the same principles from Foundation Interchange are built into this. So you can see that as soon as we switch from one resolution to the other, automatically everything resizes itself to fit the screen size. So accessibility, internationalization, modularity, based on Knockout, based on jQuery, and such. So there's also a bunch of sessions about this. There's one this afternoon and there's one tomorrow about this new framework. There's a hands-on lab. There are two sessions, two hands-on labs, one tomorrow and the other the next day, and you can get introduced to this solution. There is a final tip to briefly explore, and that is the fact that you could look at JavaScript as being assembly language rather than a language that you want to code in yourself. The Jet solution and the solutions by the other organizations assume that you're still going to be writing in JavaScript. However, the fact that the browser needs JavaScript, that JavaScript is the language of the browser, does not necessarily mean that it is a language that you need to code in. You could simply see it as assembly language because JavaScript is tied directly to a particular architecture, and it is a low-level programming language in the way that assembly language is in other cases too. So when you look at assembly language, you might not think, JavaScript fits into this picture. But when you look at JavaScript, again, it does look a lot like assembly language. And it might not be something that you would want to code by hand yourself. So if you prefer taking the other route where you're not using JavaScript in your coding practice, you could look at transpilers. And even the strongest supporters, including the inventor of JavaScript itself, have talked about JavaScript being assembly language. It's not a derogatory comment. It's just the way that JavaScript is. It's tied to the browser. It's the language in the browser. So there are a range of different transpilers, source-to-source compilers that you might want to use and to explore. and CoffeeScript and TabScript are kind of in that space and are kind of well known. Dart, where that is at the moment, is kind of questionable. Grit and Varden are the most popular way to approach the JavaScript problem without needing to code in JavaScript. And I want to talk especially about JukeScript, because this offers something comparable to Varden, but is probably new to you. So JukeScript is a solution that you can find when you go to jukescript.com, which I have somewhere. Here it is, jukescript.com, and it's supported. There's a company behind it in Germany, Jukehoff. And what it is about is enabling you to write the business logic of your application directly in Java. So the idea here is that you can, on all the different devices, there is some kind of VM available. So there's Delvik on Android. There's RoboVM on iOS. There's JukeScript's own transpiler from Java to JavaScript available for the web. On the desktop, there's a hotspot. And for the view, on the view, we have JavaFX on the desktop. And Android has a web view, and iOS has a web view. And the web has Chrome or any other browser to view the content in. And what JukeScript does is it bundles all these different solutions into one system and lets you work with it directly. Now, the difference between what JukeScript does and what Grit does is that with Grit and Varden, you are writing your business logic in Java. Whereas with JukeScript, you can write your business logic in HTML. So you write your business logic in HTML, but you write your view layer in HTML and your business logic in Java. Whereas with Varden and Grit, everything is in Java. The nice thing then with JukeScript is that you can split off the HTML to a designer to work on the HTML side while you work on the business logic. And also the other difference between Varden and JukeScript is that with JukeScript you end up with a native application. So a native Android app, a native iOS app, a native app for the desktop, whereas with Varden and Grit you end up with an actual web application. So those are some significant differences. So to see how this works, there are Maven archetypes for this. And built in here is a step-by-step wizard, which takes you through the process and sets everything up for you. So you would step through this and say next, and you would say, I want this to run on Android, I want this to run in the browser, I want this to be use knockout bindings, so you can use bindings for different frameworks. You can include the sample code in it, and if you go through the process, you end up exactly with this. And here is where the client code is found. And so in this example, we have a web page here. So I'm just going to remove all the example code and build in our own code. And the code I will use for this is the knockout tutorial. So if I go to the knockout site, here is the HTML. So we're going to copy and paste this and express our view in HTML. And here is the data model, and you can see there's a computed property and there is a standard property. And these use annotations, and they generate a Peugeot on the fly. So there's really nothing we need to do here other than define our properties. So we have a first name property here. We have a first name property and a last name property and a full name property. So here is first name, and here is last name, and here we have a type system because we're using Java. So this we would not have if we were using JavaScript. And we can then say, okay, this is going to return here a string, which is the full name. So here you can see it's the same language as knockout uses, a computed property we had here as well, and a normal property. And the full name is based on the first name and the last name. And we fit them together and return them here. And that is our business logic. So now we are actually writing what would normally be a knockout application, not in JavaScript, but in Java with its type system. So now once we generate the application, so use Maven archetypes. So here you can see, and also the nice thing is because of the type system, we can also use code completion much better than we would with JavaScript. So set first name, And here is the set last name. So this is to initialize the values. Now, when we compile this application, what we end up with is an Android app, so an APK file, a desktop app, and a browser app. I'm just going to remove this test. And then we can generate the application from here, and all those different outputs that we specified will be created for us. And we'll be able to deploy our application on all our different devices. So let's see how long it will take us. Okay, so let's take a look here. So what we have here for Android, so we could deploy this. You can see here, APK file has been created, and on the here's our client code. So this is our web view in JavaFX, and this is our application in the browser. We're almost there. Here we are. So run the application. Let's run the web. So the web browser starts up, and here we have exactly the code, exactly the application we had before, except that we now wrote everything in Java, and we use HTML for the view. Okay, to wrap up, the tips I wanted to share with you are to, first of all, resist the hype, and to where it makes sense, continue to using the solutions that you had before, and to combine them with mobile and web solutions. To think of HTML as an application framework, to compare CSS as responsive design with JavaScript, evaluate the various libraries. This is a changing ecosystem, and you can evaluate the corporate frameworks. And if you want to stay with Java, you can look at at JavaScript as an assembly language that you yourself don't need to code in. Thank you. Thank you very much. Are there any questions from anybody? Yes?
What's the licensing for Jet?
JB, sitting right here. Wait,
You want me to actually come and talk? Oh. Yeah, so the licensing for Jet today, we announced it this week, and it's available for anybody to download and play with and do anything you want with it. It's actually been released in a 3-phase structure. The first phase was an internal release we did a year ago, and that's all the mobile cloud, or the public cloud software you're seeing today was written with that. This week we're announcing that it's open for production or commercial use with customers that have purchased or subscribed to Oracle Cloud Services, so mobile cloud service, developer cloud service, those types of things. We're already in the process of fully open sourcing it. It'll be available on GitHub next year at some point and open for everybody to use for free, Apache 2.0 license, unlimited.
That's next year, you said?
Yeah, legally I can only say a year. So.
And JB is the product manager for Jet. So I think it's a really wonderful solution in the JavaScript space. Any other questions? Yes?
How mature is JavaScript?
It's mature. Yeah, there are applications that have been written in it. There's a book being written in it about it. There are developers working on it. There's a company supporting it. So if you want to stick in the Java world, it's definitely something to look at. You should definitely evaluate it along with Vaadin if you want to, not go the JavaScript route.
We're already doing Vaadin, but
yeah. Yeah. It's definitely worth comparing it with Vaadin, because Vaadin is pure Java.
Yeah.
And so with JavaScript, you can just really give your HTML pages to someone else to design and get them back, and then connect them to your business logic in Java. It's really awesome. I have no pony in this race. I don't work for them. I just think it's a cool thing.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. Yes, definitely. Yeah. Yes, they'll be available. I'm not sure where, but somewhere on the JavaOne site after the conference. If you have further questions, please come up and chat. Thank you for coming.
What is the site which framework is popular? You were saying Indeed?
Indeed.com, yeah.
Indeed?
Indeed, yeah. Indeed.com, yeah. But don't trust it.
I just want to. I think I understand the argument for the corporate pre-designed set of libraries.
Yeah.
It's like you want the simplicity of a framework that's
Yeah.
opinionated
Yeah.
and make decisions, but
Yeah.
you don't want to be locked
Yeah.
into that framework. So
Absolutely.
So
So
I think the argument
it's a trade-off.
So it's like give me somebody's pre-made decision
Yeah.
with libraries
Yeah.
instead of a
And if you
framework.
like the people that have made those decisions, then it's a good way to go, definitely. Yeah. I mean, like this Oracle Jet thing is also pre-made, pre-built.
Yeah, it's one of those.
But it is built on open source libraries. It's not a specific stack from one company. It's actually Oracle plus Knockout plus Require plus jQuery plus this plus that.
Because one of the things that's really overwhelming
Yeah.
in this space
Yeah.
is that when you're trying to Google for how to do something,
Exactly.
it's
Yeah.
in what framework are they trying to teach you?
Yeah,
And especially
exactly.
at least with the frameworks,
Yeah.
then you can Google that particular framework and it says how you do it in the framework. When you do it with a combination of libraries, you have
Yeah.
to find somebody who
I
has
know.
the same combination of libraries.
I know, exactly
to
that.
give you the
Yeah,
answer
I
you're
know.
looking for. So if you
And
have
so then
this
as soon
one-
exactly, so as soon as you find a solution, and then you're working on it, and then it turns out, yeah, but they did it together with 3 other things that you are not using. Yeah,
Exactly,
yeah,
and
exactly.
it's so frustrating.
Yeah.
I love that idea.
Yeah.
Just have these prepackaged decisions.
Exactly.
And then you can Google in their space and their knowledge base. And I can understand from their perspective, it drives a lot of traffic to their
Absolutely.
site and all that.
Yeah.
It's cool. So I
Yeah,
appreciate
good to hear.
that.
Yeah,
Was
thank you.
fantastic.
Thank you very much. Hi.
JSF since 2005. What we are doing is we're following the vendors.
JSF that was
Microsoft in January 2016 drops support for all IE except 11
everyone's is asking.
Yeah.
So that's all we're doing.
Well, I mean, it's because of the mobile. I mean, do you want? How do you get your JSF onto a mobile device? I mean, that's the problem. You know, that's why. And the browser is already there, so people are doing JavaScript, client-side JavaScript. Yeah.
How do you see JSF right now?
Well, I mean, everything. Everything has a purpose. It's just not if you're making apps that need to be on mobile devices and on the desktop browser. Then you probably wouldn't be using JSF. Then you would be doing something like this.
Do you see JSF more browser-like framework?
Yeah.
Browser, desktop browser.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. But there is, I mean, the time faces, they have a mobile solution as well. Yeah. So stick with that. I mean, Java is.
But the round trip from the browser to the server every time.
Exactly.
is a lot.
Exactly. So even if you're using Java faces mobile, you still have this round tripping stuff because it's not a client-side solution. It's still even if you're on your phone, you're still working with the server.
They're the next probably they're just waiting to get
Yeah, of course. Nothing ever dies. It just gets used less and less, but it'll always be there.
Just curious, was there any reason to not mention
I
saw a lot of other vendors.
I'll include it next time. No, there's no reason. I just didn't include that logo. Yeah. No, sure. There's no reason. Yeah, no. Go for it. No, nothing. There's just 1,000 options to include. But Sencha belongs in this on the slides definitely. It belongs there. It's on the same level as the other ones. It's very mature. It's a commercial product. It's well supported.
Okay. Just curious.
Sure.
I like the whole thing where it's in mappings, right?
Yeah.
It already comes prepackaged.
Exactly.
So give me the
You say that to JD. What you're saying right now?
Well, I'm doing it right now, and so basically, is it like in the beginning of NetBeans 8.1 or is it in 8.2?
Yeah, in 8.1, there's a special plugin for Jet for NetBeans. But you can use it. You can actually do it in a lot of it. There's special support for it.
But in the new release,
Yeah, 8.1 there will be a plugin. There's a plugin portal that you install.
because I didn't see it, that was like the thing I did.
Yeah, it's not there. Yeah, say that to JB. What you just say, because he needs to hear this.
JB, it's awesome. No, I'll tell him.
It was good to see you, Gary.
Yeah, sure. You too.
Pleasure, man.
Yeah, if you're coming again next year, let me know, and then I'll invite you to some parties and stuff. If I've known you, that there's so many things that.
Well, I'll definitely keep in contact with you. But I do want to ask you these questions.
No, sure.
Yeah. I'm trying to go right ahead and modify the installer portion of NetBeans.
Okay.
So do I just extend the installer on NetBeans first? Because I need
no,
to
what
write
there's-
some procedures that do stuff before the
Yeah.
installer goes through, like my memory
Yeah, there's templates in that NBI folder that you can change. There's Java code in there.
Okay, because what I'm trying to do is get like the memory settings.
Yeah.
Because some of our users have low 32-bit systems that don't take advantage of memory.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to like change the configuration before it installs.
Yeah, sure.
So
Yeah,
the installer module.
But you wouldn't. I don't think you would. I'd have to take a look. I don't think you would extend the installer module, but you would change the code that is in the NBI folder in the NetBeans infrastructure. So you wouldn't change the module, but you would change this template code that is in there. But please send me an email and I'll make a blog entry about this.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Cool.
Thank you. Thanks again, man.
Thanks
Great
so
to see you.
I want to say something about the integration of single page application in a backend system accessibility Java. So what do you think about that? So just really quick.
Yeah.
It's
of course. That's the best way to do it. Tip 11. Tip 11 is use Java on the back end and spawn because you have REST services and all these things.
We are modernizing some.
What's the most safest way?
Yes.
JSF and faces?
Okay, so there's the other answer.
Me too.
What is your skill set?
We should have.
If you have a bunch of developers that know JavaScript,
We should have a beer.
Yeah, we should.
That's fantastic.
90%
You're the first person I've met here who's from Amsterdam.
Okay.
And there's quite a few, but je bent Nederlands of niet?
Ja, nee, ik ben Italiaans, maar ik kan Nederlands praten.
Even kijken.
there's absolutely no reason to go jump and chase the new shiny object just because it's there. If your team's really great at throwing some prime faces and throwing together a quick JSF app,
Perfect. We'll meet for beer.
Yeah, that's fine.
But if you're looking and you want to build a file now, access to extend what you guys are doing, maybe start to build JavaScript a little bit more. Stay with what your skill set is. There's no reason to frustrate yourself.
We just wanted to do something maybe we can
Not necessarily. It's not that much quicker if you have a skill set because they still have to learn. The time they're taking to learn all this stuff, they can stop together and change stuff, especially with prime faces. You know, just drag and drop. That's really easy. Definitely. Right tool, right job. How's it going? Oh, hey,
I
Kurt.
worked with Gert and he came out to us and showed us showed us how to take advantage of it. They wanted to use kudos on that thing with the plugin for because that was cool. I was like, when he was doing that demo, I was like trying to like figure out. It's like, this is
It's funny because we've been Garrison and I have worked. I was the PM on the whole Project Easel thing inside of NetBeans. So all the HTML, JavaScript, all that stuff was mine way back. And Garrison and I wrote a book on that a year and a half ago. Actually,
I think I don't know. I don't think I picked up that book. I probably got the other one.
No, you didn't. The platform book. Yeah.
But we've been sneaking in because we've been working on this for 3 years. Garrison said 2 years, but it's been 3 years.
Bedankt.
We haven't been able to
Ja, ik stuur je een mailtje en dan als je dit soort overzichtje een beetje verder uitgewerkt.
We've had that plugin, we've had that jet plugin internally for 2 years.
Zeker in ieder geval terugkoppelen naar we zijn met 10 man of zo vanaf
But what we could do is we kept
Okay.
seeing new technologies needed. So Knockout showed up, and then Require.js showed up, and jQuery showed up, and then we threw Angular in. Just because
Heel fijn, dankjewel.
And that's what we've been doing. We've been doing a lot of Angular JS applications, so that's awesome that you guys released that in the prior version.
Yeah.
And so we've been taking advantage of that, using most of our team uses NetBeans for web services and doing web application development. But great job, man. I really like it. I'm looking forward to using that JIT. It looks pretty sweet. I mean, I was excited about TypeScript, and then I saw this, and I was like, all right, cool. Sounds good. All right, guys. Take care.
Thanks. See you next time, man. Let me know next time you come. I'll invite you to some parties.
I'm gonna actually. Somebody gave me a ticket to go to LTP
But why didn't you? Why didn't you? But why didn't you have one already? You should have had.
They didn't want to pay for it. My company didn't
Oh.
pay for
It's
it.
an extra thing.
Oh, I didn't realize that. Okay.
They were charging like $1,200.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. But definitely, I'll let you know next time.
Yeah.
All right, take
Ciao,
care.
man.
Take care.
That was rough. Did I say anything to?
It all went through. I didn't see anybody. The lady next to me was taking notes like crazy. And,
Oh, really?
And she was nodding, and you made a couple of comments. What was you made a comment about?
I hope I wasn't too disparaging about things.
No, not at all. No, yeah, that's what in JavaOne, that's what people want to hear.
Yeah,
And
people
that-
want to
well,
hear.
That's what you're finding that out. It's what people want to hear. Because it is the reality of where it's at. You started it out really well. I like your picture. Now I understand the story behind your two leading pictures.
About the house and the.
Yeah. That makes a lot of sense.
But I finished really. I was finished in 45 minutes or something. It's amazing.
Yeah, 45 minutes.
So the last time I did this, but I changed all the slides this morning. But the last time I did this story without Jet, I had to rush through the last 20 slides. It's just amazing.
You went through the demos really quick.
Okay, too fast.
So that might have been.
Yeah.
I mean, you were going through. I was actually shocked because you were going through things really quickly.
Yeah.
And I thought, okay, he's just really running short on time or something. I looked down and it was 11:40, and I'm like,
Yeah.
we started at 11 o'clock, and so yeah, it was.
It's strange. Yeah, normally I kind of rush a little bit because I know that there's so much to talk about. But then it turned out I had like 15 minutes left. But I started 5 minutes early. That's one thing as well.
You did.
Yeah,
Yeah, you did. No, I thought people were getting out of it what they wanted to get out of it. That's for sure.
Yeah, and they definitely picked up the Jet thing because there were questions about that. So
Yeah.
it wasn't that it just I went through. I didn't want to promote it.
Yeah,
You know?
and I think that went okay. I didn't think it didn't seem like you were just doing a total product pitch.
Yeah, exactly.
No, it's funny because at the same time you were saying that.
Sorry, I think I left my something.
Did you leave any adapters or?
No, my badge. Or is somebody walking around now with my?
Your badge. Is it on your laptop? It's a folder. What's this right here?
No. Oh, here it is. That's a cleaning thing.
Yeah, I found an extra adapter.
I think one problem with this presentation, and I saw a couple of people walking out when I was talking about HTML5, and the thing is, like, if people, because it's 10 kind of disconnected tips, that if people walk out because there's, like, you're talking about HTML, I don't care about HTML, and then they're gone before I get to Jet.
Right, yeah.
You know?
Well, it's, yeah, I mean, I don't know, I mean, your talk has been extremely popular around every corner of the world, so I don't know that you set the guess too much. It obviously is resonating, yeah, you're right, they're separated contexts, tied together with more, I guess, the same building blocks, and you say a pair of building blocks. Right. Okay, instead of zero tips. Yeah, you're saying building blocks, one building blocks. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we're streaming it too, so as much as you can, try to stay on the mic. That way we can hear you over the internet.
Hello, can everybody hear me? So, cool. Do yell at me, by the way, if I wander away from the microphone, because I'll be quite happy and you'll all be not able to hear me. Let me start by telling you a little bit about myself. My name's Holly Cummins. I work for IBM. I've been with IBM for quite a long time. What I've been working on most of my career in IBM is WebSphere, some form of WebSphere. What I've been working on most recently is the WebSphere Liberty Profile. And I'm always interested to ask, how many of you have heard of the Liberty Profile? Lots of you. That's really good. Because the Liberty Profile, awesome, isn't it? Yeah, cool. And yeah, for those of you who haven't heard of Liberty Profile, if you think you know WebSphere but you haven't used the Liberty Profile, you're in for a really nice surprise. It's absolutely fantastic. So I'm so proud of what we've done with Liberty. Until about 2 weeks ago, I was the delivery lead for Liberty, and I've just moved roles. So what I'm doing now is I'm working in the Bluemix garage. Now, hands up, how many of you have heard of Bluemix? Some hands. So Bluemix is IBM's platform as a service. And so it gives you all the things that you'd expect in a platform as a service. So, you can take a war and you can just push it up to the cloud, and then it's there and it's accessible, which is good. But the other thing that it gives, which is kind of unique to IBM, is all of the amazing IBM software as a service. So we have Watson as a service, and we have DB2 as a service, and we have just loads of cognitive computing and analytics and an incredible breadth of portfolio, and it's all there as a service. So that's kind of cool already. And what we do in the Bluemix garage is even cooler, I think. We operate like a startup. So even though we're part of IBM, we use agile methodologies, we use all these lean techniques, we do design thinking, and we're situated alongside startups as well. So not only do we operate like a startup, we actually share space with startups. And so I'm based in the London garage, and we're in an incubator in Canary Wharf in the financial district. And there's also a garage in San Francisco, and they're down in Galvanize in the financial district. So I'm going to go visit them tomorrow, and I think it should be quite interesting to see how they're set up. And when I was delivery lead for Liberty, automation was a big part of my job description. Now that I'm in the Bluemix garage, there's nothing in my job description that says you're going to automate stuff. But I still do end up automating stuff, and it still is a big part of what I do. And similarly, before I started as the delivery lead, I did a lot of automating. And I think it's really important. As a final note, I have also written a book. It's not especially relevant to automation, but if you are interested in enterprise OSGI, do go put it up. And I had to put it on the slides because even though it's not directly relevant, I've written a book, and that's really cool, so I had to go on the slides. So I'm going to tell you a lot of stories about things that I've automated. Some of them were really cool, and I'm really pleased with them, and I'm happy to tell people about them. Some of them didn't work out so well, and I'm still going to share them. But I'd love to hear your automation confessions as well. So I have a hashtag, and do tweet if you've got things that worked really well or things that didn't work quite so well, and I'd love to hear about them. So hands up, who's ever automated something? That was most of the room, which was good, because I think the only ones who haven't raised their hands are asleep already. Now, hands up who's automated something and it didn't go quite to plan. Yeah, that's most of you as well, so I'm glad that I'm in good company. So automation is something that I've done almost for as long as I've had a computer. I started university quite some time ago. And so back then, we didn't have broadband, we didn't have anything like that. We had a dial-up into the university network. And so what we had to do was you got the little modem software and you pushed a button and then it did the dialing, and then you had to enter your username, and then you had to enter your password. And this was 3 whole steps, which I thought was frankly 3 whole steps too many, thank you very much. And I had a Mac back before they were Unix, and so before they were cool. And it had a little thing that was designed for automation, and so it could record your clicks and then it could replay them. And so I set this up to record the push button to do the dial, and then to record the entering the username and record the password. There was a problem with this, which is that because it relied on the phone line, the timing of when the other system would pick up the phone was a little bit variable. So sometimes it would work great, and sometimes it would just print my password in plain text for everyone else in the room to see. So that was my first automation, and also probably my first automation where maybe I should have thought it through a little bit more carefully. And a while later, one of my first jobs in IBM, and again, this is quite some time ago, we were using waterfall. And we were really, really using waterfall, and we were doing waterfall very properly, and that meant we did 100-page design documents before we started doing any coding. And in these design documents, we put everything you could possibly want. So we put, the high-level description of what we were trying to achieve, but we also wrote down all of our interfaces. And every single method, every single field, we wrote that down in a document and printed it out and shared it around with each other. And we had all the UML diagrams. And I mean, there's a lot of things that are wrong with this process, and I think probably most of you can list them off. The major thing that was wrong with it was that by the time we finished the 100-page design document, the design had already changed. So I started implementing something based on someone else's specification while they were implementing a different specification. And so that was one thing that was wrong with it. But the other thing that was wrong with it was that it was an incredible amount of work, and it was an incredible amount of wasted work as well. So we were taking this description of what the code would be, and then we were transcribing it into code, and then it would change. So then we'd have to do this round trip. And I wasn't the only one who thought this was pretty wasteful. So there were some tools available to do that round tripping. But I was using Linux. These tools only ran on Windows. So I thought, rather than coming up with a pragmatic solution, I'm going to write my own version of these tools to do the round tripping. And I should have thought it through, really, because the tool that did the round tripping was called Rational Soda. I'm quite sure it's not around anymore, mostly because waterfall isn't around anymore, so it doesn't really make sense. And this was, I don't know how much we sold it for, but I'm sure it wasn't a tiny amount of money. And I thought, while I'm doing all of this development and design, I could also re-implement Rational Soda using, I think I used SVG, and I used LaTeX, and I used all this sort of Linux-specific stack. And I ended up spending most of my time trying to make my pictures that I'd rendered in SVG from my code look pretty, rather than thinking about what was actually the best way to solve the technical problem that I was supposed to be solving, which was a configuration problem. And I find that automation, sometimes it makes me popular with people, and sometimes it makes me less popular with people. So we have a daily stand-up, and we have a scrum, and inevitably what will happen is that someone else in the team will say, I'm doing such and such. And I'll say, can that be automated? And sometimes the answer is, yeah, that's a really good idea. I hadn't thought of that. And sometimes the answer is, no, just stop talking about automation. I don't care. I'm just going to do it. Just go away and leave me to do it. So it has made me unpopular. But on the other hand, sometimes it's had a more complicated effect. We use lots of open source in IBM. We love open source. But one of the things we bring to it is when we sell a product, our customers expect that we're going to be able to service that product in a year, we're going to be able to service that product in 2 years, we're going to be able to service that product in 5 years, 7 years, a long time. And you can't necessarily guarantee that things that you just got from somewhere out on the internet are still going to be there. Who else had the experience of having something that it was in the Maven repository, and then the next time you tried to use it, it wasn't in the Maven repository anymore, and you were, yeah. So we've had that experience, and if we're going to service the product, we really need access to the source code. So we used to have this process where when we would reconsume something from open source, it was about 10 steps again. So we'd tag it in open source, and then we'd download the source, and then we'd build it locally, and then we'd put it in a zip, and then we'd put a zip on a file server somewhere, and then we'd take a link from that, and we'd put it somewhere else. And it meant that we did everything we could to avoid having to do a reconsume of the open source. And we'd batch it up for ages, and then we'd be out of sync with open source because it was so painful to reconsume it. So it got round, it was my turn to reconsume the open source. So I looked at this and I said, this is hard work, I'm not going to do that. I can do something better. So I spent a while, and I came up with a solution so that it was all automated, and you just had to change, 1 or 2 characters, and then we'd move up to the next level of the open source. And I was really pleased with this. And I went to my team lead, who was called Alistair, and I said, look, this is amazing. Look, how cool is this? I've saved us all this time. And I thought he was going to say, yeah, that's really good, Holly. You're awesome. And instead he said, I give you all the worst jobs. And I thought, oh, that's not a very nice reward for this cool thing I've done. So of course I said, what? Why do you give me the worst jobs? That's so unfair. But he said, I know you'll automate them. By giving me this horrible job, it meant that I'd made the horrible job go away, and the rest of the team benefited. So do be careful how you tell people that you automate things. So I talk about how much I like automation, but of course it's definitely not just me who likes automation. You know, there's been a lot of talks on automation here, and as a species, we've been doing this for a long time. So I have put a disclaimer on, which is that human history has been slightly simplified. A timeline is not to scale. Do not use this for your university history exams because you will fail. So does anybody know what this is? I think I can hear sort of mumbling, but I can't. I'm not sure if it's the right answer. This is a spinning jenny, and this was one of the first instruments of the Industrial Revolution. And what it did is it took the work of spinning yarn, spinning wool into yarn. And it used to be that it was really labor intensive, and one person would have to do one skein of yarn. But now with that, it could do 8 people's work. So it was a big labor saving improvement. So that was in the 1700s. Skipping ahead a little bit, in the 1800s, the washing machine was invented. And this, again, was a huge savings because it took something that was actually incredibly difficult, which was washing clothes, because clothes are heavy when they're wet, and there's a lot of them, and you need to do quite aggressive things to clean clothes. So that, again, was a huge saving. I should say, again, as well, just in case you take this to a history exam, I don't think the washing machine in 1858 looked quite like that, but that's what I think of as washing machines. So skipping on further, we have the first computer in 1941. And then skipping on further, we have, anybody want to guess what? Yeah, exactly. So around 2012, we started talking about chef. And when I started talking about automation, again, it was around 2012, and we were all talking about chef, and we thought chef was the greatest thing since sliced bread. We've moved on, of course, as technologists do, so now we're all talking about Docker, and we think Docker is the greatest thing since sliced bread. The principle is similar, I think. So, we really are automating more and more of what we do. So this is awesome, right? Things are getting better and better and better. We're living the dream. Everything is perfect, maybe? Not quite. So this, I think this will probably be familiar to a lot of you. This is a picture of my kid, and I don't know if you can tell, but those are all exactly the same picture. There's about 10 copies of that same picture, and we've had something go a little bit wrong with our household system for how we manage the photos, and they kept getting re-imported. So every photo we have 3 copies of. And then we have a problem with the camera, where sometimes it just goes onto burst mode and we can't take it off burst mode, and then we get about 10 or 20 copies of the picture. And again, this isn't just me, because I was with Chris Richardson yesterday, and he was taking a photo of an amazing view, and he went click, and it went click, 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 click 24 times, and you could just see him going, oh, because he knew that he was going to have to edit out 23 photos. And, this is a tedious job, and this is a job that our parents just did not have. Our parents never had to say, wow, I need to go through 500 photos and eliminate all of the triplicate copies. It was just something a problem we have that they didn't have, and technology has actually made our lives worse in this. So why would we automate? Well, really, I think the fundamental reason is that we automate because we are lazy. Hands up, who's lazy? Yeah. So as I've said, I've been around with IBM for a while, and I have learned some pieces of career advice. So this is me being lazy, and this is my manager, looking rather grumpy at annual assessment time when I said, I have successfully been incredibly lazy this year. I've found that my performance reviews, when I express it like that, not so good. So instead, the thing to say is to say, I have made our processes more sustainable. That, good performance reviews. So you really, even though we know in our heart of hearts we're automating because we're lazy, when we talk to other people who control our salaries, we say, I'm making our process more sustainable and more efficient. So,
Repeatability.
Repeatability, absolutely as well. So, my first automation principle is, if it's boring, automate it. One example of this, which I think probably a lot of you will have thought of, is server farms. So, how many people know where I'm going with that. The expression is treat your servers like cattle, not like pets. So really, if you have named special servers and their configuration is unique, that's going to be a real problem. What you want to have is servers that you just sort of go, oh yeah, they're over there, they're all the same, whatever. This is useful when you have just one server, but it's really, really important when you have a lot of servers. So with WebSphere Liberty, we run a lot of tests and we have a lot of developers contributing. And so in order to support all that, we have a server farm of about 500 servers. And so we really need them to be absolutely repeatable. We're not 100% there, but it really hurts us the ways that we're not there. Because what you don't want is you don't want these little snowflake servers, and you don't want a situation where if a server has a problem, it takes a lot of effort to get it back. You want it to go away and then come back and not even really to be bothered about it. And part of the reason this is important for us in WebSphere is a question of scale. We've got about 500 servers, so we don't want to be spending our time maintaining and handcrafting these servers. We just want them to be something that we can push a button and it's sorted. There's a corollary to this as well. So I don't know if any of you were in Martin Verberg's talk yesterday. No. One of the things he was talking about is he was talking about his startup, and he was saying that there's only about 1.5 of them. And so they absolutely have to automate everything because there's so few of them that they have to automate. So you can sort of, basically you can't win when it comes to automation, or you can't lose. Because if there's a lot of you, you've got to automate because it's really important because there's a lot of you. If there's a few of you, you've got to automate because it's really important because there's only a few of you. So basically you've got to automate. But deciding what to automate and what not to automate, I think it can be tricky. I've definitely got it wrong a lot of times. So this is my second principle, which is that the first time you do a task, just do it. Even if it's boring, realistically, just do it. The second time you do it, take notes. Then the third time you do it, you're really well positioned to be able to automate that task so that you don't have to do it the 4th time, the 5th time, the 6th time, and so on. There's another reason to automate, which is if you care about it, automate. And so this is, if you take one thing away, I think this is the most important principle, which is if it's something you care about, it's really important to get that automation in place. And there's 2 reasons for this. The first is if you care about it, you want it to happen. If you want it to happen, automation is absolutely the most reliable way of making sure that something happens. An example from our product development is we had a process. So we had a continuous integration, and we had a build, and people ran sandbox builds before integrating, of course. But accidents happened, inevitably. So sometimes a bad change would get integrated into the stream. And our policy was, when a build break gets delivered, it gets backed out of the stream. No questions asked. Then we fix it while it's out of the stream. Unfortunately, no one wanted to be the person who did the effort to do the back out and who got the bad karma and the glares from the developer whose changes got backed out. And so the net effect was that even though our policy said it should get backed out, stuff didn't actually get backed out, which was unfortunate because then it meant the build went red and then it stayed red. So the solution was to automate. So we put in place a tool that we called Marvin. So this is Marvin, the paranoid android from Hitchhiker's Guide. And so what Marvin did was when Marvin detected that the build went red, he just reverted back to the last good snapshot, and then the build break got fixed. So this worked quite well. This brings me to another principle, which is if you have an automation and it's got some significant code in it, which Marvin definitely did, there was a lot of logic in there, you have to give it an adorable name. So I think ThoughtWorks, one of their pieces of automation is called Conan the Deployer, which I really love. And IBM Watson, which is the cognitive computing, when their build, sometimes, as builds do, occasionally it will get a process that gets left on a machine. And so the tool that they have to clean up the Watson processes is called Moriarty, which I also think is great. So it's important. Give it an adorable name. So here's another example of caring about caring about things. Our process was also, we were doing agile, and so we had iterations, and at the end of the iteration, we did a playback, and everybody showed the stories that they'd completed to our stakeholders. But what we found happened was that some people really loved the sound of their own voice, and every iteration, they did a demo. There was other people who were doing these amazing stories, but because they didn't really have the confidence or something or the motivation to step up and say, yeah, look at my amazing story, their stuff was never getting played back, and all of these stories were just slipping through the cracks of the process. So I should say as well, this illustration, it's incredibly hard to demonstrate an end-of-iteration demo that isn't happening. So that's what that's trying to be. So you can see there is no one there doing the end-of-iteration demo. So what we did is we put some automation in place. And so we use Rational Team Concert for our development. And we put some plugins on the server side so that every time someone closed a story, it created a task for them that would say, do the end-of-iteration demo, and then they could close that off once they'd done the demo. So in this case, I've talked about automating because we're lazy. But in this case, actually, laziness really didn't come into it because it actually made a lot more effort for us. So the outcome was better, but the effort was more. And there's a few reasons for this. The first is that we had to put the initial investment to write the plugin. And that wasn't tiny. And then the people doing those stories, every iteration they had to close the demo task. So that was a bit more paperwork for them as well. And then they had to do the demo, so that was a bit more effort for them as well. And then for the rest of us as well, we had to listen to all the demos. And so that was good, because we wanted to know about them, but it did mean that our end of iteration meetings took longer than they had before. But the net effect was that we did get these stories happening, so we were pretty happy with it. So you can see there, that is the end of iteration demo which is happening. There's another side to caring. So one thing is that you care that it happens at all. Another aspect is that you care that it's done right. Because there's a lot of things that are really quite hard, but sometimes they're kind of easy for computers. So we're really big believers in linting. So with Java, you get a lot of compile time checking up front. The compiler won't let you do very, very crazy things. But there are still a whole class of stupid things that you can do that a code reviewer might not catch, but that find bugs will catch. We also do some development in other languages like JavaScript. And in JavaScript, unless you have your development process set up right, it is so easy to shoot yourself in the foot. You can do all sorts of things, and you'll never find out until sometime later at runtime. So you can misspell variable names, and that's okay. So I really strongly encourage you to, if you haven't got it into your development process already, add in either something like find bugs if you're doing Java, or a linting tool if you're doing JavaScript. Either something like JSLint or maybe even something like TypeScript. Another area where people can do the job, but for a person to do the job as accurately as needed is hard, is deployment. So deployment's one of those things that, it should be so easy, right? Because all you have to do is you have to take your deliverable and you just have to put it to where your deliverable's supposed to go. And what could possibly go wrong? Well, somehow there always is one step that goes wrong. So with Liberty, we release betas once a month, and we release a GA level once every 3 months. And so that means that there's a lot of deployments. And we've got it mostly automated, but we haven't got it entirely automated. So that's one of the things that we need to still work on. And with our mostly automated process, we have found that we've made mistakes. So once we managed to release the wrong version, which was a little bit embarrassing. It was only about a week wrong, but still that was kind of awkward. So we had to sort of hastily go back and say, oh, that version that we released, that wasn't quite the right version. And we had to hope that, the differences weren't significant. It was just, the numbering and the license. But still, it was embarrassing. So with these kinds of things where it's really important and it's really easy to get wrong, automation, definitely the way forward. So that's one of the things on our to-do list, is to make sure that this never happens again and we never accidentally release the wrong version. So there's all these really good business reasons to automate, and there's the laziness as well. But there's another one which I think is pretty important to a lot of us. And that's automation is actually really fun. A lot of these problems they're interesting problems, they're challenging problems, and the things we can do are quite powerful and quite cool. And I think that's why sometimes I found myself doing things like writing a design document generation tool rather than actually doing the design, because it was a lot more fun than writing out this really elaborate design document was. But there are good reasons to not automate as well. So this is my colleague Ross. And he said to me, I get so mad at how much time I could save if I only had the time to write the automation to save me the time. But there's this bootstrapping problem. So there you see Ross's bootstraps. And it's this paradox of automation that, we know it's going to save us time, but we can't quite find the time to get there. And an example of that, for example, is our deployment story, where we know we have more we need to do, but we've just got a backlog, and it's not quite at the top of the backlog yet. And sometimes automation can be hard as well. So we had a problem where we have our Eclipse class paths, and we found that we had duplicated libraries, and they needed straightening up. And so this was just a case of editing a text file, fine. But there was a few of them to do, so I thought, well, no problem. I'm gonna automate this. And doing search and replace across a bunch of text files is one of those problems that should be incredibly easy, and I always find quite hard. So at one point, I had written a whole sed library to do it for me, because in order to get the files in the right place and then get them written back out to the right place, it needed scripts. But then I had a computer failure and I lost all of those scripts, so that was the end of those scripts. You can also do it with find, and then you pipe it through to exec, but then you need to go to Google to get the right syntax, because frankly I can never remember that syntax. So then you can do sed, you can write your own wrappers around sed, you can probably do it with Perl, but either way it ends up being a big investment, and you spend half a day on Google in order to do something that was just editing a file, so it's perhaps not worth it. So the situation we had with these class paths is I looked and I said, oh, I can't do this with an automation, it's going to be too hard. And I'm a team leader, and so I have a team, and so I looked at one of the new graduates in our team, and I said, Kate, why don't you do this job manually rather than me automating it? And I still feel really bad about that, because poor Kate had to fix 26 class paths, and it was not a very enjoyable afternoon for her. And I still think perhaps I should have tried harder to automate it, but I tried a little bit and I couldn't. So there's an epilogue to this story as well, which is sometime after I realized that this is the magic command that will do a batch search and replace in a group of files. Even with this, though, it's not so easy, because I did this and I used it and it was really great. And I thought, okay, I'm going to put this in the slides because I want to share this with the world because it's awesome. And I also want to make sure that I can find it for myself again because it's awesome. And I spent another half a day on Google looking for the solution that I had already found, but it wasn't floating to the top of the Google search results, which is just weird because when it's right and it's useful, why isn't it? But who knows? So it is now in the slides forever. So I think with a lot of things, XKCD just gets it absolutely right. So this is the XKCD on automation. And I found this slide because one of my colleagues had it on their wall. And I saw it, and I don't know if you can read the text, but it says, I've spent a lot of time on this task. I should write a program automating it. And the theory is that you stop working on the original task and spend a little time writing the automation takes over, and then you have loads of free time. The reality is you write the code for the automation, and then you do debugging, and then you do rethinking, and then you do ongoing development, and the original task that you were trying to automate has just completely fallen by the wayside and doesn't get any time anymore. And I saw this on his wall, and I just thought, oh no, this is the last 15 years of my life that's just been reduced to this one tiny little XKCD panel, and it was pretty much 100% accurate, which is quite depressing. Because I think we have this this dream that what we're going to do is we're going to automate stuff, and we're going to spend our time on holiday because the little automation automaton has just taken over everything. But the reality is that we end up supporting this thing and actually working harder than we did before we even wrote the automation. So before starting with automation, you really need to think about support, and you need to think about robustness as well. So here's a recent painful memory, which is, again, because we have really strict and strong serviceability guarantees to our customers, we need to make sure that everything that goes in the code base isn't going to cause regressions and that kind of thing. And we wanted to make sure that the checklists that we do for this were, every developer saw it and it was automated, and that as much as possible of the checklist, like have you changed this, have you changed any of the translations, that kind of thing, as much as possible of that was done automatically. So we said, great, what we'll do is we'll write this tool, and it will have a GUI front end, and then it will have a back end that looks at all the changes and works out what questions we need to ask the developer to make sure that this is all going to be completely okay. So that, by the way, I don't know if you recognize it, it's Rosie from the maid from the Jetsons. So that's where it came from. And so this theory was that we were going to spend a little bit of time writing this tool as we did this process transformation, and then it was all going to be fine. The reality was that Rosie just absolutely ended up taking pretty much all of my time, all of another developer's time. Then we drafted in a third developer, and all of us were just working pretty much 24/7. We were doing round-the-clock support for Rosie. And it was not good, and it was not how it was supposed to go. So it was I think it was the right thing to do, but I don't think any of us anticipated when we came up with this initial plan quite how expensive it was going to be to do this tool. So this brings me back again to the principle of giving your massive automations adorable names, because when I came into work in the morning, and I was bleary-eyed because I'd been up till 2 in the morning trying to help people, with this tool, I could just say to my manager, yeah, I've been working on Rosie again, and they knew what I meant. Whereas if I'd said I'm working on the serviceability automation checklist tool, I don't think it would have had quite the same level of meaning. So again, before you go into an automation, you really have to ask, well, who can maintain this? Is it just me? Who can manage it? How much is this going to cost in terms of the developer resources? And is this going to be robust? Am I going to have an ongoing serviceability cost for this thing if the environment changes? And again, during automation, you have to checkpoint. So I found, my manager said to me, well, when are you going to be done with Rosie? And I realized I had no idea, because it just seemed like this work that was going to be stretching for the rest of my career. I was going to be working on Rosie. So you really need to think, well, at what point do I say, yep, this is good enough, I'm going to stop working on this? So you need to have strong completion criteria. And you need to think, well, is this actually still worth it? Am I still saving time, or have I just created a big nightmare here? So another automation principle, don't go insane. You need to keep your sense of perspective and remember what you're trying to achieve instead of getting consumed in the great big automation vortex. And there's another thing to think about with maintainability as well, which is the bus. So if you write this amazing automation and you think you're a genius and no one else in your team has any understanding of it, that's not so good when you get run over by the bus and the rest of the team has to maintain it. So carrying on with reasons not to automate, there are quite a few, unfortunately. There's an issue about whether things should be automated or whether they should be changed. Because computers allow us to do dumb things with ever greater speed, and then when we automate it, we can do dumb things even faster. But that doesn't mean it's a good idea if the things we're doing are actually dumb. And so we had a recent example of this because when defects come into our system, we do initial screening and we set a priority and we say, well, is this a should, a could, or a must? And inevitably at these meetings, at the end, we would say, this is a should, this is a should, this is a should, as it was the most boring meeting. And so someone had the bright idea, I know, why don't we write a plugin so that it automatically assigns the priority for all of these defects to should? And then the question is, if the priority field is so meaningless that every single defect in our system has the priority should, maybe we should just delete the field rather than doing extra tooling to set this field that we never ever care about, that has no meaning. So definitely do, when you're confronted with something in your organization which isn't adding value, before automating it away, see if you can just get rid of it entirely. And there's another reason not to automate, which is that computers don't always get things right. So I think we've all got lots of examples of where a computer just got something terribly, terribly wrong. And there's a lovely example on YouTube. If you Google for feeding robot, you can see they designed a robot, and the intention was that it would feed people who were unable to feed themselves. So it had this robotic arm, and they were testing it, so they had a mannequin, and luckily it was a mannequin. Because what happened was the robot had, the thing in its hand, and it went to the mannequin, and it tried to put the thing in the mannequin's mouth, but it got the direction and the speed a little bit wrong, so instead it went like that, and then it went like that to try again, and then it went like that. So again, luckily it was a mannequin, and luckily it was just the testing, but it was in a case where automation was not a good idea in any way, because the problem was too challenging for a computer. And we have this with our build monitoring. A lot, we've got a lot of builds and things do go wrong, so we need to go through them, figure out what went wrong, fix it if we can, raise defects, and it's kind of a tedious job, some of it, but we've never automated it because 20% of that job is really, really important. It needs a lot of insight and a lot of human intuition that a computer just couldn't provide, and so we do end up doing this job manually because we think we don't trust a computer to do the right thing for this. So there's a bit of an elephant in the room, which is that I'm doing a talk on automation. And how many of you were expecting me to have mentioned DevOps by now? A few of you. Probably the other 5 have all left. So I'm interested by that because now, when we talk about DevOps, we talk about automation. And often, when we talk about automation, we talk about DevOps. And I think that the two are related, but they're not the same, and they do have a life independent of each other. So I was interested by this because we just the other day announced the Bluemix Garage method, and the URL for this it's quite faint, but the URL is www.ibm.com/devops/method. And I was interested by this because what we do in the Bluemix Garage, some of it is DevOps, but a huge amount of it isn't DevOps, so you can see it's stuff like lean startup, agile development, design thinking, and that's nothing to do with DevOps, but the URL we chose was DevOps, and I think that's partly because DevOps is now coming to mean so many things to so many people, and it means a lot of different things, and it almost means everything as well, so whatever you want it to mean, it can mean. So I wanted to try and crisp the definition up a bit because I think it does matter in this area. So the old way that we did software development was that we had a team of people and another team of people, and we had a great big wall between them. And we had the group of people on the left, and they were the people who broke stuff. Let's call them developers. And then we had the group of people on the right, and they were the ones who dealt with the consequences. And we can call them the ops team. And really, there was this absolute division between them. And the developers were pretty happy, right? Because we were doing stuff, we were breaking it, whatever, there was no consequences for us. The ops team were less happy because we threw our broken stuff over the wall to them, and then it broke. And usually it broke at 2 in the morning as well. So I couldn't figure out how to distinguish between 2 in the afternoon, which is a totally civilized time to be fixing something, and 2 in the morning, which is a really uncool time to be fixing stuff. But this relationship, it was so unhealthy because we weren't learning from our mistakes because our mistakes never came to bite us at 2 in the morning. And the ops team, well, they had lots of learning, but they had no actions that they could take either because they just kept fixing the same problem over and over. So this was pretty bad. So the new way is that we get rid of the wall and we merge the 2 groups of people and we call them the DevOps team. And the same people are the people, I think this is a really important principle of DevOps, that the people who are breaking things are the people who end up dealing with the consequences. And one of the really good effects of this is that if you know it's you that's going to get the call out at 2 in the morning, you find suddenly your interest in code quality is a lot higher than it was before. So this is what I think why DevOps is successful. And there's another reason why companies like DevOps, which is that often actually instead of having the two teams merged into one great big team, you actually just kind of get rid of the ops department. So that's maybe less positive for them, but it's efficient. And it means that the quality is higher, the ongoing cost is lower. So the reason we can get rid of the whole ops department, really the thing that enables that is automation. So in order to be able to have a group of people who are doing stuff and get rid of that group of people, but have the stuff continue, it's got to be automation. And it's got to be 100% automation as well. So that's kind of, I think, where automation fits into DevOps, is that automation is the underpinning that enables that bigger DevOps culture. So there's things as well that DevOps is not. Again, it's a pretty overloaded term. So DevOps is not a job title. And DevOps extra is not a new job title for the people in the IT department. If that's how DevOps is for you, then you're doing it wrong, basically. This is a true story. I was working on these slides, and I was sat on the train, and someone I had a slide, and it was an empty slide, and it said DevOps. And someone, and the aisle over said to me, "Oh, are you working on DevOps?" And I said, "Yes." And he said, "Right, but that's great, because my firm is hiring DevOps people." So he basically almost offered me a job on the train, and he's added me to LinkedIn, and now his colleagues have all added me to LinkedIn. And I didn't have the heart to say, because it was the middle of the day on a train, that, again, I think if you're going out and you're hiring DevOps people, then maybe your idea of what DevOps isn't quite right, because DevOps shouldn't be some new people that you bring into the team. DevOps should be what the existing people in the team are doing differently in order to get the responsibility and the consequences closer together. But as well, I think we're all talking about DevOps now. It's absolutely the flavor of the moment. And these things do kind of go in cycles. So I wonder if in 3 years or 4 years, we're all going to say, "Oh, DevOps, how foolish how we were, how misguided we were. We're not going to do that anymore. What a mistake." And if we do that, I really don't want us to throw the automation baby out with the DevOps bathwater, because I think automation is bigger than just DevOps or a DevOps brand. So I'd like to give now some more practical tips on how to automate and tools that you can use to automate. But of course, before I can do that, automation, it's a big thing. So how you automate depends on what you're going to automate. So going back to DevOps, the first thing that probably a lot of people will think of is the delivery pipeline. So hopefully, is this familiar to everybody? Yeah, nods. Well, nods, but no hands. So I think the delivery pipeline, again, it's one of those things that's easier to say than to do, but it is absolutely important. So you should have it fully automated from you do your coding, you push it into source control, it gets tested, it goes live without manual intervention. Or if you do feel a little bit too scared and you want the manual intervention, it should just be an approval button rather than actual steps. And so again, this is definitely very much in the category of DevOps. There's other things we can automate. So your infrastructure should be code. That's a really important principle. If you depend on it, it should be code. And again, this is very much still DevOps. And there's a bunch of things in this area, so stuff like machine configuration, servers, test environments, all of those really you want to make sure that they're source controlled and that the effort to get from source control to an actual physical stood up system is as small as possible. So going a little bit more away from DevOps, you can automate tests. There's a qualifier here, which is that you can automate trivial tests. So things like getters and setters, making sure they don't explode, making sure that what you set actually is what you get. You can do this. I have to say, we don't do this in my team. We found the value of it wasn't quite big enough. And I think there's a risk here as well, because if you do this, and you do it wrong. You do this and then you say, look, I've got 100% test coverage. Our quality is perfect. And you haven't actually tested the more meaningful things that needed a person to think about. So you may find value, you may not. It depends a lot on what you're doing as well. So this definitely, though, not DevOps in any way, but still automation. Another thing we automate is that we take into source control, well, we generate all of our .settings files for our Eclipse projects, and we put them all into source control, and they're all automatically generated. And one of the things that we have set to true in these files is that every time you save, it does a bunch of save actions, one of which is formatting the source code. So this is really important, I think, because you absolutely do not want to be doing code reviews where you're just trying to wade through a whole bunch of formatting changes to figure out what the meat of the change is. And what's even worse than that is when you get a code review back and the reviewer says, oh, well, I didn't really like your white space on line 10, because that's not adding value. That's really, well, it's the opposite of value. So I would absolutely encourage everyone to do this, and some languages have decided to just sidestep the whole thing. So with Go, there's a command called Go format. And the wonderful thing about it is that it is not configurable. You cannot say, actually, I'd like this brace style, and I'd like my tabs instead of my white spaces, and I really kind of prefer 2 spaces here instead of the default 1. Because you know what? It's not that important. It's not worth even the effort of setting up the configuration for it. If you just take the defaults, you avoid a whole world of pain, which is such a good thing. But formatting, this was absolutely one of the most controversial things you can automate. It caused so many arguments in our team of people who said, well, I agree with the principle, but I'd quite like this project to have different formatting settings than this project because my tabs and my white spaces are really important to me. So if you go down this road, you may have a battle, but I think it's really important. That's what we do, yeah, and it just saves a whole bunch of hassle when you extract. Sorry, the question was do I recommend checking in the settings files? And I would, yeah. If you can auto-generate them, that's best. If you can't do that, then at least check them in, and then that means that when people extract from source control, everything's good to go and it's consistent, and you don't end up with churn, which I think churn is no good for anybody. So another thing you can format is copyright statements. So this, I think, is probably the second most controversial thing you can automate. Different parts of IBM do it differently, and I think different teams have different views. There's one school of thought that says a copyright statement is an assertion that you really care about the copyright on this code, and so if a computer generates it for you, that shows that you didn't really care, so it's not valid. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know the rights and wrongs of it. So this is one where I think there's value from automating it, but not everyone says it's okay. So, at last, onto the tools. So this is a really incomplete list. It's a big area, but I just want to give some pointers that may be useful. So this is the old school, the oldie but the goodie, shell scripts. You can get such a long way with shell scripts. Where shell scripts maybe don't go quite far enough, then you can go to the other really old school Unix tools like sed, and they can do pretty powerful things. If you want to be, a little bit more modern and down with the kids, you can do the newer scripting languages, like Python and Ruby. In yesterday's talk, Martin, he was saying that the problem with a lot of these automation tools was that they were written in Ruby. So maybe you don't want to do Ruby, but Ruby has its uses. So if you want to be, even more modern, you can use something like Jenkins. So hopefully you're using that for your continuous integration. It's very good at orchestrating processes down a pipeline. We use Rational Team Concert. We absolutely love Rational Team Concert. It does a lot for us. If you want to get even more modern, you can use stuff like Chef. You can use Puppet. In the Bluemix garage, one of the tools we use is called Sprout Wrap. I hadn't heard of it before I moved to the garage, but it's quite cool because we do 100% pair programming, and we've got pairing stations, and we've got about 4 of them. And if you're doing 100% pair programming and you're rotating your pairs, then you need to make sure that the machine you're using, that's no longer your personal machine with your idiosyncratic settings. That's a machine that you're not going to be using tomorrow. And so you need to make sure that the configuration of every single one of those machines is identical, or you're going to be wasting a lot of time in the morning going, oh, well, where's this and why is this? And you know, this is the wrong shell and that kind of thing. So what Sprout Rat, we've got it set up so that all of our configuration for the machines is code. It's all checked into source control, and we have a cron job that runs, and it just splats it out, and it makes sure that every single machine is identical and there's no surprises. Another advantage of this setup is, I think, with continuous integration, we all know it's a good idea, but there's a little bit of a tendency to say, oh, well, this isn't quite ready to share with the team, so I'm just going to work on it for a little bit longer. And then 3 months down the line, you're still working on it for a little bit longer to make sure it's ready. But when you rotate machines every day, that's an absolute deadline. You know, no matter how unready it is, it better be ready by the end of the day, because that's not going to be your machine the next day. So that's another way of enforcing continuous integration. Of course, now Docker, Docker solves so many of these problems, and it means you really do have something that you can just bring up, stand up, and it does what you want. So that's quite cool. And again, VMware and Vagrant Images also, important and useful in this space, if not quite as accessible as Docker. And with a lot of these tools, things like Chef and Puppet, there is a bit of a learning curve, but you can get a lot of the benefits without going that elaborate. You don't have to necessarily, invest a lot of skill and invest a lot of time. So our IT team, they have a call out, and if they get a call out at 3 in the morning, they don't want to be spending time setting up their tools. They need to have everything they need accessible to them. And I think they probably considered something like setting up a virtual machine, but in the end they said, you know what, at 3 in the morning, you don't want to be dealing with a virtual machine. What you want is the laptop. So they have the BAT laptop. And basically whoever's on call gets the laptop. And it means, it's not high tech, it's low tech, but it solves the problem, and it means that they don't have to be worrying about access or IDs or anything. They've just got the machine there. So the fanciest solution isn't necessarily the best solution for the job. In terms of tools, of course, we're an ant shop. We really like ant. And I should clarify that as well, that that's an ant, not a reindeer. But if you do want it to be a reindeer, there is BuckBuild, which is a new build tool, which is a reindeer. So not that looks like, we'll leave aside the question of what that looks like, because probably I'm the only person in the room using ant anyway, because everyone's moved on to Maven, except that actually everyone has now moved on past Maven onto Gradle. I have a theory, because a lot of the time when I talk to people about Gradle, they say, yeah, because Gradle's really great because you can shell out to ant. And I think, So I have a theory that all roads lead to ant. I think I'm probably the only one with this theory, but please don't shatter my illusions. But I think it definitely is true that all roads lead to Java. So when you have these tools, you can get a lot out of the tool, but you can get so much more if you invest in learning how to extend them. So either with the Maven plugins or the Gradle plugins or the Ant tasks, and they allow you to solve problems that you couldn't have before, and with a pretty small investment, really. So it was a long time. I'd been using Ant for a long time before I wrote my first task, and I was amazed. I was like, this is so easy. Why had I always assumed that I couldn't do this when actually, it's not that bad. So the other thing some teams do is if you're using Eclipse, you can distribute plugins. Other IDEs will have similar extensibility mechanisms. I would be cautious with this one, because when we've done this with teams, we've discovered we have a real maintenance problem then, because we find that we make updates and we put in bug fixes, and then we need to get the plugin out to the whole team. So the plugin mechanism, it's not very good for something that you're going to be making changes to, and that maybe means it's there's a bunch of problems that it's not so good for. So we try and avoid it. And maybe a more modern way of doing this is something like a UI tool that people will go to, or a web application. But I would say, based on my recent painful memory. If a UI is involved, the cost will be way bigger than you think it is, so do proceed with caution. So finally, thinking about rolling your own. I think a lot of what we do with automation could be considered some kind of rolling your own, but you do have to sort of stop and ask a question and think, well, what's my motivation for doing this? Is it really the case that my problem is so unique that I need to spend weeks and weeks developing a tool because no one else has ever had this problem before? And if so, maybe this means that this isn't a really valuable problem to be solving. But of course, if we all followed not invented here strictly, then nothing would ever get invented. So sometimes you do have to say, yeah, my problem is unique and special, and I do have an amazing idea, and it is worth this investment. So you have to ask yourself the question, but the question may be, yeah, absolutely, go for it. And here we have the bit where Holly put on the slides, beware fun, which is just like the worst thing to put on the slides, don't have fun. But again, just think about your motivation, and if your only motivation for doing something is that it's fun, maybe there's something that's also fun that's going to provide more value. And again, finally, don't have fun, but do have fun, and do innovate, because that's a good thing to be doing. And so just to conclude, I've talked about a lot of the negatives of automation and a lot of the times where we found that there was a problem with it. But there's so many positives as well, and I think we're incredibly lucky to be in jobs where we're allowed to do automation, and not only are we allowed to do automation, we're actually encouraged to do automation, because being encouraged to do automation means that we're also actually being encouraged to be lazy, which is like, yeah, I'm down with having a job where, I'm rewarded for being lazy, and especially when that goes along with having fun too. So I think, we're in a pretty good place with where we are in the industry. So thank you very much. We've got about 3 minutes for questions. And I do have T-shirts as well, so I can answer some questions now, and then I'd love to talk to you afterwards as well, if any of you. So, question over there, yeah.
Are you familiar with IBM's urban code deploy effort? Can you speak to that at all?
Yeah, so I know Urban Code Deploy, we use it in my team. I haven't personally used it. So I think the answer to that was yes and no. I mean, I can recommend it. We do some kind of amazing things with it in our team, actually, because we test our product on 140 platforms. And when you're testing a product on 140 platforms, you really need the automation. And so we use Urban Code to deploy that. Hi, yeah.
What's being applied for automation?
Oh, good question. I think that the Marvin tool that we did for backing changes out, I'm really attached to that one because it had such a good effect on the code quality, and it really solved the problem. But I think some of my favorite automations haven't necessarily been the most successful ones, because one of the ones I had most fun doing was the one to auto-generate the design documents. And that one just fell by the wayside, but I did really enjoy doing it. Hiya.
Well, did you do all the art yourself?
I did, yeah. Yeah. That's why the ants look like reindeers. Hiya.
What do you do regarding ongoing support of your automations?
Yeah, that's a really good point. The question was about ongoing support, and I see that now because I've moved teams, and so there's a team left who are maintaining some of these automations, so that they're maintaining the Rosie tool and they're maintaining the Marvin tool. But I know that some of the intricacies I know and they don't, and so there is a little bit of an expense there. So it's definitely, I mean, I think this is probably true for all code, that we should try and resist being really clever in a way that makes it inaccessible to others, because if we do it right, we're going to move on, and someone else is going to be maintaining our code, because hopefully we're going to be doing cooler code. And so we have to make sure that we don't leave people with something that's just completely intractable. And I think as well, I think I probably have left some pieces of automation where I don't think it will be maintained because I think I didn't do a good enough job of making it accessible to others or understandable. So, you know, there's a lesson learned there. So I think I should have been firing out T-shirts actually, but I got sidetracked. But if you asked a question, please do come and get a T-shirt if you'd like one. And if you would just like a T-shirt, then come ask a question as well. It can work both ways. So thank you very much, everybody, and please do vote as well.
Travelers is a big Webster shop. We've got a lot of teams that want to be lighter and faster, so they go to Webster to that's pretty high-level things to work out where the stack they're looking at is Mars Eclipse, and then Liberty, and then what we're finding is a lot of legacy characters for iOS 2. That's the kind of nothing in the middle that gets to migrate forward.
Yes, maybe you should just try Dig 2 with Liberty. I mean, what we've done with Liberty is, because I think that, that's definitely the right way to go, and you know, it's going to scale really well, and it's going to be better to develop, and it's also going to be better in production, so it's kind of win-win. And as well, we found with Liberty that it's faster as well. So we did EE7 on Liberty before we did EE7 on Classic OS, just because the cost of doing it for us was lower, so we could get it. Yeah, and so it's a good place to be because you are going to find that you're going to get that support first on Liberty. And we haven't done, not everything in Classic OS is in Liberty because some of the things in Classic OS, not very many customers are using, so it's not necessarily worth the investment, but the well-trodden paths are all there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Urban code deploy, a good mix in there too.
Yeah, definitely. So that's really well hooked into certain part of the story.
Okay.
And I think if you have questions as well, you know webstep.net. So yeah, you can ask questions there, and then you can see go into the brass tacks and exactly how it all fits together.
Thanks.
Cool. Thanks.
What's your go-to automation language that you prefer using? Because we have some developers that oh, this guy uses Perl. I like Python. Someone else just does straight Bash.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question, and it's some languages are going to be better for some kinds of things. So the classic is Perl's really good for string manipulation.
Yeah.
The current reality is that most of my stuff I do in apps, and I think that's partly you get familiar with the tool, and then once you have a tool, everything looks like once you have a hammer, everything looks like a nail. So I find almost every problem I have can be solved in apps, even though possibly someone else would solve it in a different way. And I think app gives you the nice combination of the Java, so you can write your own tasks. So we write a lot of our own tasks. We've got this massive library, and then the XML. So XML maybe not a bit verbose now, not necessarily the most modern, but because we've got this huge task library, and then we can drive it from XML fairly simply with just a few parameters. It works pretty well for us.
Okay, I never thought of trying it. Interesting.
Yeah, and I think with something more modern, like Gradle as well, then you've got a sort of a similar thing. So you've got the scripting language, and then you've got the Java backing it.
Right. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Hi. Very good talk.
Thank you. Thank you.
I had a specific question that maybe you have some experience with. One thing that we're struggling with automating when we're setting up new environments for tests and things like that is our F5 setup, which, is the load balancing setups and things like that. And we haven't found a good solution for that. I don't know. I know F5s are everywhere in the industry. I haven't heard of other people that are very good at it. Maybe you've got some experience with it?
I'm afraid I don't.
They'll be very good at it.
No, our hardware is probably, certainly, from my personal bit, that's the bit that we have the most depth on in terms of the automating.
Mm-hmm.
And, where we are with that is still, shell scripts and that kind of thing. We know we need to get better, but it's the time.
Do any of you guys use F5s? Do you have the same problem that
We
we
do,
have?
but that's why we pay them a lot, because they want to maintain their jobs.
Well, yeah, so you don't automate it either. You just
No.
have them set it up, make it look like this.
Exactly. This is the way I know how to do it. All right. Next time, document it, and next person, well, this is different.
That's the same thing we're
No
struggling
automation.
with.
No automation, unfortunately.
Huh, interesting. It just seems like the F5 is not built to automate.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Go ahead. You were here before.
Oh, it doesn't matter. I was just going to introduce myself. I'm Jennifer. I work at Edward Jones, but
Oh,
actually
sorry.
a lot of your points on
priorities, we actually had this big like process improvement spreadsheet that we decided earlier this year we have to start working on these. So we had to prioritize them, and that's basically what it was. It was a little automating things. Oh, we need to go in and do this, and oh, we need to. And so I'm working on a couple of the items as year-end projects to try to get things in for next year, so that we're not. We have people going out and manually coming up with dates and of when checks need to go out. I'm like, there's got to be an easier way than this. There's got to be a table somewhere that has this information. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a frustrating thing because I look at all of these. I mean, I think it's probably exactly the same for us. That we look at these things and I say, this is not a good use of our time. This is really stupid, and we're coming up with the wrong answer in a very expensive way. But to get from there to but actually I found the time to automate it is not so easy always.
Yeah, and that's actually kind of what we ran into last week is we asked, well, how do you guys, is there a table you guys pull this from, and then you calculate, okay, plus or minus 7 days or whatever. They're like, no, actually, it's got all these parameters and these conditions. If it falls here, we calculate it this way. If it falls this way, we calculate it that way. So now it's the problem of, okay, I got to figure out something to see if there's a way we can possibly do this, if it's going to provide enough value to actually automate it, or if we have to stick with manually doing it.
Yeah, and sometimes that can be a useful exercise. Like sometimes just getting the sort of the algorithmic thinking and reducing something down to, and getting somebody to write down the steps they follow.
Right.
Even if you never get as far as putting those steps into a program, you've already added something, because then if that person is the bus again, if that person gets hit by the bus, then the next person, knows
There's
what to do.
Yeah. Well, really interesting.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you.
I have just a quick question about DevOps. So it's funny that you mentioned DevOps. So we automated a lot of tools for our operations team initially to pass to them so that our developers don't get involved. However, what happened later on, we found out that these operations people didn't actually know what to do with these automated alerts. So they came back to the dev team, which we were trying to solve to start with, that we don't want to be involved with production bugs.
Yeah.
But now what's happening, that our developers are always working with dev. So we went and got rid of operations. We said, okay, DevOps.
Yeah.
And now our developers can't focus anymore. So it's like, okay, well, what is the best?
Yeah, I mean, that's a really interesting point. And that may be what kills DevOps. It may be that developers say, actually, I quite liked not having the responsibility. Thank you very much.
Well, and you get to a point where you can't really do any more development tasks because you're always supporting production.
Yeah.
So I was just wondering how far you guys are when you said there's no need for dev and ops, there's DevOps.
Yeah, I mean, with us, there's sort of two things for us. So one is as our team's grown bigger, I think we've possibly got further away from DevOps rather than closer to DevOps. Because when there's 5 of you, then it makes a lot of sense that you're not going to carve out a separate DevOps team. But now there's 200 of us. So there are going to be some people in that team who say, yeah, I don't want to be bothered with that. I'm just going to develop. And so it's sort of an extra challenge for us to try and get that culture in a team that size. And I think there's sort of a tendency to specialize. There's a gravitational pull to specialize and to say, oh, you're really good at this and you're really good at this. And so again, I think that's the challenge with DevOps.
We're looking for the best balance. But anyways, just thought maybe you have some pointers.
Yeah. Thanks.
Maybe in the future.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for the talk.
Yeah, thank you.
Have you had any experience, you said 20 years automation experience, have you had any experience of automating applets, for instance, instead of browser-based applications, applets that spark up or anything like that? Because to give you a bit of background, I look after a massive ERP application that we implemented about 4 or 5 years ago, and it's basically Oracle EBS, but we have customized and extended it, but the way it works is it sparks up applets actually as Oracle Forms. Now, I resent actually paying anybody licenses of any kind, but my boss has actually brought in a company called Turnkey, who use a tool called C Factory that actually automates the applets. But what I was looking for was some kind of open source alternative to that. I looked at Cucumber, Selenium, things like that, but they all seem to be browser-based automation tools. So I was wondering, do you have any experience of automating that type of application?
Not directly, no. And I think it's a model that's becoming less in favour in the industry. So I think it's probably one. I mean, losing battle is too strong a word, but I think it's the tooling support is probably going to be less than it will be for things that are browser based, just because that's where the industry is going.
Yeah. On the other hand, you have Oracle saying that Oracle Forms is never ever going to go away, and we're going to support it for the next 30 years.
Yeah.
Except that you have all the automation tools out there don't support Oracle Forms. So
yeah.
So
no,
what I'm trying to do is I'm getting the guys to convert a lot of it over to ADF Java-based applications, and then we can actually leverage some of these tools.
Yeah. It's long and expensive. Yeah, it does seem like the sensible strategy to me, though, just in terms of getting where the tooling support is. But yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks.
Good talk. I just
Yeah,
have a question
thank you.
for you about Bluemix, though.
Yeah.
So you have your pair programming going on, follow the same pivotal concept.
Yeah.
Sure. How are you building in the automation? Are you pairing up an automated test engineer with the developer? Or?
We don't have dedicated test engineers.
Okay.
So we're doing test-driven development. So we're completely, and we're doing it fairly strictly. So we write the test, and then we get the test running red, and then we do it. We're considering how because we've got designers on site as well, and so I think there maybe is a bit more of a heterogeneous pairing that we're trying to decide whether it makes sense to do or not.
Are you using like a design lead to go over some of the teams, or?
So at the moment we've got in the London garage we've got one designer, and then we've got others who come in, and so we're sort of trying to decide, well, does it make sense for one of us to sit with her, or at the moment the rest of us are pairing and then she's not, which leaves her kind of isolated, and then it means as well that both us and she are losing the benefits of the pairing.
Okay.
So we'll have to see.
Right.
I don't know if that answered your question.
No, it does. Well,
yeah.
we're just, everybody's trying to figure out the whole programming mix, so that's why I didn't know if you guys practice or say.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Any experience with, for lack of a better term, general purpose automation tools like robot? They're focused on testing, but they can do a heck of a lot of stuff.
Yeah, not so much. No, not directly. So where we are is our general purpose automation tool is out. Like I said.
We're heavy at Handshop too, but we're looking at moving up to Gradle.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that sort of our newer bits are on Gradle, and then in terms of testing, again where we are is we're all JUnit, and that kind of works well for we're all JUnit and with a bit of Selenium, and that works well for the kind of testing that we need to do, and all the automation and all the variation is just on the 140 platforms, and so that's kind of more at the deploy level, and then the extra wrinkle for us is again not quite in the automation area, and that's managing the results, because when we've got like 40,000 tests and they run on 140 platforms, and then you have that coming in and you have to try and make sense of it, and you go, does it work? Because it's not going to be 100% green across 140 platforms all of the time. So we've got a big analytics investment to get the analytics.
Is that custom analytics, or is it?
Yeah, so it's based on SPSS, but it's a big custom layer on SPSS that for the reporting of the results, and then then there's an extra custom layer for the display of the results and the interpretation, and at what point do we do a flag and that kind of thing. Yeah,
we're doing all of that ourselves.
Yeah, and it's expensive is the downside, but it gives us value. So yeah,
thank you.
Thanks.
No, I just wanted to. That was lovely.
Yeah, thank you.
Enjoyed that. I always knew what I loved, automation, but I never had given it a name. I wasn't sure what it was. I know I love certain activities and others, so thanks for
cool. Thanks very much. Glad you enjoyed it.
TDD, what kind of tools are you guys employing right now?
So we're using a range, and the Bluemix garage at the moment, a lot of it is JavaScript, so we're using Jasmine.
Yeah, okay.
But and yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Thanks.
Hi.
Hi.
Will you share the new version of the slides?
Yeah, I will be.
I've seen you already share some SlideShare when you're over.
Oh yeah, they're old. So I'm going to upload these to SlideShare, so I'll do that.
Yes, I really like this part on the DevOps.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Yeah.
Not only
Yeah, that's the new bit. Because when I first this talk. It's old. I think it's actually probably 2 years old now, and when I first did it, we weren't talking so much about DevOps, but now it sort of seems like, it's become.
I need to explain this concept to my team, and it's a really good way.
Yeah, oh, thank you very much. Yeah, yeah, I'll get them uploaded.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
cool, thank you.
So the two things that actually stood out the most to me in your presentation that sounded exciting to me were the machine rotation and the pair programming. And all I think is, I remember, actually no, it's constant. It is a complete shit show to get my dev environment set up, and then it breaks all the time, and then I have to get it set up all over again.
Yeah,
and it's crazy. And when you look at the process for getting our internal application dev environment set up, and you're going through the steps, and then you're trying to actually fix the documentation as you go through the steps because the documentation is wrong, and that's why it's broken. And oh my god, and all I can think is, if only it were consistent.
Yeah.
And then I get the excuses, whoa, we like to all be special little snowflakes with our dev environments, and everyone likes it different. But it's like, why let that be an excuse?
Yeah.
Why do I need to spend 2-3 hours trying to get set up,
Yeah.
and really not even getting to solve the problem that I'm trying to fix?
Yeah, and for new starters, the expense. I've seen a similar. I mean, it's a totally different solution. But because there's a lot of IDEs now where there's the software as a service for the IDE, and I kind of think I don't really want to do my development in the cloud. But then the counter argument is, but it needs for a new starter. They're going within 5 minutes rather than having to spend like days and days getting an environment set up. And you kind of think, well, that's actually a pretty good trade-off to not have to download 600 dependencies because it's on the cloud, and not have to do all this futzing around with the IDE and how to just work. So that's a different solution to the same problem. But I think you definitely want to go like one of the two ways because it's not worth it. And like our environment now, the tools aren't necessarily the ones I would choose, but I didn't have to spend ages getting going. I just sat down and I was going, and that's
one of the and we're such a small team, so I don't know. Well, okay, I love paired programming, and we don't do it by practice, but I do it just by kind of default. Like, so do you want to come work on this issue with me? And he'll be like, well, I've got my own stuff on it. Well, do you want me to come help you work on your issue then? Because I think I would rather do, well, mostly because I'm still learning big time.
It's such a good way. And I mean, there's a real kind of, I think, when the business looks at paired programming, they say, why would I pay 2 developers to do the job of 1 developer? But like,
it gets done faster. And more
it gets done
efficiently.
faster and with higher quality. And as well, like I've just joined the team, and I've got deep Java skills, but now I'm doing JavaScript. And like, where's the semicolon going? Which is great, and I'm up to speed and I'm contributing in a way that I wouldn't be. And that's
I'm going to take my very advanced programming partner that I usually program with, and say there's something that we're working on together. And there are times where I'm still junior, I don't know much, but there are times where he's like, well, let me think about this issue, and I'll say, what about blah, blah, blah? And he says, that's a great idea. And it's not something you would have thought of, and then we do it and it works.
Yeah,
and so it's
true.
good working. But the machine rotation is just really hard. I don't think we'd be able to do the machine rotation because we each have an office, but at least the setting up the dev environment in such a way that if we were going to do, we could pretend that we can do machine rotation and then set it all the same.
I'm really glad. Interesting, glad to know that you found that interesting because you sort of never know what you take for granted and what you don't.
One of the things that, so we have an application, it's our internal application that is written in Flash ActionScript. And so our admin guys are always releasing the newest version of Flash Player and pushing it over in the network so it's forcibly installed on the machine every couple of days. And this breaks the debugger because we have our own special debugger version of Flash, and so it breaks it. And so then you spend an hour trying to fix it because then you have to uninstall everything, reinstall everything as far as the debugger goes, and it might work and it might not. And so finally it came up in a meeting and someone said, why don't we ask them to exempt us and then just push the debugger? Ding, 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 ding.
I think with a lot of these things, it sort of applies to automation, but it just applies more generally. Like sometimes all you have to do is identify the pain point that you've been kind of taking for granted, and then you can come up with a solution really, really cheaply. And you just needed to have that initial thing of saying, it doesn't have to be this way. This thing that's really awful could be better.
Even a little better.
Yeah, and even if it's a little better, then you're something alright.
Well, thank you. I really liked your presentation.
Yeah, thank you. No, I'm the previous speaker. I'm on my way out, I promise.
excuse me, can I use my own laptop? Can I use my own laptop? Sorry, I can't hear you. Actually, I can. Can I just add my presentation here and then I can play it from this? If it's fine, I don't know. Can I use this one?
I think so. Yeah. No.
Good day. Should I use my computer or
Hey,
this
computer
one?
should be good.
Okay, that's good because I just put my slides already in this one. But that's fine.
Do you want to use this one?
No, I can use mine. It's
Yeah,
fine.
since you got the
I have,
VGA, right?
I have, yeah.
So just unplug this guy. Do you have any audio?
No.
You gonna be sitting down or standing up?
Yeah.
You want it quicker?
I have mine, but I can use yours if it's working.
Yeah.
That's good. And how it usually starts? Do you like introduce speakers or we just start?
Yeah,
Just
pretty
start.
much just go. Yeah.
Excellent.
It's being live streamed too, so
Okay.
make sure you stay on the mic.
Okay. Oh, okay. So you don't have like, it's called in English, the one you understand. No.
We don't have
Actually,
that.
that's good.
Yeah.
Because I don't like those. Yeah.
Like in the way or?
Yeah.
office space.
Oh, she did. She did.
Hello. I think that we may wait a few more minutes and then we start. Or maybe not a few more minutes, because according to my clock, actually I should start already, but I see that still people are coming, so just go ahead and go here, because in the front there are still a few places empty, so if you need a seat, just move forward, please. Or at least 2 seats are empty in the first place. So. Okay, before I start, how do you enjoy JavaOne? Woo! Come on, guys, some noise. No noise? Everyone sleepy after the lunch? Yes? Oh gosh, then it's like difficult challenge in front of me just to wake you up then. Okay, so let's kick off from a small joke that you can see, and maybe from setting some expectations about my talk. So basically the title is anti-patterns. And there's like agile and project management, so you can expect that there will be like no coding, I hope. Yeah, pretty much, yeah, that's good, because I assume that you are all Java developers, or majority of you, so even before I start, how many Java developers are here? Just raise hand. Oh gosh, excellent. Actually, I expected that, and I've seen that few hands were not up, so I expect those people are still asleep, but no worries, we will work on that. I have few comics. Unfortunately, I don't have cat pictures, so I have to say no cat pictures in this presentation, so if you are here and you are a fan of cats, so sorry to disappoint you. Okay, so how many of you have contact with customers? Hands up. Okay, that's good. And how many of you have contact with like marketing people or people who just write requirements, like product owners? Okay, surprisingly, still there are a few hands that weren't up, and I just wonder, if you don't have contact with customers and you don't talk with product owners, how basically you write the code? Okay, so the title, as I assumed, I think that still people are joining us, but I think that we can like start and kick off. So my name is Kasia Mrowca, quite challenging. I use usually the shorter name. The longer name is Katarzyna. So yeah, if you would like afterwards, we can try to pronounce it. Okay, so who I am. Basically, I had an experience in working in software houses as well as in internal IT department. So I have the perspective of both, and I would like to share with you my experience from the perspective of the person who started from being like technical person, because I was a developer, then I was sysadmin, and then I was finally business analyst and product owner. So I have perspective from quite diverse perspectives. And also I'm like kind of agile person, so maybe that's why I have right to criticize a bit agile, at least the way we try to do, or even worse, implement agile. But I guess we are in Java conference, so implement is even better word. Okay, so I'm part of the Agile in Europe community, so you can guess I'm from Europe, as well as you've seen my name and surname, so also you can guess. Currently I'm living in London, however I'm from Poland originally, and I'm contractor there, and basically trying to figure out how to make projects working. Sometimes it's like stitching few stuff together, sometimes it's like developing and creating completely new product. Also during the talk, I would like to present you a few scenes that we all have, no matter what kind of company we are in. So if we are a software house, or if we are smaller company developing software, or if we are the IT department inside a company that actually doesn't care that much about IT, but still use us as a service, I would say. Okay, so maybe we can start from, okay, I have a question. If I'm standing like that, can you hear me actually? Not really. Okay, because usually I like walking around the stage, but I assume that I can't walk with that. Okay, so I hope somehow handle Okay, so start from Agile and basically the expectations that we are all Agile. So there's like maybe anyone who don't know the word Agile, never heard about that, please raise hand. No hands up? Okay, that's good. That means that everyone heard the word Agile, that's good. Basically, companies really like to be Agile, even though they're sometimes kind of not really Agile. They have Agile names. Sometimes they, have like Agile coaches and really try hard to transfer their culture to Agile one. However, sometimes it's only on transforming IT departments to Agile or software part of the IT department to Agile, and the rest of the business stays in the old-fashioned waterfall way, and sometimes it just means that everything gets clunky. Synthesizing Agile, so this is basically trying to just first and think, okay, we are Agile, we are the waterfall, but we rename everything and we must be Agile. So also what I would like to present during this talk is that sometimes you can adapt like piece of stuff that works for you, not necessarily try to follow the names which are like, beautiful buzzwords that everyone have to use, and still makes this whole stuff work. Maybe not necessarily under the word Agile, but I think that the most important stuff is to create awesome software, and there's like no matter if we are actually Agile, Scrum, doing Scrum, or I don't know, whatever else is right now trendy, Lean Startup, or maybe, go back to Waterfall. It's basically how we create stuff that works. So yeah, sometimes we really hard try to convince everyone around us that we are, super trendy and we are Agile, and if we are not Agile, obviously we are old-fashioned and we have to die. You are laughing, but there is a lot of, I think that in industry, especially if you are selling software and there are customers that are like not, basically they're using software, they want to know, okay, how do you do your beautiful software? And they want to be certain, super certain that we deliver it like, in really excellent manner, frequently, without bugs, obviously, and really cheaply, because everyone knows that, a lot of features, no bugs, and quality comes together and you can have everything. And customers think that if we say that we are Agile, it means that we have all those three things, magically. So first of all, maybe I can ask you, do you know the Agile Manifesto? Just raise your hand if yes. Okay, keep three hands up, and who would like to say it loud? Okay, no hands. Okay, so really quickly, we just go through this boring guide, which is Agile Manifesto, just only to emphasize the kind of the anti-patterns that we unfortunately do during trying to be Agile. And maybe I just spoil it a bit. Why? Because Agile meant to be like philosophy, and we start to treat it like a kind of thing that is ready cure for everything. And sometimes it's a bit awkward afterwards. Okay, but actually I should start from explaining the title a bit. Why Agile Project Management? I've seen a lot of like job offers, a lot of descriptions in the companies that have something like that. They're like Agile Project Managers, or they claim that they have Agile Project Management. So basically, what that is, at least in theory. So applying traditional project management to Agile principles, so it's like philosophy. This is usually like PMI or Prince2 methodology. So this is kind of waterfall word. So people tend to think that if we merge those two, this magically creates Agile project management. So what we have in the end, we have beautiful Agile names. In theory, we have philosophy that we actually don't follow. And we have our beautiful baby waterfalls, because we just, for instance, use scrums or something like similar. Yes, so yeah, this is, maybe I just leave it without comment, because the whole talk is about how to not do it that way. Okay, so first of all, processes and tools. So what do you remember what was above? I just put maybe some joke to make it easier. Anyone remembers what was over processes and tools? Okay, someone want to say loud?
Individuals and interactions.
Yay, excellent. Oh yeah, someone remembers. That's really good. So companies really like to say, okay, yes, individuals and interactions over processes and tools, but when they try to deliver, when there is like agile transformation, what usually is done? We are buying a software, or we are employing agile coaches, or we are sending the whole team for 2 days Scrum training, and then we expect that we are agile already. And sometimes I even seen the project plans, how to deliver agile to the company. Obviously, we start in the end, and unfortunately, it's not that easy because as principles usually says, and as the idea is, we need to be flexible, we need to adapt, so it's not something that stays the same constantly. We need to work in order to make it happen. We need to adjust, and basically we also need to value more people and how they're used to work, or how it's like more convenient to work, over the tools. And tools itself are not bad because they are meant to help us, right? Yeah. I think that there is no enthusiasm for tools, but yes, they meant to help us. However, if we try to make standard process across the company and force people to use the tools in exactly same way, that starts to be tricky. Why? Because if we have big projects and some of us delivers like web-based solutions and other of us have like heavy backend systems, we just can't have the same kind of process and the same kind of approach, simply because our backlog items are different, the stuff that we are delivering are different, and the dependencies between those products also are different, because maybe if we have backend stuff, there's like 15 other teams that actually waiting for us to deploy, I don't know, new search engine. And if we are just doing the, maybe not just, but if we are doing the user interface for something, only there, there is like maybe less dependencies between that and the backend. Ideally, maybe it would be like even we have like slice of everything in one project. Sometimes it's not the case. But basically, it makes really difficult to make it standardized. And if we try really hard, then we are just actually doing the reverse to the idea. So we have the process and tools over the people. Okay. What is next? Documentation. Exactly. I leave the joke for a moment because it's quite good. Okay, few people laughed, so it's good. It's progress. Okay, yeah. So sometimes we have even, too much documentation, which is like not relevant. And also, I just not want to say that we don't need any kind of documentation, but it would be good to keep it light. Also, the really excellent way, there's like the previous talk by Holly about automation, and basically it's a good way also just to have all stuff automated, tests as well, because then it's like easier to us to figure out if software is working or not. So I work in a software that has like only 5 years, relatively fresh. The way I say only because the previous version of the same software was written in the times where there were like no internet protocol available. So the previous version was really old. 5 years old was like brand new stuff. And we had like pretty good coverage. And why I'm saying that? Because if we were developing new features on top of this 5-year-old systems and we would like to remove some bits, we were able to do it, even though sometimes we haven't actually remember what the modules were doing, because there were tests. So we knew that, okay, if we remove something and tests are green, it means that software is not broken. If you don't have tests, but you have documentation, go ahead with reading and trying to figure out what are connections and dependencies between the software. I also just want to emphasize that it's really good to have like the user documentation, just to not being bothered and by the questions, okay, what the software is doing. But if we're speaking about the technical documentation, it's good to like keep it to minimum, because first of all, people are not reading it frequently, if they're reading it at all. It just gets out of date, like I think a minute ago after you just finished writing it. If you have tests, yes, that can happen as well, that they are just outdated, but it's quite easier to have them than just to rely on the manual regression tests. Currently, I work in the company and we have no automation tests, so each regression is really, really painful. So now I'm a total fan of the automation tests, so yeah. Okay. And one more note about documentation. If you're doing it, I would just recommend like drawings, because it's usually easier to understand than read the 100-page documentation. Okay, so this was the nutshell of my message here. Okay. Obviously, we have the contract negotiations, which are pretty important. And we should collaborate in theory, what is sometimes in practice. So again, we expect that we have tools that will do everything for us. So there are like plenty of ways to make the collaboration like, seamless. Like let's say that we have SharePoint page and tag someone. Oh, okay, we just written a comment for you, so we expect that you know the stuff. Or Confluence page and we tag someone, oh yeah, just read it afterwards, yeah, done, communication done. We don't have to call, because speaking with people is terrifying. Yeah. So again, the way how we would like to cooperate and how we would like to communicate is really important. Obviously, contracts and stuff are important too. Usually it's like totally messed up in our world. Maybe one word as well from that, we'll just go to the solutions as well, so I won't only complain about those stuff, also I give some remedies or recommendations how we can try make it better. Okay, and the end, flexibility connected with changes. I really love that example because we are agile, right? And then I arrived to the company that says, oh yeah, we have like agile teams. Obviously, we work in Scrum, so everything is beautiful. I arrived and see 10,000 users stored in the backlog. Excellent, we are really agile and we are really responsive to change. Yeah, excellent. So again, I will talk a bit about the backlog itself later on, but this is not really flexible if we have that many backlog items. So why we should be responsive to change? I think that everyone knows that basically world is changing. Our customers not necessarily understand that if they throw away a lot of requirements on us and a lot of backlog items, that basically makes us not really flexible. So it is really good to say, okay, hello, if you give us more and more and more, it's like actually just limit us. And sometimes, or maybe not sometimes, but we are too afraid to say no to the requirements that are from the business or from our customers or our marketing people. And we just say, yeah, we are so agile, so we can have this 10,001 users stored in our backlog. We handle it, and then we never do it, obviously. Some customers are, like really cunning, and they are finding like bugs that actually supposed to be features, but because it's like not working, and never ever there were requirement it would be working that way, but we can like raise a bug and add to our backlog, and then it gets even more messy. But this is their way to make us a change. So this is not agile as well. Okay. So really quickly, wrapping up, if we would like to be like more agile, try first to focus on how we can make people working together in like nice and flexible way, how to make teams effective and how to make their life simpler in terms like having like small backlog and good communication with product owner. I've seen that, or the business the best. I've seen that when I asked, few people didn't have contact with such people, so it's good to, starting from scratch, so starting from communication. Remember that there are like good ways of seeing the bigger picture and the requirements, not necessarily the user stories I talked about. And also, basically, if we communicate with a proxy, it's getting difficult, especially if we have like few proxies next to us. So let's imagine we have marketing, sales, product owners, business analysts, tech leads, developers. And just imagine, at the beginning of this beautiful chain, we have the requirements. In the end, we have developers. And just imagine what we hear in the end, yeah? So it would be good if even one person from the team have ability to communicate, even if not directly, because marketing is too terrified that we scare customers. Just to have at least some good communication and cooperation with marketing team and make certain that they don't promise to customers stuff that we cannot deliver. If we are working in internal IT department, and again, maybe our boss is a bit terrified to, you know, let us go from our basement somewhere in the building, just suggest that if we'll be allowed to, like, you know, grab a coffee with our business and talk with them or observe how they're working, it would be easier to deliver something what is valuable for them, and it would be easier for us to understand the business requirements. Because again, we are sometimes failing in understanding that basically without understanding the business needs, we are not necessarily able to deliver software, and the requirements that are, like, you know, only written and documented don't reflect the reality really well. Okay. And maybe in the end, keep things small. This is the general recommendation. Okay, but let's start with my favorite part, so the scenes. Some of them, I think that will be like really quite of, you'll be pretty familiar with them, I hope. Okay, let's start. Everyone knows which one is a waterfall, which one is agile, right? Yeah, it's so, I don't know, I couldn't hear you guys, louder. Excellent, okay, that's good. Now it was convincing. So, what companies are doing? Because we can think, okay, it's quite easy distinction, right? So if we have waterfall, we have all those steps in order to, you know, develop, test, and deploy. And in the end, basically, we just find out that what we think here was relevant. Basically, it's like falling apart because it's like 2 years after. So business change, instead of like, I don't know, card payment, we have Apple payment. So our payment system that we delivered and designed 2 years ago is just not relevant anymore. Here we have like smaller feedback loop, in theory at least, and basically we are working close to the business and everything is great. So companies, when they are saying, okay, we now want to be agile, want to have this. But what we see in practice? Unfortunately, this is, you know, this is a good first step. If we are like really huge software house with 10,000 developers across all possible locations on Earth, developing even on like deep oceans or hell, I don't know, whatever it is, maybe it's like, you know, hard to start and do everything in agile way, right? If we are smaller companies, maybe it should be easier, but it's not. It's really huge change. It's change in the way how we also sell our products. I think that sometimes we are not even we are thinking about the development, but again, business or the people who just sign our paychecks expect the ready product, and ready products are usually sold in a way that we promise to give something. It's really hard to go to the customer and say, you know, we have idea, we don't know what it is yet, but maybe you would like to buy it. So again, if you are internal IT department, maybe it's easier to convince your business in that way, especially if you have a lot of coffee with them, so maybe. If you are a huge software house, it's not working in that way, unfortunately. So that's why the companies also have problems with being in a full agile mode. And now is the question, is it so terribly bad to have it that way? How do you think? Yeah, so we'll a bit talk about, again, the feedback as well, but it's like we are still waiting. It's like it's not huge difference from waterfall. It's like better. It's, you know, we at least like try, so it's good. as I said, it's good the first step, because if you're big, it's not easy to change. If you have multiple locations, Agile starts to be really difficult as well. Probably there's plenty of scaling Agile talks you've seen. But the biggest problem is that we basically wait to have the feedback loop and to understand the needs of our customers. And also we are waiting for our competitors to finish their software, so maybe they deploy something on the production earlier than we, and we will lose our market. So this is the, I think, really huge constraint. Again, example from the software house I worked in. We were developing this beautiful software. I told you like this new one, the 5-year-old one, and there was like the older version. And once we deployed it, we just figured out that our competitors were earlier. They have much less features than we had, but they were earlier, and guess what? Customers were satisfied and they didn't need all the features that were planned for us. So stuff like that happens as well. So it's worth to remember that if someone from business says, okay, this is our beautiful agile way of doing that with 10,000 user stories and 5 years of backlog ahead, saying, okay, but we are not alone. There's plenty of other companies, I think especially here in San Francisco, where there's like so many startups around. You know that the competition is really hard. If we talk with business, or if we have our own company, it's like worth to remember, okay, competition is there, so if we wait, and if we pretend to be agile, basically, maybe when we deploy, there will be no customers. And it's really hard to convince customer who bought the software once to spend the money again on something new, even if it's totally brilliant and awesome and have like really a lot of features. That maybe a lot of features is not that convincing, but yeah. So, okay, so what is the agile way? Obviously, time to market is shorter. And surprisingly, even if we don't have like enough features, like maybe not enough, but even if we see that there some features are missing, it's usually better to deploy something anyway and start gathering feedback and doing stuff in proper way. And maybe it seems to be so obvious, but companies simply stop, you know, at this stage and not really willing to move here, because it's like additional effort in changing not only our development side, but also like marketing, sales strategy and everything. And even if we are startups, we usually need to sell our products. So again, this is the change across. Okay, so feedback loop, I mentioned it, the sooner the better. And what else? Basically, we need predictability, and sometimes we can say, okay, what we can do if we are like maybe not planning at all the features, right? What basically can happen? It's really hard because we usually have roadmaps. And roadmap is like example of another scene. Itself, it's excellent because it means, okay, we have vision of the product. In practice, usually we have commitment. So we say, okay, we deliver this done, another feature is done, and basically we have no flexibility to add new stuff. Again, example from the payment world. So let's say that we are like half a year before and we don't know that Apple Payment is going to the market, and we just think, okay, just do some awesome stuff with the contactless cards. And then we have backlog for, you know, I don't know, half a year ahead with those payments, and then we're just learning, oh, there is Apple Payment. Okay. And we cannot squeeze because we basically are committed to deliver something different. Or maybe fingerprint. A few years ago, it was like, it was the thing, and still some, especially banks, are delivering new features that you can log into bank with the fingerprint. It is at least, I think, a year or so in the market, or even longer. But recently my bank introduced it like maybe a week ago, like a new LT that you can log in via fingerprint. So I just assume that probably they have really long backlog in a queue. So, but those are the stuff that basically limits us in terms of delivering faster, new, exciting features that can convince our customers to move in to the new solution. Basically, I also switched recently my bank to have the fingerprint, so it was convincing for some customers. And there's plenty of people who actually really like having the life simplified. So again, roadmap commitment is quite difficult. And what else? Basically, there are other people who are like depending on us. So if we will be late, it's starting to get tough. And people just depend on us as well. So it's like really tricky. If we say, okay, we have like, I don't know, 3 months development cycles, and this is the stuff that we will develop within 3 months. So we are not planning few years ahead. And if you are not squeezed in, that means that you basically don't have to wait because you don't get the stuff. People at least try to think about the solution that it's like working and not waiting for us to deliver something and then be, really, sorry for saying, screwed because we didn't deliver and they don't have any workaround. So it's worth to remember about that as well. Okay, moving forward. We have the backlog itself. Usually too big backlog. So as I said, I just won't say it again. It's my favorite. So feature gluttony, so basically we won't like to have too much. And we're just forgetting that there is a point where our customers are like satisfied. Obviously, they're customers. They want more and more and more. But this basically doesn't mean that we should deliver more. This means that maybe we can rethink our features. Again, in the place where I worked in, we had at least 3 features that did exactly the same thing, but in slightly different order. We had like 120 customers base, so it was a lot of customers. Obviously, some features were toggle on, toggle off, depending on the customer. But anyway, trying to maintain, treat the same features, it's quite hard, again, because of dependency, because of the architectural problems. Just imagine trying to do microservices if you have multiple stuff that actually doing the same in a slightly different manner. Impossible. And it was relatively new software, 5 years old, so not that bad. Okay, also, so what we can do, we can also start deleting features. I know it sounds scary, but business is changing. So after a few years, if we ask the business, okay, do you need that? Because we had the logs and we noticed that you didn't click it like at least 2 years. So maybe they say yeah, just go ahead, delete it, we don't need it. And guess what? We have easier code to maintain, and basically the complexity of the whole stuff is also like easier. But for that, we need to do really scary stuff. Talk. Yeah, obviously measures are really important too, because we cannot guess what is used, what is not used if we don't log where our customers are clicking and what they are doing. We also can try, if we really don't want to talk because it's terrifying, we can also try to hide the feature if we just notice that it's not used, and afterwards try to, delete it if it's still no one says, oh, there was like my favorite button I used every half a year just to fire off my favorite Excel spreadsheet. So basically there are the things that we can do in order to limit the number of features that we already have, and then deploy on top of that. Why? Because our software at some point will be old. Someone will have to maintain it, and if we keep adding the features without trying at least to delete old stuff or not used stuff, our software soon will be like the really ugly legacy, and everyone will tell, oh my gosh, who even developed that, right? Yeah, okay. Obviously, customers are asking for new features, so this is like the tweet I've recently seen. So I really like it, because it just represents that basically we sometimes have to think and try to critically approach to the stuff that customers wish to have, because honestly, not everything is needed. And also, we have the problem with the usability if we add too many features. This should be actually the first, right? Make it usable, yeah. Okay, so almost everyone laughed, so not that bad. So small security check. How many of you are asleep? Few people are asleep, okay, so few people are still wake up, or maybe I actually should ask how many of you are, still awake, so raise your hand. Okay, much more people are awake than sleeping. Few people didn't raise their hand in either way, so I think that they are like in between, okay, or still sleeping, I don't want to admit it. Okay. One of my favorites right now, that's why I want to wake you up, the quality of backlog items, because sometimes we see the stuff like that, which are like my favorites, especially when I see 10,000 like that. The format itself, so when we try to be agile, and we read like some, books and blah, 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 and say, okay, our backlog items should be in, one standardized format, because if we have the format, there is a value behind that. Surprisingly, people can hack this format and do it like totally unusable and totally, basically if we just say, okay, I want login, I think this is the same message. Obviously, it didn't show anything connected, I don't know, maybe we need some sophisticated security because we are a bank. Maybe this logging stuff is basically fingerprint, but someone forgot to mention it. Quality is like one of the stuff that we sometimes miss while implementing the structure kind of agile, because obviously we have format, so if we have format, we are right. And surprisingly, not really. Okay, and you may ask, we have backlog items, we have our roadmap, okay, what is with the, basically, finishing? Yesterday I was talking with one of colleagues around here about basically delivering the new features in a way that basically they are broken. And then someone raised a bug, and then when when there's a bug, bugs have like higher priority because something is in production and is broken, yeah, right? So then we're delivering the feature. Guys, it's not the way. There's plenty of other ways to actually say no to the features that we won't like to develop. I will talk a bit about that later on. This is basically the way to have really bad software that then we'll be like really ashamed of doing. And I think that there's like, come on, you're on JavaOne, so we're pretty brilliant developers, but I've seen the nodes. So I hope that you are not doing it on a daily basis, but you are only noting, oh yeah, we've seen that some other people did that, we are good. Okay, so basically, if we have the feature, and if it's even the really crap description of that, we should try at least to make it work and not delivering something that is broken in the first place, because it's like no sense at all of delivering that. And also, like one thing that we may think and we sometimes somehow don't remember, that if we have the project itself, size matters. And this is the statistics I took from the research done by Standish Group. So what basically it shows, I think that these small projects, because, okay, now I noticed that the screen cuts the top of my slides, which is surprising, because on my slides it looks good on my computer. Okay, so you have to imagine, here is like the big projects, here are small projects. I hope you had good imagination. I just wonder how many slides were cut before, and maybe that's why you were not laughing. That could explain a lot. Okay, but I'm agile person, so I adapt. I will be reading you what is above. Okay, so because you had good imagination and I already read, here are the big projects, and yeah, big projects are failing. By failure, I mean like one of the dimensions of the project, so for maybe not even one, but all. So it's like never on the production. So someone was so desperate after, spending a few millions of dollars that they say, okay, we are shutting it out because there's no point of delivering it. 52% of, changes is mean that was change in the budget, scope, whatever. And the success, we didn't change anything. And you can see that smaller projects IT projects, because those are the software projects, are actually delivered and they are like working. Maybe they are clunky, maybe users are not fully happy, but at least they have software, so at least they can do their, the stuff for what they are bought the product, so they can support the business process in some kind of way. If someone from the business, or basically if you have your own company, says, okay, we need to deliver everything and we have like huge backlog, just show the statistics. Usually it's convincing. I know that statistics usually lies, because me and my dog statistically have like each 3 legs. But this is pretty convincing to the majority of people, because also why? Smaller projects are easier to manage, because even if you can think about it, if something takes like 3 months, it's easier to handle the changes, the scope, everything, what we're delivering. If something is like 5 years long, and we know it will take ages, we have problem with project management that I mentioned before, and we are not agile. Honestly, if we have 5 years scope ahead, we are definitely not agile and we are not flexible. Okay, now we quickly wrap up the stuff, the things I've talking about, and then we'll try to find the cures. So obviously trying really hard, trying to do it agile, but not really following the full path. So this is the first of the scene. Another, having the commitments. So together with really huge backlog, full with the, not actually limiting the feature gluttony from our customers. So if customers calls us, yeah, deliver it, we will add the feature. And some of you can actually now wonder, okay, if customers want the features and they pay us, why we actually think of not delivering it? This is like short-term strategy if we deliver everything, because as I said, maintaining it afterwards and making it better in the future, or any architectural change, it's quite difficult if we have several features that, for example, do the same stuff. And in the end, my favorite, so the quality of the backlog items itself. So what we can actually do? So let's return to the question, okay, do we have any hope, especially if we want to transit from this to this? So what I'm usually suggesting to do is trying to not think linear. This is line which helps us to have some kind of the predictability of when we delivered something which is ready, right? Business wants to know when something is ready. So we have to show them that, okay, maybe if we don't keep it in a linear way, it would be easier to say, okay, within the 3 months time box, we can deliver this. What will be in the future, we will see. How we can achieve that? So what I suggest to use is a product tree. I like this kind of methodology as a support to the agile transition. What it basically do? So it is obviously fun. We gather developers, people who are stakeholders, and trying to produce the ideas. In order to make the meeting shorter, it's better to have ideas up front, written down, and then trying to figure it out. Okay, what we do within our time box. If we use sprints, because we really love Scrum, we can use it with sprints. If we use Kanban board, or if we have some kind of weird mix, it could be like any kind of time box we wish. The leaves are the ideas. The branches are modules or categories, maybe some kind of the basically groupings. Why in that way? Because then it's easier when we are trying to think about the architecture, and if we are brave enough to make, microservices, then we at least can differentiate between the features. And also business understands that if they want to mix something, this is dependency, so this is not separate branch. Because again, if we speak with business, they really have problems with understanding dependencies between our product. So this allows us to make it visual, and people usually have problems to try to figure it out. Oh, okay, so we cannot merge these 2 branches actually because it's a tree, and I understand how tree is working. So, oh yeah, really, we cannot merge it. Yeah, it makes sense. Okay, so what we are doing here is the stuff which are outside our time box. So first of all, people are like really happy because, oh, our ideas are written down somewhere, so they won't be lost. We are happy as well because if we want to return to that, we didn't put a lot of effort in writing this down in a user story or whatever documentation it is. We have idea, and idea could be, let's say, integrated payments. And when we take the idea integrated payments, we see, oh my gosh, we have new fingerprint login, we have Apple payments, oh, so nice. So we can take those ideas, make them detailed when they're, when we have time for doing that. So what we will be detailing is basically what is inside the tree, and that's it. But not everything, because life would be too easy if we just deliver everything, right? So when we have first bunch of the ideas, they are not ready to be developed, obviously, because they are high-level ideas. So what we do next? Basically, we need to try to prioritize, because excellent ideas not necessarily brings us money. What is this love thing you can think? Because, you know, ROI, so basically how much cash we have, is quite easy to understand. What is that? This is the stuff that we care about. Why I called it love? Because context is the king. So I can say that it's performance, I can say it's usability, but it basically depends on your software that you are developing. If you are doing backend and you say that usability is the most important stuff, well, your choice. But probably it's not. So that's why here we are putting the stuff that is like really important. So let's say that it's performance. Then we take all those leaves and trying to figure it out, okay, where it is between the profits and the performance, let's say, and trying to figure it out, the whole stuff. Surprisingly, easily we get stuff which is called MVP. And then we had to apply logic itself as well, because sometimes there are stuff that are not profitable. Maybe they're not influence our performance, but we need to have them anyway, because otherwise software has like no sense. This helps to understand, both for developers and for business, basically importance of the features. Because it's not linear, again, it's also like easier to communicate and easier to talk, okay, where to put it. As you can see, there is no scale as well, because it's like quite random. This also helps us not to focus on being like too accurate and waste time at that point. Why we shouldn't estimate at that point? Because we have no idea what it is. It's like brilliant idea that we can, you know, assume that there are some money behind that and there is some performance increase or basically improvement after that, but then we need to probably validate this after, but it's like afterwards, not before, because it's quite hard, takes time, and time is money. So if you have the big session with all those people in the room, you really want to keep it short. Okay. So this is it, but obviously we have more scenes. I also have to glance for our watch because I think that we have 10 more minutes, if I'm right. Okay, so I try to be quick. More, okay, estimates. I started talking about them. Why it's bad? So basically, if we have those features, those ideas there, we can try to make them, you know, more detailed, and we actually should. We write them down, and people usually ask, okay, so when we deliver? So safe way of doing that is actually saying, okay, let's have like time box. If we work in Scrum, we have, let's say, 2 weeks, or let's say we have like 1 week or whatever. We try to deliver as much as we can. There is like a lot of no estimates approaches that are fine. I actually recommend to have like the tree stuff with ideas around like 3 months backlog, and because it's quite safe to, you know, deliver enough to be like usable, and convince business that if it doesn't work out afterwards, you can just, you know, it's quite small investment, so we can kill it and don't lose a lot of money. If you are killing the project that is 5 years old, it's painful. So this is the way. Again, in internal IT internal IT departments, it's easier than in bigger companies, but it's like achievable in both ways. Again, project plans. Yeah, I think that we have them, and why basically people want to know that? Again, because customers expect to know when they get the features done, right? So because they expect to have that what we have. Yeah, I think that almost everyone knows that. And if we just have estimates like story points, t-shirt sizes, whatever, we have project manager. This is the brilliant person who knows how to map it to the Excel. And whatever you are doing, even if you are doing like really, I don't know, t-shirt sizes or I don't know, colors of cups or whatever you just think about, there is a magic formula in Excel which map it to the time and money. And again, what you can say, oh, we don't know. And then they will probably push you to give some numbers. And we usually do as an IT the number, and this creates in the business the point of view that we can predict how much the staff will take. I've met the people who are really strong for estimating stuff and saying that, yeah, we are able to do it accurately. We have like, huge metrics with a lot of, beautiful numbers inside and beautiful equations, and we are able to predict the future. Some other people have like the, beautiful crystal ball, and they're saying, yes, we delivered it like in 2017. Oh, no, this will be actually 2020. There's plenty of people like that, but again, if we keep it small and say, okay, first batch will be within first 3 months, and more or less it's doing the ideas we discussed, then business have like predictability they are carving for because they really want to know. We are relatively safe because there are 3 months, so the scope is small. So even if we have scope creep because we figured out better way of doing something, it's still like manageable. And we are avoiding to having like really, scary estimates. And again, if we are working in huge software houses and we don't deliver on time, usually then it's like the finding the blame parts. And we're saying, oh no, because this person was, there to take holidays. And that's why we're late. So, yeah, so at least we can try to avoid that. And again, if we try to, speaking about estimates, if we have like infinite backlog and we put the numbers, again, it still infinite. The same is with any kind of estimations. Math on some point is basically not accurate enough to do the predictions. It's actually quite hard that I'm telling that because I finished kind of the IT and econometrics course. So basically I'm doing forecasts as a job and models and stuff like that. So I actually should say, oh yeah, there are beautiful models that can predict everything. But yeah, I'm quite static in terms of the predicting the stuff connected with producing software. Okay, last one, almost last one, silos. So what happens? We basically have obviously marketing, sales, development, and we don't talk to each other. And sometimes we have like test team as well, which is separate to development, which is even more hilarious because we can assume that testers and developers should like, sit together and cooperate. And we find the stuff which are quite surprising, like let's say testers has the KPIs or whatever it is to find as many bugs as possible. And we suddenly see that, let's say, oh yeah, we have this beautiful bug because this button, instead of being in gray color, is white. Or something hilarious like that basically there is no difference from the software perspective and customers actually don't care, or basically it's working software as designed, but we raise the bug just to have the additional bug. So we need to communicate, and how we can do it if we are in silos. Co-location helps, but not always it's possible. So again, calls. It's like something that is useful, but usually if we have video. Because if we have only phone call, people multitask. How many of you have like not collocated team? Okay, a lot. How many of you have like phone calls without video? Okay, keeps your hands. How many of you multitask? Exactly, yeah. So if you have video, you are field watched. So this helps. If you have the marketing and sales teams and development and testers, usually it's good to talk to each other and ask, okay, what are your KPIs or measures of your success? Because companies have such stuff in place, and this is the natural thing, maybe natural for organizations. It's also, I just sometimes think, okay, we want to be agile, but we have measures of success and KPIs across the organization, and I think, okay, but we should be like a team, so we should have like common aims. So how it's even possible that we have still silos with different goals? So if we know that something like that happens and we really try to be agile, so we at least have to ask, okay, what are your goals and how we can align within our organization that's supposed to be agile but doesn't help us to be agile at all. If we know, then at least we can work together to make certain that we all are achieving our goals. So marketing can say to the customers that they deliver some feature, sales can obviously say it afterwards, and we as a development team don't have like 5 the same features written in a slightly different way. Okay, there's a lot of questions. Should we scale agile or not? I just allow you to answer this question after this talk by yourself. Again, we can try. Also, I would like to say that sometimes our companies maybe are not meant to be agile, and it's nothing wrong with that. Maybe we can adapt some parts of it, maybe we can try hard, and instead of saying, oh yeah, we are cool, we are agile, or we are cool because we have Scrum, maybe we just adapt things and make our life easier, but then not use the word agile because it makes the frustrations, especially in the people who just worked previously in a cool, smaller companies, go to the bigger companies, which says, oh, we are agile. And like, in my case, when I see the backlog of 10,000 user stories and people keep saying that we are so agile, it just causes frustration. And sometimes it's better to admit, okay, we really try to change, but we are big. It's not easy. It will take time. We adapt few bits from Agile, few things from Lean Startup because we need feedback from our customers. But for instance, our industry is not able to deploy to the production more frequently than half a year. Again, I worked in a company when the releases first were every 2 years because our customers weren't ready. So it was huge success to be able to deploy every half a year. And again, for a customer, it was quite big challenge because it was the training of the crew, because it was like few thousand people using our software. And even though it was really, UX people were brilliant and did the best job ever just to squeeze additional features in the seamless way. But again, people need training. We need to deploy it. We need to check it. If we are in the cloud, probably maybe it's easier, but sometimes we have servers where someone have to go physically and install the software. So there's plenty of stuff like that. And sometimes we don't have to pretend or, synthesize Agile. We can say, okay, we try, we adapt things, we make things working, and we are delivering software. And this basically is the, I think, most important stuff. So quickly summing up, because there is no time, processes, documentations basically are quite common way of trying to implement Agile in a way which is like structural and is like really unified across everything, and it's not the way to do. Basically try to be flexible and try to maybe adapt small parts, and if you cannot, just admit, okay, we are trying. Collaboration by just writing emails or documentation is not collaboration. Sorry guys, we need to talk. I think it's especially scary when the girls say, yeah, we need to talk. Yeah. Again, we should be at least trying to make things small in order to be flexible. So again, trying to chunk our product in a way that within 3 months we can deliver some ideas and then show them to the customers. Again, if we are trying to be agile and change our organization, it's better to focus on the root cause, not on the symptoms. Sometimes symptoms are like, for instance, too big backlog, right? So first we have to think why it is too big, because maybe it's the demands from the customers, and we should start from thinking, okay, how to change the marketing and sales in the way that we can adjust our other part of the development cycle. Again, Excel, Excel is actually a surprising tool. I've seen guys from Microsoft, and I have to say that Excel is amazing because each company I saw is basically, there is some part of it that is Excel driven, and I'm really amazed of the creativity of people who use Excel. So I think that, yeah, spreadsheets rules. And again, try to think about the ways we can do step from like planned stuff to the stuff that allow us to make software in a flexible, small manner. So all those, bad stuff should be replaced just to try make our product successful, not necessarily the methodology that we use successful. Okay, so thank you for your attention. I think that few people are leaving for another session. So, thank you. Remember about the feedback. I'm not certain if there are times for questions, but I'm here around, so we can talk. And again, thank you for your attention. I will post it on SlideShare. Yeah, so probably on Twitter. Do you have Twitter, maybe? Okay, so my SlideShare is the same as my. There's probably somewhere my Twitter handle. So basically, my surname and my name. It's quite challenging because yeah. So if you surname, name, and this is that's my SlideShare account as well. I use everywhere the same order. So yes. Okay, thank you. Oh, thank you.
Done.
Oh, thank you.
Dziękuję. That's all I've known in Polish.
I just was like, oh, Polish people.
I got
are
some Polish
good.
friends. I'm from the Netherlands
That's
actually.
cool.
Now, I had a question.
Yeah.
I was wondering if you have any ideas about security features, or security requirements, because actually I'm in the incident response team, so I'm in security, and one of our, let's say, customers, he was saying, yeah, we have this, we work agile, we have our sprints, and we have these security requirements like static code analysis, pen testing every now and then. We want to squeeze it into the process, but actually our product owner has a mandate, of course.
Yeah.
And he's saying, well, these features, they have, the security features basically go on the top or on the bottom of the.
So could you explain? Okay, because I'm not native speaker. What is SCUDA?
Security.
Security.
Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. So security. So all of those are security requirements, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so first of all, I would first try from trying to figure out the severity of the security issues that can maybe cause if we miss the feature. So probably if you have customer data or any kind of data that are really kind of to say it in English, sensitive. Yeah, I forgot the word sensitive. I expect that the severity is the highest. If you have the security that is okay, someone maybe will, I don't know, what can be less. Okay, basically prioritization should be based on how is the severity. And in terms of the chunks, do you do it across the application, the security, or do you have the modules that are quite separate?
I'm not sure how they do actually, but their main complaint was that she had product owner in the priority, was prioritizing constantly the security features, putting them back on the bottom.
Okay.
That's actually the problem. So I'm just thinking because
so what you can say, because I also had this kind of problem with security, and again, I work in retail, so we have plenty of customer data, so you cannot skip the security, because basically what you can say, okay, from the business perspective, if someone sue us because of the security breach, and they won, we will lose that and that money.
Absolutely.
So this is something that we can actually, maybe this will convince the product owner that it should go higher. And usually, I know it's sad reality, but usually development teams need to think about such stuff and convincing people from business, because sometimes the shiny feature, new beautiful button is more important than something that actually can cause a lot of issues in the
So
future.
it's basically awareness of the product owner
Exactly.
versus the team should tell him as well that it's
So
important.
yeah, I'm actually really want to convince like to talk because maybe product owner is not aware, and maybe it's not aware about the issues that can be caused because of lack of the security.
Yeah.
They should be aware, but if they are not,
Yeah,
maybe
I know.
we should bring them to the coffee and say, oh, by the way, if we just lose our customer data, it will mean that our company will be sued, and then basically we are
Maybe
all
that's a
screwed.
compelling argument.
Yeah, because people sometimes don't know, and we assume that they know, but maybe it's better to tell them, then they will for certain know.
My
And
experience it is,
Yeah. So if the person still will be stubborn, is this maybe the way of saying, okay, maybe again agreeing with the product owner that maybe we can have like the ratio in the backlog. So for instance, if we have, I don't know, maybe usually team does like 3 user stories per whatever time box you have. Saying, okay, so at least one of those have to be security.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So the ratio is again another way of doing stuff, and saying, okay, 2 are features, one is non-functional. So for instance, security in the next round could be like whatever performance, something like that.
Yeah, exactly. And a full security sprint is probably not a good idea.
I would, I think that it's good to develop it gradually across because because I'm a bit concerned that if you have the security sprint and do the security, then afterwards the next security sprint can be like after 2 years.
Yeah.
So you don't want to happen like that.
The thing is,
because
you probably don't want to roll.
like-
You roll out after you've done
If
the
you have a
security.
lot, if you have like a really kind of the quite big queue of the security stuff that were postponed, maybe it's a good idea to catch up with the security
Then it
sprint.
is, yeah.
But if it's adding features, it would be better to do that across because again you just then learning the business that every 2 years or whatever we can do the security and then don't worry about it and it's like not really good way.
I don't know.
Okay, good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Very nice to meet you.
All choices.
Could you repeat?
I have an adapter with me as well.
Yeah, I can email you. Okay, no worries. Thank you.
Question.
Yeah.
Most companies do annual budget meeting.
Alright.
So they avoid the issue of when you're ready to present, of not being able to get this button right here.
Yeah, so basically depends if you are like contractor based or do you have in the case when we had
But we are walking around a little bit. Should I then take a
okay, we have
mic
a
or?
model, right?
do
We
have
know
one
that
that
they
clips
are
onto the
employed and they will
your
work
shirt.
for them 12
Yeah.
months.
I would prefer that
So
because
what
sometimes
we are-
I'm walking around
what
a
I
little bit.
usually
Yeah.
suggest is
We-
trying
we're
first,
trying to
which is
avoid
not
people
easy,
from
but
walking in front of the screen.
usually
Yeah.
after first experiment,
Yeah.
we're quite happy with the outcome.
So
It's
if you
like,
can do
okay,
that, that'd be
so
great.
Yeah.
let's assume that those 12 people staying with us for the year. So we're planning the budget based on the resources we have. Resources are not changing. What we are changing is basically assigning them to the project. If you have the software house, it's slightly easier because you can move people across the project. They're happy because they're learning new technologies, or they are maybe less happy because they are like constantly moved. So also you need to take this into consideration how to move the teams. But again, if you have those
bunch of folks outside.
Okay,
that are ready to
sorry.
scan in, so we do need to have
Okay,
you,
sorry.
continue your conversation out in the foyer area.
Yeah.
space.
Probably will.
Yeah, feel free to.
Just wanted to say you're the best presentation so far.
Oh, thank you, thank you. I'm really glad. Oh, dziękuję.
So you were all worried to give you moral support, and you
Ah,
rocked it.
thank you. That was cool.
So, how did it feel?
Oh, it's good so far. Good so far. Thank you.
Full house.
Just 1, 3. Okay, just checking my monitor.
Any audio in your presentation?
No, not at all.
wasn't yours, was it?
That is mine.
Was yours?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
At least I had one with me. Take a look. Yeah, it's mine.
Okay, cool. I know the woman that was just ever used it, so. Wasn't sure if she forgot.
One, two, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
until you're good to go, but
Okay.
this guy tends to
Okay.
yeah, make some
Put it
noise
up.
on it. Thank you, brother. And I'm gonna make a little adjustment to this anyways.
Okay. Perfect. Thanks. Cheers.
Yes.
in the video.
Yeah.
So are you going to stay around here?
I'll have
or-
the mic here. I will walk probably
little
this
bit.
and this way, not
Okay.
more. Right. So, probably to the water.
That's fine. Yeah. We had someone earlier who was in front of the screen.
No,
the whole
I'm not
time
doing that.
And running back and
Yeah.
forth.
No.
Okay.
Okay, let's get started. Welcome to Smart Code Editors with JavaFX. My name is Tom Schindel. I'm CTO or co-founder of a small company located in Austria, Western Europe, located in Innsbruck. I'm Eclipse committer at various projects at Eclipse. Eclipse 4, which was the incubator that the Eclipse 4 application platform was built on. I was the guy who was part of the initial implementation, and the initial prototype was written by me. I'm committed at the platform, EMF, the Eclipse modeling framework, and I'm project leader for a project called FXClipse, which does all the JavaFX tooling in Eclipse, and besides that, it provides you a runtime platform that allows you to write JavaFX application on top of OSGI and the Eclipse 4 application framework. What this talk is about is not about IDEs, so I don't care which IDE you are using. Whether you use Eclipse, NetBeans, IntelliJ, I really don't care. What really matters to me is that you use our runtime platform, because this is where I make my money from. I sell consultant services that can be offered to you, and you can buy a best solution. That's the important thing. And for you, it should matter that you build your application on a stable, production-ready, open source, IP governance framework. And this is what we have. The framework and all the stuff that I'm showing today are hosted at Eclipse under EPL, owned by the Eclipse Foundation in the end. So if I one day say, I don't want to do anything anymore with this project, the sources are available at Eclipse. That's important. So typically, when we talk about JavaFX application, most JavaFX applications fall into two areas: a data-centric database frontend, or a data visualization application. For example, the application that you saw with the NASA demos, for example, if you've been there. So we have written a small demo applications for customers. So this application shows Eclipse 4 running JavaFX. So you can have 3D models, you have a flat look or a modern look and feel. You can do picking in the 3D space. You can do animations with it. You can rotate. You can position the camera. You can flip between stuff. This is what JavaFX applications typical are written for. So it shows you some features of the Eclipse application platform. For example, when you switch between perspectives, we'll see that in a second. Then you can do fade animations. All this stuff is part of the core platform that we are building our IDE or our smart editor in the next 40 or 50 minutes. Okay, so this is what we want to build. We want to build a smart code editor which can be embedded anywhere. It doesn't necessarily have to run on the Eclipse OSGI platform. It could be your own application with plain Java. It should run anywhere. It should not depend on any framework, and all this stuff should not be necessary. But if you want, you can embed it in a bigger framework like the Eclipse 4 application platform. It should be themable. You should be able to switch themes seamlessly. This is not a mystery in JavaFX. You simply exchange the CSS style sheet, and you get a completely different look and feel. So this is what I'm going to tell you, how you can go and implement that, and the components we have for you to do it yourself. So when we do this stuff, we first have to think about what APIs are available in JavaFX to do text, to deal with texts. First, you have the text node. Text node allows you to define font size, a font name, a fill color of your font. It can display multiple lines, but it can only have one color and one size for one text node in your scene graph. You can't say the first two letters are in black and the second two letters, or the third and the fourth letter are in green. That's not possible with this API. So if you use that API, the result is a simple text node. Next element that we have in JavaFX is text flow. Text flow is more flexible. It allows you to have multiple text nodes. Each text node has a style, but it has one big problem. It always renders all text nodes that you put in there, which means if you have a source code file with 100,000 lines of code, you are rendering, whether you see them or not, you're rendering 100 or 100,000 lines of code. Each line of code is made up of text components, so you have 400, 500,000 text nodes that you're rendering. That doesn't make any sense. So text flow doesn't do the job that we need to define an editor in JavaFX. And on top of that, it doesn't allow you to edit stuff. So it's only for display. Text flow looks like this from the API point of view. What you get out of that, you get a text, but each node has its own properties. So you can mix between colors and font sizes and all this stuff. Next API that you have the label in JavaFX to display text. Once more, has the capability of displaying a font, a fill color. It can have multiple lines. It can show a graphics at the beginning or the end or the top, but it has no editing support, and it has one font size, one fill color. From my point of view, it looks like this. Next control we have is text field. Text field is for a single line of editable text, but it has one font size, one color for the whole text field. So result of the API call is a text field. Until now, we haven't found any node in JavaFX that we can really use to write a text editor. The next natural choice people are targeting when they display text in JavaFX is text area. And that's one of the dumbest decisions that you can do when you have to display multiple lines of text. I'd say text area no more than 10 lines. Otherwise, don't do that, because text area is backed by one big text node. Whenever you edit, it has to modify this one text node once more. If it's 100 lines of text in this text node, you are rendering this complete text node. Whether you have the scroll bar on the right positioned at the top or at the bottom, it doesn't matter. So don't use text area, for example, to write lookup output into it. That makes no sense. The control is not made for that. But it allows you to display multiple lines of text. So we are a little bit in trouble now, because all the default JavaFX APIs don't allow us to implement a text editor, which has multiple ranges of styles. So there is no pre-made control. So what we did at the FX Clips project, we first started implementing those native controls that you need, where you have a range that has color red and a range that has color blue and a different font size. So we started implementing those nodes in the JavaFX scene graph world. The first thing is a styled string. It's something like an annotated string. It implements car sequence, and many of the APIs that we have in FX Clips allow you to pass a char sequence instead of a string. So we can pass a styled string everywhere and then make out of that a scene graph node that really has different style ranges with different colors.
Could you expand on that last bullet point, please?
On what? On?
The previous slide, the last bullet point.
The
rationale? The last bullet point?
Let me see whether I can get that in. So the last point is the API that we have, and you have a styled string, which is, you see in the next slide how you build a styled string. Then out of that, you need at some point you have to create a scene graph node, which you display in the JavaFX scene graph, and util.node creates such a scene graph element for you. So the next slide shows you this in API calls. So you create a styled string, and when you want to display this styled string in the center, so you see you have a styled string where you append a segment styled with the CSS selector h1, and you append a segment string with h1 and colorful. Out of that, you get with this CSS, you would get an UI element that looks like this. So it is it feels like a text node which can have multiple style ranges in it. Well, this is for displaying text. The next API that we have is styled label. It has the same API as the JavaFX label, but once more works with a styled string. So it allows me to display styled label informations. Once more, only displaying. And this is now the really important node that we provide. It's called styled text area. It allows to edit multiple lines of text. It allows to display different colors, different fonts, and the most important thing, it is virtual. So it only displays the lines that you currently see on screen, and when you scroll, it resembles all the stuff. So if you only show 20 lines in your screen, but your file has 100,000 lines, we only create the scene graph nodes for the 20 lines that you see on screen. That's the important thing. That's the key thing. And they keep the content in a specialized class called styled text content. Usage is very simple. It follows the scheme that we saw with the styled string. So you have style ranges where you define in which area of the string that we have as a content, what is the style range that, or the CSS selectors that we apply to. So out of that, we get a control with this CSS class that is editable, shows us line numbers, and is virtual and can display text, large amounts of text. So how does that work? And amazingly, it's that simple. It's only a trick that we're using. The control you're seeing here is a JavaFX list view, where each line that you see there is, each list line is one line in the scene graph. So we have not written our own virtual flow container or something like that. We are reusing list view from JavaFX. This is a list view. Nothing more than a list view. Then we have a specialized text layout container class, which is able to display, for example, selection ranges. And the final node that is at the low level is a styled text node that does really the text layout, that was really the text itself. That's the trick. Our control is, too many clicks on the slides. So many of you might ask yourself, but I read about there is another control on planet Earth that is available to do that, because there is a free control from Thomas Mikola, who is named Rich Text Area. So are you guys at Eclipse suffering from the not invented here syndrome? And yes, partially at least. But the important thing is we want to have a text node that works, has 90% the same API than the styled text control that we have at SWT. Because at the very moment we have a control that has the same API, we can use all the Eclipse text infrastructure, which does the parsing, tokenizing, without we get that for free. We don't have to re-implement that, because our API is 100% or 90% the same, 99% the same. We can use all this code that we have at Eclipse, which underpins the Eclipse IDE, your Eclipse editor. We want to have IP clean code. The project from Thomas is at GitHub. I don't know where he is tracking all the contributions. He has a service has a CLA with his contributors. I don't know. And when in my commercial applications I want to add stuff, I want to have it IP clean. I don't want to run into IP problems. This is at Eclipse we have IP clearance all this stuff is IP clean. And the most important thing is editing performance. And I'll now give you some numbers. First and most important, both controls are virtual, both have excellent rendering speed. Both frameworks have a plugable parser infrastructure and provide default ensemble parsers. And this is where the real change happens. Eclipse style text or our style text control can use the Eclipse text infrastructure for parsing and tokenizing. And Thomas has a sample of regex. For medium-sized controls, the difference is not really big. On the init, it takes 300 milliseconds for 10,000 lines of Java code for style text and 400 milliseconds with regex. With 150,000 lines of code, the difference gets bigger. It's 1 second compared to 3 seconds. This is init. Init is not really a problem, but the problem comes when we do editing. And this is where the real difference happens. For 10,000 lines of code, each keystroke, for us in Eclipse text, it's 30 milliseconds. From typing the key, damaging all the project or all your source code, and rendering it. For Thomas, it takes 110 milliseconds. And the difference really gets bigger. At the moment, we have 150,000 lines of code. We have still 550 milliseconds on each keystroke, whereas the native regex implementation that Rich Text Area has takes 2 seconds. So each keystroke, it waits, it holds the scene graph, the rendering, for 2 seconds. This is unadjustable or unjustifiable. This is not how you can write an IDE. So 50 milliseconds is okay. I'd even want to go faster, but I think 50 milliseconds is okay for 150,000 lines of code. Well, the numbers from Thomas could probably be divided by 2. Probably there's a bug in his framework where he does the parsing twice, but still it would be 900 milliseconds, which is too long. So just to give you an example that I'm not, this is opening 10,000 lines of code, and beside opening that, I run the GDT parser to get an AST for 10,000 lines of code. Let's do that for long, which is 150,000 lines of code. You saw it took a little bit longer, but in the end it worked. And editing performance. I can type in here, and you always see the UI is reacting. If you do that with Rich Text Area, you wait for each key press for 2 seconds. This is not how you can edit Java files or edit in your IDE. That's impossible. Okay. Back to the slides. So, just to give you an impression how you would set up such a style text control, that's Rich Text Area. That's style text. Well, I'm cheating a little bit because we have a specialized builder that does really the heavy lifting, which is not as flexible as the regex stuff from Thomas, but this is only the public API, the convenience API that you can use, and it does the deal for most Java-like languages, I'd guess. So you have a definition how a multi-line comment looks like, how a multi-duck comment looks like, a single-line comment looks like, a string is started, and you have the possibility to add keywords. That is sufficient for, yeah? No, we don't have line wrapping at the moment. So as our control, we don't support line wrapping at the moment. The question was, do you support line wrapping? No. But that's a feature that we have to add to the style text control, to the visual control. What we see here is about the parsing of texts. But no, that's a feature we don't yet have. So when we look back at editors or smart editors, the first thing that we want to have is syntax highlighting. That's probably the most important feature that I want to have. If I open a file in my IDE, I at least want to have syntax highlighting. Well, naturally I want auto-completion and all the stuff, but syntax highlighting is the most important feature to me at least. So first and most important for me is syntax highlighting. The second features that we have in smart editors is error markers. So if there is a problem, we need to show an error. And the next feature, when we hover somewhere, we want to have contextual information about the Java doc, for example, that's defined on the height. And the last feature that's most important or very important is autocomplete. I'd say syntax highlighting, autocomplete, error marking is the order of importance when we talk about editors. So let's first take a really deep look into how does the syntax highlighting work. Well, you saw that when we typed, we have been extremely fast in recognizing or your text changes. So how could we make it that we didn't have to parse 150,000 lines of code whenever you do a keystroke? And the trick that Eclipse Text is using, it partitions your document in certain regions. So we've been editing in the Java doc region, so it only had to take a look at the 10 or 15 lines of code that made up this region. After this 15 lines of code, it said, nothing has changed there. I don't have to reparse all the stuff in there. So the first step when you look at Eclipse Text is we are partitioning our document, and that's done with an interface called iDocument Partitioner. In the second step, when we have all the partitions, we have to tokenize or create tokens out of these partitions. For example, we have to identify keywords and other informations, annotations. That's a second step. But we only have to do this step on a partition that currently has changed. All other partitions, we don't have to rerun all the tokenizing. So that's the trick how we get to a performance of 50 milliseconds for 150,000 lines of code. When we look at our Java file, we can identify the following partitions. So the first is the Java doc partition. The next is a single line comment partition, or a multi-line comment partition, a string partition, and all that is not covered by these partitions is a so-called default partition. In our case, this is where all the Java code resides. So how do we identify those partitions? Well, it looks like there are very simple rules to do that. So a Dart doc, we can find out if starts with slash, asterisk, asterisk, and ends with asterisk, slash. Comment, single line comment starts with slash, slash. Multi-line slash, asterisk, asterisk. A string and a character. We have extremely simple rules to identify the partitions in our source code. To express those rules, we have an interface called iRule, and it has two basic implementations, a single line rule and a multi-line rule. So in our case, for example, a single line rule looks like this. So it says a single line rule, whenever something starts with slash slash, then at the end it is a Dart SL comment partition. If it is a multi-line rule, it starts with a slash asterisk asterisk and ends with the asterisk slash, then it's a Dart doc partition. I'm using Dart as an example here, not because I've never written any Dart program in my life, but Dart provides us a headless server that we can use to do auto-completions in the rest of the talk. So now somehow have to get from the rules to the partition, which is Eclipse Text. It sounds extremely complex, but you will see in 3 slides how easy it gets for us. You need an iDocument partitioner thankfully, Eclipse Text provides a default implementation called Fast Partitioner. A partitioner takes a token scanner, but happy we are, there is a rule-based partition scanner, which is provided by default. And the rule-based partition scanner can take our rules. So when we set up such a scanner, it's nothing more than subclassing a base class from Eclipse and using it. So we always subclass the base class. So this was a lot of Java code and a lot of APIs that we need to remember when we write text editors with the framework. We don't want to remember all this stuff. In fact, all we did create configuration code. And instead of writing configuration code, we could invent a DSL that really expresses what we want to have expressed in our Java configuration code. So what we defined was a small DSL that allows us to define how a partitioning of your document works. So it starts with a package keyword and then the language definition, and then in the section partitioning, we are defining what partitions do we have and how they look like. We don't have to remember all the low-level Java code. That's not needed. We can use this DSL. And out of this DSL, we can generate all the configuration code for you. So now that we have partitioned our document, we start with the tokenization. So the Java doc is only one big token. And the token, the important information in the token is it has information from where to where the token is displayed. More interesting, of course, is the source code partition, which is in this case made up of multiple keyword tokens and, for example, a default token that still stays in black. Tokenizing works the same way than partitioning. There's the rules API, the one that we used for partitioning, we can reuse for tokenizing, but there we need some more cleverer rules. For example, for keywords, we need a specialized rule, and for characters, we need a specialized rule, but in the end, it's the same pattern that we apply. A rule defines how we tokenize the partition. Once more, we have many base classes. So the partitioning works by defining an I-presentation reconciler. There is a default implementation, which once more takes some other classes called I-presentation damager and I-presentation repairer. Eclipse Text provides once more default implementation for them. And at the low level, we have a rule-based scanner that takes all our rules and makes out of that the tokenizing of your text partition. So this is how you set up the tokenizing for our Java example. So you create tokens for all the attributes. This is the combined word rule that we defined, where you can define your keywords. And then you need the presentation reconciler. This is once more a whole lot of shitty code for configuring our text parsing infrastructure. So while the first section of our DSL dealt with partitioning, the second part defines the lexical highlighting rules that we have. So we have our partitions, and there we define in our partitions that we have a keyword rule for keywords, or a single line rule, for example, in JavaDoc or in DartDoc. So instead of remembering all these low-level APIs, you once more only have to define how a tokenizing happens in our DSL, and we will generate the Java code out of this DSL. So last step is the visual representation. So we have tokenized this guy, and the important thing that we see up here is that we have dart default and dart keyword. This can be translated in this Java code, or is translated in this Java code. And finally, all you do is in your CSS file, you use them as class selectors to define a token. For example, the keyword token is now colored in purple and bold. Well, using direct colors is not a good idea, because when we want to switch theme, we would have to define a color for a dark theme and a color for a purple theme. So what JavaFX has, it can reference colors from other CSS files. So what we did, we predefined colors that you can use. So for example, this one would get to style text editor, source editor keyword in a light theme, Eclipse theme, we have purple. In a dark theme, we would have a completely different color. So let's do a live demo on this stuff, lexical highlighting. So here we have our DSL file. Let me just first open the Dart editor. This is the editor. So you already see a basic highlighting, but we also want to have these guys. Those are built-in types in Dart. We want to have them colored as well. So when we want to do that, we have to go to our Dart definition file. Here we go, and here we have to add a rule that's called Dart built-in types, which in Dart contains keywords of, for example, num, step 1. So we added the rules to our CSS file. Second step is we go to our CSS file and add the CSS rule. So in this case, we need a CSS rule, Dart, and then we go Dart built-in types, which has an styled text color of dash source editor dash built in type and FX font weight of bold. So when we now launch once more, and I have not made any typos, then the editor will get up. At least I expected it to get up. I had made built-in.
At line 47, is that value defined? The
Built-in type. I have built-in. Yeah. I have a typo in the default CSS definition. So and now we have the keywords colored in green. When we switch theme to dark, then we have them in yellow. This is only because we're using references. We predefined all the colors for you in this area. Okay, so that's the trick about, or that's all we need to know about the syntax highlighting. This is really the key. The key is you don't have to remember all those APIs that lead to the configuration of the Eclipse text framework. Just use the DSL that we have, and it allows you to really express how your tokenizing and partitioning has to look like. So next we're going to look at the auto-completion, and the application that we are seeing here is built on top of a framework called Eclipse 4, which underpins the Eclipse 4 IDE in the end, which leverages OSGI service, has a custom dependency injection container, and is backed by an application model. Eclipse provides specialized rendering. By default from Eclipse, you get a renderer that takes this application and renders it using STRT. But this is only a service to the complete framework. So if you want to render a JavaFX application, you exchange the rendering framework from STRT to JavaFX, and that's what the FXClipse project is providing to you. So there is no mixture between STRT and Swing happening here. This is pure JavaFX. And it has advanced APIs like late-wake dialogues, perspective transitions, all this stuff is available as part of the framework. So from an architecture point of view, Eclipse 4 works like this. We have the VM. On top of that, you have OSGI. On top of that, you have the Eclipse 4 application platform. This is all toolkit agnostic, no UI toolkit. And then is the layer of the toolkit, which by default is STRT, with STRT and JFace for the viewer framework. And on top of that is your application code. And what we are doing, or what we have done, and this was designed from day one like this, that you can throw out STRT and replace that with JavaFX. Naturally, your application code also have to burden against the JavaFX APIs. But you can use the complete Eclipse 4 framework, which is industrial proven. It's used on a daily basis by millions of developers, and build on top of that your application on your project. And for special reasons here, we added in here for code editing our own FXClipse code framework, which does the style text control and all the stuff on top of it. So how can we register all this information in the Eclipse system? I don't know how many of you have ever used OSGI, but OSGI has a service registry, and there we can register service providers or services. In our case, we have to register so-called type providers that provide the type that we are using for partitioning and tokenizing or reconciling. So in code, it looks like this. It's nothing more than having the service getting registered in the OSGI service registry. The registration is done by adding add component up here. If you have a certain plugin installed in your IDE, then this will generate the OSGI service registration XML code file for you. You see here, there's a test method, and when we look at the input is the internal representation of, for example, a source file. We check whether it ends with Dart, and then the partitioner that has to be used is the Dart partitioner. The same is done for the reconciler. So this is how we register all those providers in the service registry. So generally speaking, what makes up the text editor is a class called FX Text Editor. And the important thing about this class is it is only configured through dependency injection. So this class can be easily used outside of the Eclipse framework in your normal Java application. All it does, it has some add inject annotations where a dependency injection container can fill it with information. But this stuff can be used in any ordinary Java code. I'll show you an example at the end of the talk. For opening editors, there is a specialized service called Editor Opener, which you can pass a URL to. So opening such an editor is nothing more than getting access to the Editor Opener service and then provided the URL of the file you want to open. That's all. If you are in the Eclipse 4 world, it's only those two Java classes that you need to write to get a partitioner and tokenizer registered in the Eclipse framework. Next step is autocomplete. So there's an observation I made. So lately, all languages that I looked at which would have been Dart, TypeScript, and others like Rust or Go, they all provide a headless server. So you as an IDE developer don't necessarily have to deal with all the error reporting, auto-completion stuff. This is delegated to a headless server, and your IDE or your editor only have to interface with this headless server to get auto-completion working. For Dart, there's the Dart analysis server, which comes with the Dart SDK. And for TypeScript, there's a service called language service, which is in the so-called TS server. And you're communicating with this headless service. So it's fairly easy for you to connect the language to any editor on the world, whether it's VI, Eclipse, IntelliJ, it doesn't matter. All you need is a really good editor that allows to do syntax highlighting, and the rest is delegated to this headless server application. For Java, there are Eclipse project, Eclipse Flux, and Eclipse J, who have such a support. And we have our inter-research project called CodeServe, where we can deal with many languages like Java, TypeScript, and so on. So now we take a look at the Dart server, and that's why I've chosen Dart, because this is something you can download. So all the code that I have is published in a GitHub repo, so you can fetch it and try it out yourself on your IDE. Whether it's IntelliJ, NetBeans, doesn't matter. So, two interaction types with the Dart server. Generally, you communicate with this guy through the standard in and standard output string. That's the communication with this Dart server. So there are two types. There's a request type. You send a request and you get a response. And there is a thing called notifications. So the server proactively tells you information, for example, that an error is reported in some source code file. There's nothing, you make a request, but this is the server is proactively sending you informations. That's the so-called notification on the system. So when we look at how we communicate with Dart, the Dart server, we are sending JavaScript object notation packages between us and the server. The first thing, you need to tell the server where is the source code for this file. And you get a response of OK or not OK. Second step, when you want to do auto-completion, there's nothing more than sending the server. You want to have auto-completions for the file, the start at the offset, and that's exactly the offset view here. And the server will not directly respond with the result, but it could take some time for the calculation. So it asynchronously sends me a notification or event about completion results. And here you see the completion results. So when I'm in my IDE and do a control space, I send this to the server and have to wait for the server to respond with information of autocomplete. So this is how the real communication happens. What we have written on top of that is a Java API. So the calls that we saw in the previous slides are in Java code like this. You create a server with a factory. You get the service analysis service and the completion service. And if you want to have set the routes where the analyzation is happening, and when you want to do the completion, first you register yourself as a completion handler, and at some point in time, after this request has sent, you are getting here the handler results and get the results from the Dart server and can display those results to the customer for autocomplete. So how does our style text or our editor deal with autocomplete? So it sees autocomplete as an optional service. So if it's not there, the editor still works. It just doesn't have autocomplete. So autocompletion is done by an optional service called proposal computer, and proposal computer is once more registered in the OSGI service registry, specialized service, and this would look then like this. This is a Dart proposal computer which uses the lines of Java code that we just saw. So it sends the server the information that he needs autocomplete at a given location, and then it creates a future because the response is not immediate. We need to wait for the response, so we return a future, and when the future is completed, we can show the information to the user that initialized autocompleting. So when we do autocompletion, so once more in code, we go to the autocompletion computer. So first thing, we need to register this guy in the service registry, nothing more than adding the annotation. Delete this. Then we need to write the code for the autocompletion. I'm now copying this code. So it's nothing more than these lines of code. Delete that line, and when we start once more, nope. Then our editor magically has autocompletion, so we can go here r.space and get autocompletion results. This is the background, what we are doing. It's really fairly simple. So this is how new languages are working. So they provide you this headless server. Okay, good. Next problem solved. Autocompletion. The last step is error markers. The Dart server can inform us, or we can subscribe to error notifications. So whenever something is wrong in your Dart code, we get a notification about the position where it's wrong, and then we can display an error marker at this position. Okay, in Java code it looks like this. So we get the service, then we register ourselves as an error handler, and this is to get the initial list of errors when we open the file. But while we are running, this is the important subscription. Whenever there's an error, the Dart server will send us error informations. Internally, this is once more done through two services, an annotation model, which holds all the annotations or markers, and a service that represents them in UI. For example, drawing an icon somewhere, underlining text with purple color. This is done by annotation presenter. And once more, it's always the same. We are having two services that we register in the OSGI service registry who do the providing of this annotation for these services. So in code, this is nothing more than we register this annotation service provider, we register the annotation presenter, and when we now start our application, and we make an error in our file, then the server responds with error information, and we get an error marker in our app. So it's always the same pattern. So now you might argue, oh, he did all in OSGI and all blah, 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 blah in Eclipse 4. I don't want to do that. So the completely same code. Well, the outer stuff is a little bit different, but the rest is the same. This is pure Java. This is configured as a Maven module. So this is this application. Only have a Maven POM, which defines my dependencies. This is now pure Java. No Eclipse 4, no OSGI. This works because our architecture is so clean that we never ever reference any OSGI stuff or something like that. All the stuff that we have is done through dependency injection. So all we have to have is a dependency injection container who is able to create our editor control and provides or injects all the services like the highlighting service, the auto-completion service, the error marker service into this control. So this is key point. Now you don't have to invent or write the highlighting stuff for all languages. So we have already done that for some of them: ASCII, Doc, Ceylon, Dart, Groovy, Java, JavaScript, Kotlin, Lua, PHP, Python, Rust. But in the end, it's so easy for you to define that for your own language. So if a language you're using is missing, it's nothing more than firing up the IDE, editing this DSL file, and make a push or file a bactiller against Eclipse, FX Clips, and provide us this file, and we will add it to our code base. So then anybody on the world doesn't have to repeat those steps, but can make use of this guide. It's from us. We have auto-completion for Dart as open source. We have internal research for Java, JavaScript, and TypeScript, which are the most important languages to us. It's Java, and TypeScript. The most important languages for us are Java and TypeScript internally in our company. And when we look at the outline, we currently have open source support for Dart and internal for JavaScript and Java. Okay, so what are the possible future of all these components? Well, we want to have lexical highlighting for much more languages, but we already have some of them. So if you want to contribute, please do. We want to have code folding. I don't know whether you know what code folding is, but I guess most of you do. Code folding is this. So our editor currently does not support code folding, but that's a major task, so it's not yet there in the editor. We want to have error markers on text content. That's already in the work. And we want to have semantic highlighting. At the moment, we only do lexical highlighting. Semantic highlighting, we need to fire up, for example, get the AST, and as a first step, we do lexical highlighting, and then we augment the result once we have an AST with AST information. For example, color a field in blue. Now, in the current lexical highlighting, it's simply dark. So, and for code editing, we want to have refactor and rename, which is not yet there. Possible improvements for the Eclipse framework. I'm not sure, some of them might stay a pipe dream, but well. I want to have Eclipse 4 applications running on Felix. So currently we only support Equinox. So, but this is something that I have to get to the Eclipse project at Eclipse, so it's nothing that I can do myself. So I need to change the Eclipse code base for that. It's not that the Eclipse IDE is running on Felix. It's just that Eclipse 4 applications, which Eclipse RCP applications, can run on other OSGI containers. And this is really interesting. I think we could make for Eclipse 4 application OSGI an opt-in model. Currently, you can run Eclipse 4 applications only on OSGI. I think with Jigsaw, we can get away with that and run without OSGI. But this needs some serious refactorings in the internals of the low-level Eclipse 4 packages. Because the only thing Eclipse 4, the framework depends only on the OSGI service registry. We don't need all the other stuff from OSGI. It's only the registry. And if we can get that right, we could run Eclipse RCP applications once more, not the IDE, without OSGI. But as I said, it might stay a pipe dream. So I think technically it would be possible, but who knows. So that's it. If you have any questions, then I'll be at the Eclipse booth tomorrow from 11:15 to 1300. These are the URLs. The slides are up at the talk, and I'm open for questions.
Yeah. Do you support multiple
Do you support multiple multiple carries? Yeah. No, we don't at the moment. The editor does not support that. Yeah.
Do you know of any work underway for somewhat weird languages like Scala?
Well, syntax highlighting shouldn't be the problem for Scala. Autocompletion, I don't know how Scala. Well, Scala is. I think they have a core plugin that does all the heavy lifting. So this is how we do it for Java, for example. We take GDT core, which is the core infrastructure, which does all the autocompletion reconciling stuff for us. So if Scala is structured in the same way, it would be possible and not that a big task. Yeah?
Am I right that you showed us some statistic about typing?
Yeah.
And am I right that every time I type something, you update the document?
Yes.
So, because recently we at IntelliJ we made a kind of a zero latency typing that actually works pretty stupid but fast. So we can, if you type something, we can just copy the area at the right, shift it, and immediately type what you just pressed. And after that, in background, update the real document.
Yeah.
So have you thought about maybe it's because
frankly, I have no idea how Eclipse Text is working internally.
All right.
Well, for me, it's well, I know a little bit about it, but for me, in the end, it's more of a black box. So it has this document interface where I call replace text with the length and the text that I want to insert, and all the rest is up to the framework. So it works. It works completely the same way than it does in Eclipse today. That's all I know in the end. But I think 50 milliseconds is okay as a speed. If 50 milliseconds, I know I want to get faster, but still it is acceptable compared to when you do the rich text which always runs the complete regex on your 150,000 lines of code. So for me, that at the moment it's the trade-off. So, well, in the end, even here, style text doesn't care about who is doing the highlighting. So if your framework, I can use your implementation. I could simply connect my style text control to your framework, to IntelliJ framework. So this is everything is a service to the system. So replace it with another implementation of document or something like that. The system wouldn't even find out that that's happening. So I think the strength of this all is that the themability for CSS, which is really, really nice compared to other. I don't know how it's done in IntelliJ, but in Eclipse it's a nightmare. So, but I have no knowledge about other IDEs, so I can only rant about what Eclipse is doing or doing wrong, probably, right? Okay. So thanks for coming, and if you have more questions or want to try out the stuff, see you at the booth, or if I'm lurking around somewhere, just drop by and ask questions. Thanks.
Is it under your Eclipse? I mean, under your GitHub account?
It's no, this code is all part of Eclipse, so it's part of the Eclipse framework. So it's the URL that I had here is fxclipse.org. So this is the project homepage, and from there you get to the GitHub repo, the news group, and all the stuff to interact with us.
Are you directly on a master branch, or which branch does this code live on? Is it on master?
This is all master, yes. This is all. I don't have. Well, I only run a master branch, and then out of that, I do the release, and then I branch off to support branches or
sir.
Leider ein bisschen spät dazu kommen.
Ja.
Wird das komplette Idee fix? Schaut ziemlich geil aus.
Es geht in die Richtung. Aber es geht nicht in. Ich will nicht gerade zwar das Eclipse oder IntelliJ etwas bauen. Ja. Es geht vor allem darum, Komponenten zu haben, aus denen ich eine IDE bauen kann oder die ich in meine eigene Anwendung integrieren kann. Das ist das Wichtige dabei. Also, dass einfach losgekoppelte Komponenten sind, die ich zusammenstecken kann zu einer IDE oder in meine Spezialapplikation einbauen kann. Es macht keinen Sinn, eine vierte IDE auf das Welt zu nehmen.
Weiß man nie.
Naja, weil ich mir aber, das ist jetzt nicht mein Ziel.
Just look in case you get anything weird. I mean, if you get like a lot of bads, I mean, there could be something weird with that machine. So I just want to get a fair heads up. So that's good. So thanks.
Because from what I hear, they asked for all of that. Birds of a feather. So I think we're gonna have the floaters stick around and
So we leave out at 6:30.
Geht schon der Weg dorthin, aber das haben wir das Weg zu Geld. Da geht es darum, dass ich Leuten Komponenten biete, die sie in ihre IDE sind.
Ja, okay. Wir haben mich überlegt, ob man das macht. Also wir haben IDE in Swing entwickelt, für Rapid Development eigentlich speziell. Weil viele Kunden hatten, die gesagt haben, ja, Eclipse ist zu kompliziert und checkt man dann schnell durch und so. Und wir haben viele Kunden aus dem VGL-Bereich, die so Forms oder Access, Foxborough.
Das ist das ideal geeignet, das Ganze. Also wir haben dieses Eclipse-Schrift zwischen haben wir so diese Code-Editing-Sheet. Wir haben eine interne Komponente, die das viel einfacher macht. Das heißt vor allem, wir haben intern den GED-Support mit komplett Auto-Completion, Reconciling und so weiter. Wir haben Git-Commit implementiert, das heißt Git, auschecken in deinem Projekt. Und wir haben Support im Anschluss an Factory-Account zu bieten.
Okay,
genau, sicher haben wir für uns eigenes implementiert, aber prinzipiell ist es eigentlich already der Factory-Account über den Markt. Und Support für CI haben wir Jenkins. Alles die interne Sachen, die man noch nicht veröffentlicht und so weiter.
Das soll alles unter der Eclipse Foundation.
Naja, also der Core, der ist jetzt schon nach der Eclipse Foundation, das kannst du jetzt auschecken, verwenden. Ja, also als alle, was ich heute gezeigt habe, ja, das ist Open Source, das ist verwendbar, das kannst du die Anwendung bezahlen.
Ja, wir planen ja gerade den ersten Step, wollten wir jetzt unsere GUI-Bilder erstmal in FX nochmal neu schreiben. Und vielleicht können wir das zusammenmerchen.
Ja, wie gesagt, die Frage ist immer mit Simple-Bildern embedded.
Ja, das ist natürlich auch eine Frage, aber wir müssen erstmal genau anschauen, weil bei uns ist es so, dass es halt speziell auch, ich habe leider keine Karte dabei, aber ich schreibe dann E-Mail.
Wenn die alles verteilen, was sie mir mitgeben.
Ich habe extra keine Karten mitgenommen, weil ich mir gedacht habe, ich mache heuer mal komplett irgendwie Business-Sachen. Aber letztendlich ist es trotzdem wieder Business. Ja, weil wir so speziell für so wirklich Datenbankentwicklung das machen wollen. Nicht für 3D-Entwicklung und so weiter, sondern sollen halt überwiegend Formulare und GUIs gebaut werden. Und aus den GUI-Bilder werden dann verschiedene, also wir wollen Warning raus erzeugen, Warning-Code, dann FX-Code und eventuell noch was anderes, also ist noch nicht so ganz klar. Und
das Framework, es ist so geschrieben, dass es einfach überall embeddbar ist. Ja. Also es muss jetzt auch, wenn ich es in Eclipse 4 embedde, habe ich viele Möglichkeiten, sparen wir für das Framework nimmt alles ab. Ja? Aber die Komponenten sind alle so geschrieben, dass sie auch in Plain Java laufen. Ja. Die muss man halt dann selber darum kümmern, ob ich mir einen Juice aufsetze, der mir die Dependency Injection macht, oder ich das händisch mache. Ja? Das bleibt mir überlassen. Aber das Framework per se hat dann mal keine die wirklichen Implementierungsteile haben keine Abhängigkeit in der Eclipse 4 Welt. Die sind pures JavaFX.
Okay.
Das ist das Wichtige.
Ich habe das jetzt auch nicht richtig mitgekriegt. Das läuft unter HWL der Eclipse Compiler oder?
Wir haben im Hintergrund für Java kann ich den GDT, also für die Outline von Java, starte ich Eclipse Core, GDT Compiler. Okay, ja. Und GDT ist geteilt in UI und Core. Und GDT Core hat die Autocompletion, hat das Reconciling. Ich habe jetzt da Dart verwendet zum Beispiel als Server, weil das einfach jeder verwenden kann. Ja, der Dart-Server ist Teil von Dart. Deswegen habe ich das gemacht. Da jetzt eben, das ist das Einzige, was wir Open Source dargestellt haben, ja, weil das sollen die Leute noch ausprobieren. Also gibt's auf meinem Blog gibt es ja Tage, wie ich das Schritt für Schritt aufbaue. Also wie gesagt, also bei uns melden. Ja, bieten Consulting und alles Mögliche. Ja.
Das ist nicht so weit weg.
Ja. Wir bieten alles Mögliche, alles in der Richtung, alles Mögliche an. Ja. Also,
okay.
Noch bei den
Ja, bestimmt mal melden.
Passt, ja.
Danke, guter Vortrag. Ciao.
Danke. Ja.
Hey.
You are next.
Yes.
What are you talking about?
ASCII doc and JVM. Do the documentation with ASCII doc.
I have an ASCII doc editor out of my framework.
You do?
Yes.
I didn't know that. I was aware of ASCII doc effects.
Yeah.
But I know who is behind it. I know it's not you.
Yeah, well, I have not. It's not very sophisticated yet, but it was so simple to edit. So that I made one. It is not having an outline and all this stuff yet. But no, for sure. Schon mal dauert lang Ubi ausmachen. Ich weiß nicht, what this is, what they get, aber die wichtigsten Features.
I don't know if ASCII doc effects did it, but would you be able to have the synchronized scrolling?
No, I've not yet worked on that one.
Yeah, I know that's quite a hard problem.
But because you need to figure out where in that view you need to scroll probably, right?
Yes.
Are the anchors generated I think for each one it creates an anchor in an HTML file.
If you set a specific property called set anchors.
Okay.
Otherwise,
This is when you generate, when you start the generator, you have to set, because then you can probably scroll to a certain position.
Yes.
But unless then not. But it was more of a task to get the syntax highlighting working with.
Yes, that's right.
Because normally our rules could only express if it's equals, but for ASCII docker, if equals is at position 0, then it has a special meaning. If I have it in here, it is legal, right? So,
yes.
So this is what our parsing infrastructure couldn't handle. That's why it was interesting.
This is one of the things that is missing in ASCII doc, and Dan is aware of that. We have a standardized parser that we can use for any language.
Yeah.
So in the future, when this thing is ready, you won't need your custom parser. You will be able to use the one coming from ASCII doc.
Okay. So what we are currently, parser is not the real term again, because we only do lexical. We have simple rules like starts with dash dash, starts with equals, or is asterisk asterisk. That's our fairly simple rules. We don't create a ESD.
Okay. Oh, yeah. But you shouldn't, because ASCII Dr. J already has ESD.
Yeah. I think the only thing I need an ESD for is an outline, to show an outline.
Yep.
That would need one, but
So he has already done something like this for Eclipse.
You know, I don't want to use Eclipse.
Oh, that's shocking.
That's shocking. I don't want to use any IE in the world.
Yes, it has to be as lightweight as possible. This is not yours, is it?
No, it's not mine.
Okay, just making sure because sometimes people leave things behind and then they realize when it's too late.
So, well, you had now the thing about the GSR, right? Was Imperial to me now, right?
Yes, we just came to that one. It's going to be a repeat tomorrow.
Okay.
And we're thinking on having a discussion tomorrow at 11 after the re-empower on the current state of affairs of the ESI. So if you have time tomorrow between 11 and 12, that would be great.
I will see. I guess. Yeah. Anything big happened? I haven't followed the mailing list.
No, not really much. Most of the features, I would say, they are self-explanatory, not that difficult to follow. The thing that worries me a little bit is the actions, the action management, because one way to do it is like what Sweet does. The other way to do it is like what Eclipse and Netflix do, where they separate the metadata from the behavior. So you have the commands and command templates, exactly.
I'm more on the command pattern side. I understand. Well, in Eclipse 4 we have both of them because we said for very simple applications we want to support direct handlers without going through the command front. So, but we recommend that we shouldn't use them, but we have added them because if you have a really that simple application, have a menu with 2 items, while dealing with the complex command framework, you only have to target a very simple use case.
Exactly.
So that's why we added both of them.
And now you have to support both of them.
Yeah. That's always the problem. But, yeah. Good.
See ya. Good luck.
Okay. We're gonna be live streaming though, so make sure you stick on this if that's possible.
Live streaming.
Yeah.
Oh my.
It's just, you know, it'll
Just
be
put out
recorded
into
too.
pressure.
Yeah, did you put your makeup on before everything?
It'll be good, man.
All right. Oh boy.
I'm not too certain how they designated that, but I know they had only 3 rooms that much. In this hotel.
Thank you very much for coming. This is Getting Ready with ASCII Doctor on the JVM. My name is Ixchel Ruiz. This is my co-speaker, Andres Almirai. A little bit about us. We are two geeks, geeks that loves technology, open source, and share the knowledge. We are both Mexicans, that's the funny accent you're hearing, and we also live in Switzerland, so we have twice the funny accent.
And we love the chocolate.
Yes, we love the chocolate and cheese. We work for a company, a Swiss company, obviously, named Canoe. Actually, we love feedback. We love feedback that much that our company is the one behind the voting machine. So don't forget to vote after this session. And, well, we can talk about that later if you want. A little bit about Andres. He's a Java champion. He's also a Java rock star.
Yeah. So, but that's enough about us. The important thing is the topic at hand, ASCII Doc. So let me ask of the people that are here in the audience, how many of you already know ASCII Doc or ASCII Doctor or make use of ASCII Doc? We have a few hands. Okay, perfect. So this talk is going to be half an introduction to the ASCII Doc syntax, the ASCII Doctor project, and how you can benefit from these two things inside the JVM by using Java-based tools. It's one of our firm beliefs that the ASCII Doc syntax and the ASCII Doctor project make writing documentation much, much easier.
And it's already widely used. Many of the publishing companies here accept ASCII Doc for writing books. So if you want to publish a book with Manning or O'Reilly, you can write your book in ASCII Doc and send it.
So we as developers, is anybody here a technical writer, by the way? No, we're developers, and oftentimes, I don't know about you, but at least it is the case with me, when I'm tasked with writing documentation, that's pretty much the last thing that I do. I tend to procrastinate a lot writing documentation. And half of this has to be because of the syntax, the format, and the other is the tools. Because when you write documentation, it's not exactly like fire up your IDE and start coding and do methods and classes, right? That's fun, dealing with code and not so much with bugs that we created, but anyway, writing documentation is not as easy or fast or as an enjoyable task as we would do with code. But let me tell you that ASCII Doc feels a lot like programming documentation.
We will see examples. You will get excited about what you can do right now.
That's what we want you to get excited about writing documentation.
Because we know that we don't like to write documentation. We know that it's important. It's like test. We know that we have to do it, but no.
But do we actually write tests? Well, don't answer that.
That's another topic.
And yeah, the thing is that when we are tasked with writing documentation, it doesn't happen so often, and it should be. And then, which format do we pick? Do we go with HTML? Well, too many tags, isn't it? Do we go with DocBook? Ooh, there's a lot of XML. Do we go with LaTeX? Just kind of weird syntax. What else is out there? Do we go with any of the Office solutions? Click, 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 click. Just only a paragraph done after 3 hours of working with this thing. That's the sad reality. Oh, I am a published author, and it took me 3 years and a half to finish the book. And it wasn't because I didn't know the content. The content was about one of the frameworks that I'm an author of, so I knew it very deeply. It wasn't because I was excited about the content. It was because I had to deal with the particular tool at hand, which was one of the Office solutions. It just killed my productivity, and eventually my publisher said, you have to finish this thing already, and I did. If I ever get into writing another book, it will definitely be using one of the tools that we'll see today. So,
What are we going to show you some examples how to use AsciiDoc with Gradle, Maven, how to use Doclet, and some of the things that IDEA provide for us. You will be very happy. Also, we are going to mention how Lazybones can make your life easier with some templates. But I don't want to
perhaps
go
we're
ahead.
trying out some new terms that you haven't heard before. Don't worry, everything should be clear once we finish the talk. Also, if you have any questions, just please feel free to ask it at any time. We also have a slot at the end of the talk if you have additional questions, but whenever you feel like asking something, just let us know and we'll do our best to answer it. So, the thing that we will begin is showcasing a simple AsciiDoc document, single page, and then we will move on to bigger things. And the first thing also is how we can transform an AsciiDoc document into a particular backend. When we say backend, that is the final format. Perhaps you have seen other simple text formats out there, such as Markdown. Markdown is very easy to understand, it's very simple, and some will say it's quite trivial, but it only outputs to a particular backend. In this case, it's just HTML. Turns out that AsciiDoc can be used to target different backends, not just HTML or HTML5, but also EPUB, or PDF, or even DocBook. So the sample we'll see today, most of the examples will be just HTML, but it's just a tiny bit of document configuration that we need to do in order to transform that into different backends.
There's another thing I like about AsciiDoc is that he provides conditionals, and I haven't seen that in any other tool. So this is a winner for me.
Yeah, we say that writing documentation in AsciiDoc was a little bit like programming documentation. We'll see that in a moment. So let me turn into here, and this looks a little bit like gibberish at first. Let me show you the rendered document, and then we can compare one next to another what's going to happen. What I have here is already a Gradle build that is capable of transforming this document from one format to the other. Is anybody here not familiar with Gradle? We know it's a build tool that runs in the JVM. Perfect, that's what I wanted to hear. Let's run the AsciiDoctor task, which will transform AsciiDoc into HTML by default. Then we open that generated file, and there it is. So what do we see here? Title, some meta information about the authors, a paragraph with a link, a section, a list, and some code that has syntax highlighting. And as you can see, there's also a table of contents right there that if I click on this thing, it should go right there where the anchor is. So far, so good? Let's look at the code. Hold on a second. Oh, there we go. Let's move it here, and let's move that over there. So let's see it.
So again, we have a title. What I would like to point out also, as I told you, what I feel like is the main advantage here is a conditional. But we said we have a title, and I will jump to the first section because it's really easy to go from the main title to the sections. We have a list. This is the list. We have links, and we can configure how to display the links. We have also variables, and this is going to be really interesting when we change from Gradle to Maven.
Yes, so we call these things attributes, but you can think of them as just variables. This is just a definition of that, and you can apply any value you want. And what you see here on line number 5, that is a conditional. That is an if statement, if you will. We have the negative version of that, if not def. We can also have an if value is defined, and you can define an expression that gets evaluated in Ruby. Because one thing is that the ASCII Doctor project is written in Ruby. Shock, we're talking about Ruby in a Java conference. Well, we also got JRuby as one of the alternative JVM languages that can be run inside the JVM. This is a second project called ASCII Doctor J, which makes use of JRuby to wrap around ASCII Doctor. So now you should be able to call ASCII Doctor within the JVM. And that's exactly what this plugin and the Maven plugin do. They just reach into Ruby thanks to JRuby. Anyway, what this conditional is saying is if this variable, whatever name, we just decided to go with Gradle, but it could be anything. If this variable has some value defined, if it's true, if it's non-false, then inside these brackets right here, we're going to redefine the value for that variable that we just already defined it. Now this is how you make use of values of previously defined variables. What is happening here is that while we were constructing this example, we noticed that Gradle and ASCII Doctor J have a predefined set of variables or attributes, whereas Maven and ASCII Doctor has a much smaller set of attributes. So Gradle is aware of this one, this is highlighted, but Maven is not. So what we're doing with this conditional is making sure that regardless of if you're using Maven as a build tool or Gradle as a build tool, the following statement, this variable, will use the right, or the appropriate relative path to a source main Java, because this is the production code we want to include. So now it doesn't matter if you have a Maven build or a Gradle build or some other kind of build, all your relative paths are going to be at the right place.
Or think about some parts of the documentation that only make sense if you are rendering one specific output, and it doesn't make sense in another one, so you can define a segment of your documentation between a conditionals.
A typical use case is if you want to generate a PDF out of a document that can also be rendered in HTML5 that you post on the web, and you want to collect some statistics, perhaps using Google Analytics, well, you will have to embed some JavaScript code for the HTML5 version. But those JavaScript sentences have no meaning for PDF. So you put a conditional there, and if the backend happens to be HTML5, inject JavaScript. If it's not, then the JavaScript is not injected.
So again, you only need one source of documentation, and you can configure as many things that you want.
Okay, let me show you quickly, before we get into the include, that another section here, this we call the second section, and this is a live example from JavaOne 2.15 on how to create a new section. We save this, go back and regenerate the file. It's okay if you just don't do the clean it, so it will be faster. What, did I save it? No, I didn't save it. Save. I'm so used to IDE that has autosave that I forget to save in the other editors. Okay, so now it's there. We refresh, and there of course is a second section, but let's look at the table of contents. It already knows that. So we can have an automatic table of contents, and if you happen to add more subsections, for example, it's just a matter of adding new additional equals symbols, like this is subsection 1 with some text. And yep, that will be, yep. And then we add another subsection like that. This is subsection 2. Save it, invoke the tool once more, refresh. There we go,
Really?
the right indentation.
Is that the only way to do it?
No, there are faster ways to do it. So I don't have right now the feedback loop that we have is a bit slow because you edit, save, trigger the tool, and then refresh. One thing that we could do in the case of the Gradle tooling, which I'm going to show in just a moment how we set up the build, is that I can have one plugin which is called the Watch plugin. Oh yes, I switched the version of Gradle. Gradle -t ASCII. This will invoke and leave the tool in the background. So what I'm going to do here is add a new property, which I know is one of the default ones, number. I can say true or just simply say number. And notice that Gradle keeps working in the background. And I do a refresh here, and I got the numbers. So you have a big screen, you can split this on one side, on the other you got the document, the build is spinning in the background, just save, hit refresh, boom, you're done. There's no need for a very highly specialized editor in order to make use of this syntax accurate documentation.
That's another interesting thing. I mean, we have many other syntax out there and many other tools, but this one is so simple that you actually don't need a tool to write it. I think that's a winner.
Yeah, of course there are editors out there.
Yes.
There are web-based editors. There are desktop-based editors that work with ASCII-Doc that give you syntax highlighting and maybe a little bit of drag and drop, but they tend to be simple because what the community wants to do is empower you so that you can write content as fast as possible with as little syntax as needed so it doesn't get in the way. And the tool also should not get in the way because otherwise you could see that in the future these tools could grow as big as the Office solutions, and we know how these things turn out to be. So the last item that I want to showcase in the syntax before we get into how we build this thing is the section of code that we see at the end. So we got line numbers and we got syntax highlighting. That's pretty cool. But notice that the only thing that we do in this section is include, make use of some variable, and then point to some file out there. This is the feature that sold me using ASCII-Doc for technical documentation. Because oftentimes when we write technical documentation, we had to point out to snippets of code from production or from tests. And when a new release comes in for the software, well, because we update documentation at the last possible time, some of those snippets get outdated very quickly. But if we are able to link to the production code or the test code that we need to showcase, then this outdating problem should go away.
We're always synchronized.
So this is the code, just 14 lines. And the code that we're showing right there, or we're including, it's, if I can select that, it's right here. 14 lines of code. And I can show that there's nothing magic going here. I can add a new comment, live from JavaOne 15. And then...
you didn't save.
No, I did save, but because this is production code, it's not ASCII-Doc code, I believe I need to, in this case, manually activate the ASCII-Doc task again. And come on, you're making me look bad. Because they said ASCII-Doc task is up to date. Yes, 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 that's right. Again, I didn't change any ASCII-Doc content, so the Gradle caching of inputs and outputs say, well, the ASCII-Doc task is done. I don't have to do anything. But now, there is. All right, I guess you guys are excited about Gradle, how to look at how this thing is done? Mm-hmm. Here it is. Gonna make it bigger so that you can see it better. So this is just like any other regular Gradle build where you specify some plugins. For those of you that know a bit more about Gradle, this is the old syntax. It doesn't matter if you use the old syntax or the new syntax, plugins get applied anyway. So we got here the Gradle plugin, latest version, and some additional plugins that should allow us to work with the continuous build. The important one is this, ASCII Doctor. We apply the plugin, then we configure the ASCII Doctor task. We're going to say that we want this to be of type book, and you have other types. The default one is book. We want to output to HTML, but just as well, we could output to PDF. I'm gonna save that. And some additional attributes, for example, this is there are like 5 or 6 different types of syntax highlighters that you can have. Code rate happens to be the easiest ones to configure. If we want a table of content, if we want to have icons, and the icons should use the font awesome web font, then just specify font here. And remember the Gradle variable that we were using to figure out what was the correct entry point for our source code? Well, it's right here. I can change this to JavaOne and go back to my ASCII doc here and change this to JavaOne. And that will make their relationship. So this thing is done. And now I can look at the generated output. There is PDF. And there's a basic PDF with table of contents, the paragraph, and more things, with just the default configuration.
Yes.
So, yes, of course. So the question is, do I have to install additional Ruby gems? No. What I need to do is define an additional class path element. In this case, the ASCII Dr. J PDF project gives me access to this. And perhaps the next question is, how do I find out about the existence of these additional class path elements? Well, hope that the network will hold. I didn't test it. But if we go to GitHub ASCII Doctor, which is the homepage of the whole project, this is the homepage of the whole ASCII Doctor community. In here, you can see the main one, recently updated 8 hours ago, so we keep it clean. We'll see this in a moment. And there is the main one, ASCII Dr. J. And ASCII Dr. J has some additional plugins, I would say. So in this case, you can look at the source code. But if you want to look at the binaries, then we go to bin tray. The organization is called ASCII Doctor, to the Maven repository, and it has around 11 packages. And so those packages are exactly that: ASCII Dr. J diagram, EPUB, the main one, ASCII Dr. J, and finally ASCII Dr. J PDF. So this is how we can find which jars we can add to our build in this particular place. Once this thing is done, PDF is active in the class path, then we can specify that PDF as an additional backend, as an additional option. And the same configuration that we have for HTML can also work for PDF. Or you could create an additional task that only deals with PDF and have different configuration than the HTML file. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, could we see now for Maven?
All right, so for those of you that are also keen in working with Maven, we have an option for you. I'm going to do a clean here, just so that you know that I'm not pulling any magic tricks. And do a Maven clean also. So those are the contents of our current project. There is the POM file, and there is our index document and our production code. So now I think I don't use Maven that often anymore, so what I'm going to do is generate, this has to be a package. This will compile the code, test it, and generate that documentation. Then inside target, I get generated docs, index HTML, and look at that. It looks much like what we had in Gradle. The configuration, of course, is different. It's XML based. And let's make it bigger. Standard Maven doc configuration that we know and love. Our what are these things? I should know. These are the project coordinates. And then we apply the ASCII Doctor plugin. Latest version is 1.5.2. We specify the directory because the Gradle plugin and the Maven plugin use different conventions. Maven follows source main ASCII doc, and Gradle uses source docs ASCII doc. But as you can see, if you don't follow the conventions, you still can configure some of the entries. We also specify HTML5 as the backend because Maven plugin uses DocBook as the default backend. Then we also specify the things that we saw in Gradle, like the highlighter, if we want to have a table of content, and the root dir. I think we tried to make this happen with the root dir, but it didn't hold. So that's why we had a conditional. So this property, actually, we can delete it. And we bind the execution of this plugin to the generate resources field. So it should be enough for us to simply say Maven clean compile instead of package. And you can see that the ASCII Doctor plugin, where is it? Maven resources, Maven compiler. I saw it. There it is. The ASCII Doctor Maven plugin is doing its job. And just as easy as that, if you go to the home page of the Maven plugin, you can see a README with all the different properties and configuration that you can apply. These are the basics. The same thing is true for the Gradle plugin. There is a good README that explains all the different attributes that you can apply.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes, but...
Yes, there's a question over there.
So you added the whole Java class into the document. What if I want just
Oh.
piece of code?
We were hoping that somebody will ask the question. The question is, if I just need to embed a specific section or just a particular piece of code.
And let me expand that question. And let's say that it's so deep inside conditional loop, it's so indented. So can I mess or correct indentations?
So let's say this is my funky license version 3.0. When I embed code, production code, I don't want the license header to appear. So you can our production code starts at line 4 and it will end in line 17. We go back to our index. You notice that at the end of the include macro, we had some brackets. Here we can specify additional options. One of the options will be lines. And we said production code starts at line 4 and ends in line, do I care about the particular end line? We could reformat these things and it could grow and grow and grow. So we could say line 17, yes, that's no problem. Or I can actually, if you know a little bit of Ruby, -1 goes all the way to the end of the particular array or the particular collection. So when I think it's line, if it doesn't work, it will be lines. And we do the clean and compile again. Then refresh. Oh, it didn't work.
Oh, it's lines.
So it's lines. Save, clean, compile. We should probably use Gradle to have the quicker feedback. And, well, actually says it only lines 4. Ah, yeah. Use the range notation from Ruby. If you use the comma, it says only that line and the other -1 doesn't exist. So if we use the range notation, then it's going to go all the way up to the end. There. But if this is not enough, what if we only want to include the main method? What can we do? Well, we go here and use standard comments, and this is true for any kind of source code. Just use comments, and ASCII doctor will understand these notations. You say tag, yes, double colon, some name, for example, main method, and then you end the tag with the same name, main method. I believe we need this, the characters. Then we go back to the index ASCII doc here, and instead of using lines, we say tags, main method. Let's give it a try. I'm going to use, no, let's keep it with Maven, because that's what the browser is open right now. And there we see. Oh, you notice a problem with the indentation. It's a little bit to the right. Can we push it to the left? Sure thing. You simply say indent equals 0. You generate this thing. And there we go. And as well as you can do it to the left, you can push it to the right. And you can even have nested tags. And you can use different tags at the same time. So this is precisely the reason why building technical documentation with ASCII doc for me is the best solution so far.
Even in the books, when you see like this nice hints like number 2, and you refer to a number 2 inside the code, that's also trivial to do with ASCII doc. That's why writing books with this, it's really simple.
Yes, what Shirley is referring to is what we like to call callouts. So you see a dot with a number somewhere in the source code, and there's an annotation, a caption at the bottom of the listing. Here's how we can do it. Again, just using any regular source code comment, maybe JavaScript, XML, or anything. It's just a source code comment. You put this notation, angle brackets, then go back here and make use of that reference. Number 1, and this would be output hello world. We save, regenerate the document, and there we go. And these things happen to be stylable through CSS. So if you want to see a real circle like in the other publishers perhaps, then you can tweak it so. And you can have as many references. If you happen to have a reference that does not exist, such as unknown, I believe that ASCII doctor will issue a warning. There we see a warning. There is. Index ADOC, line 33, no callouts refer to list item number 2. So don't fear if for some reason we're missing something. It could also be the case that we're adding more elements that shouldn't be there. So ASCII doc will tell you.
Okay.
So isn't this cool? We know now we can have conditionals in our documents. We can have variables. We can define variables inside the document. And we can also have variables defined outside the document, like we saw here with the JavaOne, or like we have seen here in the Maven configuration. We can also include any kind of source document. We're doing it with Java. You can annotate. You can include any number of lines. You can change the indentation. So this is pretty much what we need just to get started.
You can also include images and change with the number of the sections, have parts, have chapters. This is what we need when we're writing books.
Okay, and also another thing that I usually use a lot is diagrams.
Are we going to do the diagram right now? Yeah. So we will eventually need diagrams in technical documentation. It may be UML diagrams or any kind of UML diagrams or a class diagram or just free diagrams like boxes and arrows and colors and text. Some people use graphical tools, some people use SVG, and I prefer to do my diagrams in ASCII. Yeah, so let me show you another example. I'm going to generate the content first, show you how it looks, and then show you how we can create such content. You'll notice that now it's making use of, it's downloading additional gems. One of them is called ASCII Doctor Diagram. And index. So it looks like this. Title, some sections, and some nice colors right there in this thing. Even dotted lines and an arrow, all right. This project and this content is generated using Gradle, but let's look at the ASCII doc sources. There's the title, some additional properties right there, the paragraph, and then another interesting block. It says Dita. Dita is the project that we're using for generating diagrams in ASCII. We give it the name for the image that will eventually be generated right there. And then we use a simple syntax for creating boxes and connecting boxes and changing colors, for example. We want this box to be really, really red. We save it, then generate again the document, and do a refresh, and it happens to be red. The ASCII Doctor diagram and the Dita support is one of the many options that we have. There is another called SHAP, so shape with double A, that requires you to have Python installed locally. There is another one for GraphVis. You might be familiar with this one. You need the dot program, also locally installed. And Plant UML for UML diagrams. I believe you also need some additional software locally installed in your machine to work. All of these requirements are explicitly laid out in the ASCII Doctor diagram homepage, which is also available from the GitHub ASCII Doctor organization. Now, we have successfully written technical documentation with this kind of support. How do you make this happen? We're using Gradle. Going back to your question about the PDF, well, here, this is, yes, diagram. We add a new dependency, which is type of Ruby gems. It's the ASCII Doctor diagram Ruby gem. We also depend on the JRuby plugin because we need to locate a Ruby gem, expand it into a specific directory, and then make sure that it's available in the class path. That's the reason why the ASCII Doctor task now depends on the prepared gems from JRuby, and we decide which gem it needs to use. Now, I should mention something funny about this project, Dita. Dita is a Java project, which is wrapped around in a Ruby gem called ASCII Doctor diagram, which is made available to Gradle using ASCII Doctor J via JRuby, and Gradle uses a Groovy DSL for all these things to configure. So you know now you have Groovy calling to Java, JRuby to Ruby back to Java. All the way, and seamlessly it just works. That's the power of the JVM.
Polyglot in full glory.
Yes, exactly. If we wanted, you can configure the same thing with Maven. It's just a little bit more of information.
XMLs.
And yes, XML. We don't hate that XML that much, but that's a different thing. So that's why we decided to showcase the Gradle configuration, because it's actually shorter. Okay. Let's go back to where we were. So that was fully the ASCII Doctor Gradle demo.
Yeah.
Plus the ASCII Doctor Maven demonstration. Again, you're simply going through the variables, the include macro, the conditionals, and showing that you can use the diagrams. So if creating technical documentation with ASCII Doc is great, what about the documentation inside the class itself? What about JavaDoc? Because JavaDoc targets HTML, right? And ASCII Doc targets HTML. Is there a way that perhaps we could use ASCII Doc instead of plain JavaDoc?
There is.
It so happens that there is a way. And I'm going to show the configuration for both Gradle and Maven. First thing is, let's look at the Java code. Again, we go to Hello World Java, and perhaps you noticed this. Here's our title, and this is how we print. This is a monospace code. Perhaps we want to make this bold, so we put 2 here. And this example, maybe we want to make it italic. And here's a link. Okay, so this is ASCII Doc syntax. Now we go and let's try the Maven first. Again, let's do Maven clean JavaDoc. This will generate the JavaDoc for the whole project. Okay, let's go into target, site, API docs, index HTML, click on Hello World, and there it is. Italic, monospace, let's make it perhaps bigger, and bold.
Isn't that amazing?
Much easier than dealing with the HTML, right? Much simpler. Even the author tag has the right link right there. So what about Gradle? We do Gradle clean JavaDoc, and this should generate the JavaDoc in the Gradle way. And it's just a second, there it is. Now we're going to build docs JavaDoc index HTML. And there is. One thing that I couldn't fail to notice is that the author link is missing. Something is different here. I don't know exactly what's going on. It could be that the doclet invoked by Gradle requires an additional setting, and Maven has it by default in order to output the author tags. Let's look at the configuration, because this is the important thing. Let's first look at Maven. We just need to configure the JavaDoc plugin so that it has access to a new doclet. This is just a standard configuration for the JavaDoc plugin. We enable the ASCII doclet class. We pull in the artifact, the jar that contains this class, and some additional documentation or configuration for that particular doclet.
But notice what we are using over here.
Those are properties coming from Maven, and this whole parameter is one big string. This is how the ASCII doclet homepage suggests us to configure ASCII doclet. In the case of Gradle, it's going to be much less XML, of course.
But very similar, actually.
We add a configuration, or kind of like a scope, to pull in the ASCII doclet dependency, and then in the JavaDoc configuration, we enable that, that jar in the class path. We specify the main class, as we did with Maven, and then we set up additional attributes. perhaps this is where I will need to specify the author tag should be honor, which is apparently not enabled by default in Gradle. And it's not really that difficult. This attribute that you see here, these names, you can give any names you want, and this will be turned into attributes that you can make use here inside anywhere your document. So this is great. We now can have technical documentation and JavaDoc documentation using the same format. There is only one particularly teeny tiny problem. There is currently no IDE support for quick JavaDoc view if you happen to write JavaDoc comments in AsciiDoc. So we just have to generate the documentation and they will see it. If that is not a problem, then let's go with that. If that happens to be a problem, then the only thing we need to do is talk to the IDE vendors, let them know that we will need this kind of support, just file a ticket, the community chips in, and we will make this happen.
But there is some support already there.
Yes, definitely.
So we can see something with IntelliJ IDEA. That's the next one.
Yeah, we use this plugin pretty much every single day, and we know there are other options, and we're going to showcase IntelliJ IDEA right now. There is a plugin. I believe I have the first project open already. Let's make this, I think this is big enough. It's the same project. Let's make this text a little bit bigger so you see it's exactly the same. But you notice that this custom editor has additional settings. It's not just a plain text editor. And there are two tabs at the bottom. The text view and the live preview, which gives you an idea how the document is going to end up looking. The other thing that we could see here is
we can add a table. They are already providing some support.
a macro for tables. Okay, so how many numbers of rows do you want?
5 by 5.
Okay, so we take 5 by 5 and with a title. There it is. So we can give it some title here. This is a dynamic table generated with IntelliJ. Some headers, some columns, and we go back into the live preview, and there is our table. Granted, it doesn't look very much very good. I guess it's the default CSS. What if we generate the file again? We say clean ASCII, and this will generate the file again into HTML. Build ASCII doctor HTML file index, and there's our table. And you can have col span, row span, and other elements inside the table. Is really quite simple. Yes, question.
Full section headers like you can in IntelliJ, like you can in text-based plugin.
Full section headers. So what you mean is that if I wanted to collapse this whole section, sadly not yet, not IntelliJ, but I do know that there's a group in Red Hat that has created AsciiDoc support for Eclipse. And they do have an outline, which this plugin doesn't have. I don't know if they have collapsible sections. It may be the case that they do have. I don't know exactly what is the current state of AsciiDoc support in NetBeans. I think they may have a simple text edit support.
Another thing we wanted to show you, and it was lazy bones.
Oh yeah. So how do you start a project? Well, if you look at the POM file, looks like pretty much that's what we regularly do when we work with Maven. We find something in the Stack Overflow, we search for it, we Google for it, and then copy and paste. Same thing goes with Gradle. We find something that works, and then we adapt. But Maven has this concept of archetypes. I am not aware if there is already an ASCII doc archetype for bootstrapping a documentation project, but I do know that there is this other project called Lazybones, which I'm going to showcase right here. Lazybones is, the goal is exactly the same as Maven. Bootstrap, Maven archetypes, I mean, bootstrap a project in certain way. And Lazybones works with more elements than not just Maven, also Gradle and more. Lazybones is a command line tool. Once you have it installed, how you can install it, download the zip or use SDK man. SDK man has a list of candidates. And all these things are the ones that have installed through SDK. You can see Lazybones latest version. I don't need to upgrade right now. So now I can say Lazybones list. This will list the number of templates that I have access to. There is this one I want to use, ASCII Dr. Gradle. Now that I know that, I can say Lazybones create name of the template and give it a name, for example, JavaOne. As the project, let's open the project. It's a standard Gradle project that has some default configuration already and has a very basic ASCII doc file. Hello from JavaOne 15. And now we can run this project and open the index. In less than a minute, a new project already working. Question?
This example looks like a reading page, right?
Yes.
What if I want to build some more elaborate book or something like that when I want to split in different
Thank you very much for
That's a
asking
really good
that.
question. So far we have dealing only with single page documents. So the question is, what about multiple page documents? So let me show you one real use case scenario. This is coming from the Griffon framework, which is one of the projects that we have. We go into the documentation and then click here. This, as you can see, is quite a number of chapters and entries. It will be really, really crazy for maintaining the whole thing in one file. So what we have done is split each chapter in its own file. And I'm going to showcase that when I open the Griffon project, which is right here. We look into how the documentation project is laid out. Right there. It's a Gradle build. And the other thing that we did is, you can see there's a lot of ASCII doc documents, but there is one important, which is the index. And the index can include additional ASCII doc documents. So each one of this is a chapter. So let's look at the MVC chapter. Has some text on it. And finally, also includes additional sections. So now you are able to break down your documentation in multiple pages. And this can be turned into that. And as you can see, there is images, additional code, additional syntax highlighting, those callouts that we're telling you. This is just different CSS. So you can do pretty much anything you need to do with CSS on these documents. Yes, another question. The question is it possible to use Tutor Bootstrap? Yes, it is. You can pretty much use any CSS that you want. The website that I was showing you earlier, this Griffon framework, because the next thing is, this one actually uses Tutor Bootstrap. The documentation that you see here, everything is written using ASCII doc. Everything here, including these tutorials. And I'm not kidding. Tutorial number 1, with some icons. All this text that you see here, it's just another set of ASCII doc content. Tutorial number 1. There is. This information and these in-page links happen to be these things here. Now, what we're using in order to put everything together is not just the ASCII.content and the CSS bootstrap. We need to to have some kind of a structure. For that, we use another project called JBake or JavaBake, which you can use a standalone, or you can use a Gradle plugin, which is the solution this project uses. You just have to go to jbake.org, and this will tell you how you can start and configure this project. In this way, you can generate a static websites or static blog content.
I will totally recommend you to visit the source file for the Griffon project. We have tons of examples of how to configure different plugins in Gradle, and also you can use the examples from the files that the ASCII Doctor.
As a starting point, just you go to github.com, search for the Griffon organization, the Griffon project, and inside the docs directory, you'll find the Griffon guide and the Griffon site. There are plenty of tips and tricks to find here on how to use plain ASCII Doctor in the guide, or how to get together a website with ASCII.content in the Griffon site. Okay, so here are some of the links that we saw earlier. The ASCII Doctor organization on GitHub that contains links to every single other project that is related to the ASCII Doctor community. We saw today the Gradle plugin, the Maven plugin, the IntelliJ plugin, and ASCII Doclet. If you happen to use the ASCII Doctor Gradle plugin and it doesn't work correctly for you, please let me know. I am the author and I should fix that problem. So for that, I think we have just a couple of minutes more. So first, I would like to thank you for your time, for being here. We know you have a choice. Thank you for choosing this option. If you have any questions or more questions, then we will be happy to take them. Yes?
The status is of the ASCII Doctor to Java port, the Ruby to Java port to ASCII Doctor?
The latest release, stable one, is 1.5.2. So the question is, what is the latest status of the Ruby to Java port? Well, ASCII Doctor itself is still written in Ruby, and the latest version, stable, is 1.5.2. We are thinking in releasing 1.6.0 sometime before the end of the year. They will still be based on Ruby. Once this one is released, a new version of ASCII Doctor J will be released that uses 1.6.0, and then the ASCII Doctor Gradle plugin and the Maven plugins will upgrade so that you will be able to use that particular version. What's another question in the back?
Is there any nice way to make tables? Because tables will come out as CSV files or Excel. ASCII Doctor has its own format.
Yes. So the question is there a nice way to create tables based on CSV format besides the ASCII Doctor format? Let me point you to ASCIIDoctor.org. This is the main documentation site for the project. Let's look directly into docs. Here we got introduction information, and one of the important links here is the user manual. We click in the manual. Here we have the content on the right side.
You can configure that, obviously.
Yes. And let's look at tables. And here, an item that says CSV. So you can say format is actually CSV, and you can put in CSV directly, or you can use the include macro and point to a CSV file as is. That's much better, isn't it? Yes, another question.
With the ASCII Doctor J Java API, can we write some kind of annotation processors or reflection thing to analyze my annotation? For example, JAX-RS in my RESTful endpoints to generate something like documentation based on my code?
Yes, so the question is, can I do something, can I post-process or pre-process, they include the files or the ASCII Doctor content? Yes, one last thing that I want to mention, that this thing is like programming documentation. ASCII Doctor actually generates an AST of your document. which means if you have access to an AST, you could do anything you want, like creating new paragraphs or decorating elements. I do have an example. I think it's inside here in the ASCII Doctor pig Latin example. And we will finish with this one. This is quite interesting. I will do a clean and then generate. And while that thing is happening, SDK use a previous version of Gradle. Apparently, the latest version of Gradle that I'm using is not happy with this thing. Should be fine with Gradle 2.3. Another nice thing about SDK is that we can switch versions very easily.
And you can have one version in one terminal and another version running in another terminal. So
yes. So now that this thing is generated, let's look at the code. Here we have a regular English sentence, the quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog, and we got the pig Latin equivalent. I don't know the rules for pig Latin, but what I do know is that I can create my custom extensions, like this one, and have the regular English-based text. And the only thing that I need to do now is make sure that ASCII Doc is able to understand this. ASCII Doc has an extension mechanism that can be done with, can use Ruby or any JVM language. The code for this extension is available on the web. And the only thing that we need to do is make sure that we have access to that particular AST. And this is written in Ruby because it's shorter, but you can write it in Java. And everything that we see here is just finding the right place on when we need to modify the content. And once we do, which is this, we apply the rules to convert some basic text into its pig Latin alternative. So in this way, you could analyze what you're including because you have access to that AST. Yes, really interesting. So thank you very much for your time. I hope you have enjoyed the talk. And please have a look at ASCII Doc, give it a try, and let us know what you think about it.
ya no explicamos que LazyBone será también para crear sus propios.
I just wanted to say I used ASCII Doc to write my thesis earlier this year, and I found it really, really useful. And I rendered an HTML for the whole thing. This is using GitHub CSS. And yeah, callouts, everything. And also a PDF for the same thing. And this PDF looks like a book essentially. This is not using the